In the near future, virtual reality games became incredibly popular around the world. Because of this, many development companies jumped on the bandwagon to create such projects. As a result, the competition between them became increasingly fierce over time. Large companies were constantly trying to create the highest quality game possible. Virtual Reality Game Development Office. The young man was one of those who created such projects with the support of artificial intelligence. The virtual girl greeted the gentleman. From now on, she would be helping him. The girl said she could be called Gaia. She was artificial intelligence. The chief developer of Napalm Games was Min Chul. Gaia was the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world. So Min Chul and Gaia began creating games together. In the early stages of development, they encountered many system errors, bugs, and other difficulties. They had to go through a difficult journey to overcome all these obstacles. Soon, with Gaia's help, Min Chul was able to spread his creative wings freely. Finally, they will create a game that future users will call truly high quality. It would be the best virtual reality MMORPG. He managed to create Wings Online. Gaia asked the gentleman what would happen to her when they finished the game. Min Chul replied that she would be the goddess of this place. The young man asked Gaia to take care of this world. The artificial intelligence noted that in that case, they would soon have to say goodbye. Min Chul said that Gaia could contact him at any time if she wanted to. Many other projects would be created in the future. Gaia replied that she would hardly be able to help with them, as she would be busy here. Min Chul agreed she would indeed have a lot of work to do if she started managing the entire game. Gaia said that one day, when this world comes to an end, she wants him to stay with her, just like now. Min Chul opened his eyes and clearly imagined what the next major update should be. It had been a long time since Napalm Group launched Wings Online. 5 whole years. Yoon Ha-soo, CEO of Napalm Group's commercial department, said that they had a stable number of players, but recently it had started to decline. As a result, sales had also declined. Therefore, the commercial department proposed adding an in-game payment system in the 6th season update. Min Chul was indignant. Why all of a sudden? Who would allow them to add it? Yoon Ha-soo replied that it was all for the good of the company. Min Chul said that if that was the case, then the other executives should agree to sell their shares in the company at the end of the year. Right? Did everyone really think that this would raise their price even slightly? Min Chul said that they would be obliged to release a server upgrade, but if the plan is just to turn the game into a banal cash cow, then wholesale sales of shares after a short-term rise will ultimately hurt the company even more. The game will come to an end, and the balance between small investments will collapse. Does the CEO know how many companies have gone bankrupt for the same reason? Min Chul stated that as long as he works here, there will be no in-game payment system. The developer added that he would not allow the game he created to be turned into a scam. The young man said that all those who disagree can, if they wish, cooperate and fire him. But will they have the courage to do so? If not, they cannot hope that he will change his mind. One of those present noted that they had only just begun the meeting, and it had already ended in an argument. But there was nothing they could do. After all, Min Chul was the creator of the game. However, it was unacceptable to behave in this manner. The CEO of the commercial department said that they would try to change Min Chul's mind. Min Chul left the conference room and headed for the exit of the office building. He thought that the chairman's son was acting too suspiciously. 3 days passed, Wings Online, Main Square. The townspeople lived their normal lives and followed their usual routes. One character caught the attention of those present. What was wrong with him? The young man was asking healers for help. He was clearly unwell. His skin had turned black, and he fell to his knees from exhaustion. Could he have been poisoned? He needed to be purified. Where were the healers? A girl stepped out of the crowd and said she would help him. She had a staff ready in her hand. Energy purification was activated, removing negative statuses from the target. However, it was already too late to help, and the sick player fell apart. Those present were frightened. Was he dead? What kind of status was that? Why did he turn to dust? Napalm Corporation Headquarters. Advertisement for the anticipated 6th update of Wings Online. Lee Dong-ha, head of the Quality Assurance Department, said that the community bulletin board was literally exploding. It seems that an incurable epidemic is spreading in the game. However, the problem is that if you die, your account and character disappear forever. The developer said that he will check everything now. The problem should not be serious, so there is no need to worry. They will restore accounts once he has completed a full check. Lee Dong-ha noted that it will likely not be easy to fix this. and players are going crazy. The system offered to select the mode that the developer wanted to access. Gamer Master mode was selected. Developer. The character Mina Chul entered the game. The young man greeted all the players and introduced himself. He is the Gamer Master, Shrimp. Those present were frightened. What is he doing here? Why isn't he fixing the game? Shrimp said that they were currently trying to figure out the cause of the current problem and fix it as quickly as possible. The players were puzzled. How could a character completely disappear? They had to make him come back. Shrimp said that an urgent investigation would be conducted. Users' accounts and characters would return after the investigation was complete, and they would be restored. The Game Master activated the character shutdown. The city became empty. Min Chul noted that it was finally quiet. The developer realized that this was the epidemic status he had created. It turned out that everything was much more serious than he had imagined. Gaia asked why the gentleman was conducting such a terrible experiment. Min Chul replied that it was a tribute to classic games. More specifically, the most famous MMORPG of the 2000s. There was a bug in it that caused the epidemic. Gaia asked, an epidemic right in the middle of the game? Min Chul nodded affirmatively. The problem became so serious that official documents were even published about it. Min Chul said that he had not seen similar classic events in other modern projects. Therefore, he decided to recreate it in this game. However, the problem was that it became a fatal bug that could not be controlled by the in-game system. Min Chul noted that it was a bit wasteful, but there was nothing he could do about it. The developer ordered Gaia to delete all data. Recalling this conversation, Min Chul thought that everything should have disappeared by then. But could Gaia have disobeyed? Min Chul demanded that Gaia report on the current status. However, there was no response. Someone behind him said that no one would answer him, no matter how much he called. The young man turned around. Yun Hasu was standing nearby. The CEO of the commercial department stated that Min Chul no longer had access to Napalm Games data. Yun Hasu coldly added that Min Chul was fired. He continued, "Today's news reported a serious incident at Wings Online caused by an employee who rebelled against the company. He deliberately created a plan to destroy it. Upon learning of this, Napalm Group decided to fire him. Moreover, the employee will be forced to pay damages through lawyers." Min Chul asked the director if he had come up with all this himself. Yun Hasu said not to worry. He would do his best to lead the project in Min Chul's place. After all, he had taken on too much and couldn't handle it. Min Chul grabbed his interlocutor by the chest and swung his fist, intending to hit him. Yun Hasu called Gaia, and she immediately deactivated Min Chul. Gaia appeared next to the lying developer and stepped on his face with her foot. Min Chul was surprised. What was Gaia doing? Yun Hasu asked, "How does it feel to be reunited with your former partner in this way?" Did Min Chul hope for the loyalty of artificial intelligence? The developer said he wouldn't let it go just like that. Yun Hasu smirked. Min Chul must have completely lost his mind. What did he think he had been doing all this time while living in a virtual world? In reality, he was just a cog in a much larger machine. To survive, you have to adapt. Why shouldn't Min Chul pull himself together and add a sense of reality to his own algorithm? Although even in that case, he would have to find a very good lawyer to pay them back in full. Min Chul said that Yun Hasu would not succeed. He would put an end to this world himself. Security service representatives were already waiting for the young developer. The news reported on television that at the largest game development company, Napalm, one of the employees said he did not like the company's policy. It turned out that he had deliberately added a viral bug to the game. Wings Online accounted for more than 70% of Napalm Group's annual sales. Min Chul decided that Yun Hasu's plan was flawed, but if Wings Online disappeared, the Napalm Group would also come to an end. He realized that in reality, he might be just a minor detail, but in the virtual world, he was a god. The young man put on his VR goggles and said they would see each other soon. Min Chul thought that the god was very angry now. The end of the world was coming. Min Chul, Shrimp, reappeared online. The young man was called out. The girl said she was worried because the gentleman had not logged on yesterday. Was he hurt? The name of this creature was Oasis. She replaced Gaia when she turned into the artificial intelligence of this world. Min Chul purchased this artificial intelligence with company money, but registered it to his personal account, so it did not disappear. Everything turned out to be easier than Min Chul had expected. Min Chul said he had unfinished business. Oasis receives notifications every day, right? The girl reported that Napalm had sent a letter. Oasis added that the gentleman had been fired. Our hero was unhappy to hear this message from Oasis. Oasis thought that the gentleman could no longer access Napalm's developer servers. Oasis told the gentleman not to worry. Napalm is not the only company. There are many places that need such talented people. Minchul waved his hand and replied that he didn't need that. Minchul ordered Oasis to set up a VPN channel. The address was disguised to look like it was coming from China. All the logs were faked to look like different accounts. If even one of them was traced, Oasis had to get rid of all of them. Minchul said that from this moment on, they would begin destroying Wings Online. Oasis waved to the gentleman and said she was nearby. The young man asked why it took her so long to simply create a character. The girl replied that it was her first time becoming an in-game avatar. Isn't it obvious that it takes some time to set up? The girl couldn't get over it. Now she understood what it meant to have a real body. It was very interesting and exciting. Oasis suggested that the gentleman accompany her. Due to the shutdown of Napalm, all information related to Wings Online had been reset. Everything seemed new. Oasis said that adventures with the gentleman were a real dream. Minchul suggested hunting squirrels if they were starting at the lowest level. After all, they were only at level 1. Minchul said that first they needed to get a quest from the village head. Minchul held out a torch and told Oasis to hold it. The girl was surprised. Why did they need a torch? Minchul asked why she was asking such questions. Of course, the torch was needed for arson. Minchul told Oasis to repeat, they needed a character with a bad reputation. After committing a crime, the player receives 10 dishonor points. Setting fire to a house only gave them 10 points because they were in a village for beginners. The old man grabbed the young man by the shoulder and asked what it all meant. He demanded that he stop immediately. Without thinking twice, the young man brought the torch closer to the old man. The old man burst into flames from the torch and screamed loudly. Oasis was shocked. This was not an adventure with the Lord at all, but a real crime. The system reported that the player had destroyed an NPC and received 100 dishonor points. The protagonist knew that killing an NPC would bring so many points. Minchul told Oasis not to worry, he would be resurrected soon anyway. After a while, the old man did indeed resurrect and greeted the travelers. He introduced himself as the village elder. Minchul repeated the procedure and set the old man on fire again. The young man said it was very easy, you just had to repeat it. Oasis wanted someone to stop the young man. The locals saw the guy setting the village on fire and headed towards him with the intention of capturing him. However, Minchul did not stop and set fire to all the NPCs who approached him with his torch. The young man earned a lot of dishonor points. Oasis realized that the gentleman was serious. He really intended to shut down Wings Online. The arsonist was stopped by the knights, who demanded that the criminal immediately cease his activities. Minchul found himself surrounded by a tight circle. The player was informed that he was under arrest. Minchul checked his status window. He had over 2,000 dishonor points. He decided that was enough for now. Oasis cried. She couldn't believe that they had gone to prison from the very beginning. Minchul told Oasis not to worry, there was another place waiting for newbies. This was an advantage for beginner players, to make it easier for them to get used to the game. Even as a beginner, it was still possible to earn dishonor points. Minchul decided that he would replace the newbie village with the crime city, Andertown. The guard told the young people that this ditch was perfect for them and pushed them out of the prison carriage. Minchul said that if a player earns a certain number of dishonor points, they receive a reward. Now the guards no longer attacked him, but thugs began to hunt him down. The only city where players with a bad reputation can survive is Andertown. Oasis asked if there were any advantages to the city. Minchul replied that instead of advantages, they could take on a hidden quest that no one else had received yet. A villain's quest, available only to the worst players. That was exactly what the protagonist needed. Oasis decided that this quest would indeed be effective, since the gentleman had set his sights on it. Minchul said that this was not entirely true. Rather, it was a step of desperation. The young man added that he had worked hard on it, but if no one knew about it or used his work, it would be extremely sad. Minchul said that Oasis would have no regrets. The young people were called over. Minchul looked in that direction. The stranger asked the two to come over for just a minute. He had good news for them. Minchul told his companion that this was an NPC who gave out quests. The man couldn't believe that these two had already earned so many dishonor points. They were definitely not ordinary villains. The man said his name was Ding, and he was a dark mage. It seemed that the two were ready to serve the Dark Lord Crow. The protagonist was offered the quest, Becoming a Villain. Oasis thought it was unbelievable. This was what the gentleman had been striving for. Minchul held a torch in his hand and thought about something. After a short silence, Minchul held out the torch and set the dark mage on fire. Oasis was surprised. What was the master doing? After all, this mage was giving him a hidden quest. Wasn't that why they had come here? Minchul said that he wasn't a pervert who would destroy NPCs for no reason. After that, a dark knight appeared. He couldn't believe that someone had destroyed Dean. This had never happened before. The knight said that he had been waiting a long time for people like these two, who were thoroughly imbued with evil. The knight introduced himself. His name was Terrio, and he was the commander of the Dark Knights. These two must follow him. He would find a worthy use for their malice. Minchul said that he had been looking for a Dark Knight. Oasis suspected something was wrong and said she would go with the gentleman. The Dark Knight led the young people to the cathedral and placed them in the middle of a magic circle. Terrio said that before granting these villains the title of Dark Knights, he wanted to ask them a few questions. Minchul told Oasis to answer his question with no. She would have another task. Oasis was surprised. Why was the master so petty? Did he want to keep all the interesting work for himself? Minchul explained that they had to move forward together. If both were in the same class, the balance of the group would be disrupted. The next quest would be perfect for Oasis. The knight said that the only and absolute ruler of this world was the Dark Star, Crow. Oasis said she disagreed. The knight flew into a rage. How dare she deny Crow? The girl failed the test. Terrio ordered the girl to leave the room immediately and close the door behind her. The knight looked at the young man and asked if he agreed with the previous statement. Minchul said that of course he agreed. This was the only person capable of ruling the world. Terrio remarked that this was well said and asked if the young man would devote himself to the dark cult as Crow's minion. The answer was yes. As a member of the Dark Knights, was he prepared to take on the destruction of the followers and Knights of Light? Minchul replied that this was exactly what he wanted. Terrio said that was great and asked the young man his name. The young man replied that his name was Labo. The knight said he had one last question. Would Labo devote his body and soul to the Dark Lord Crow? If the young man agreed, he would become a Dark Knight. Minchul replied that he would gladly do so. He became a Dark Knight. Friendship with the Dark Cult was established. The system announced that the Dark Knight's unique characteristic had been unlocked. His level would increase in accordance with the number of dishonor points. Minchul said that if he increased his dishonor, he could become infinitely stronger. However, everything would be reset to 0 if he was caught by the guards. The young man noted that it was precisely these extreme conditions that made the task so appealing. Oasis stated that, in the end, instead of adventure, the gentleman would be forced to commit crimes and constantly hide. Terrio welcomed the hero into the ranks of the Dark Knights and gave him a small gift. The protagonist now had a Dark Knight sword in his hands. The young man thought it was too small. He needed to set a normal starting weapon in order to get a decent one now. The Dark Knight told Labo to go ahead and glorify the name of the Dark Cult across the continent. Oasis approached the portal and said she was going to get her assignment. Minchul asked her to wait. The young man noticed that NPCs who were friendly to users did not resist. If he destroyed them, the friendship level would drop. However, their friend Terrio belongs to the Dark Cult, and now they do too. Minchul looked at the Dark Knight and said that he seemed to drop a lot of experience in items. Minchul grabbed his sword and said he was doing this for the bright future of the Dark Cult. The player gains experience and levels up by hunting monsters. Equipment can be purchased with gold obtained from quests. Sometimes the player collects items or cooks. Sometimes he teams up with friends, goes on adventures, and raids dungeons. The player believed that this was the essence of MMORPGs. Spending 9 hours destroying an NPC that can't even respond is not normal gameplay. Yes, I called to cancel because Lena is sick. Oasis thought, if this is the path the master has chosen, she will also help him. The girl was holding a burning torch in her hands. Minchul told her to stop. Oasis reached out and pressed the burning torch against the Dark Knight's chest. Minchul shouted that Terrio was immune to fire. Besides, she was not a member of the Dark Cult. If a user who is not part of the cult attacks the Dark Knight, he will fight back. Terrio attacked and Oasis's head flew off to the side. Oasis was frightened and screamed that her head had been separated from her body. What should she do now? Minchul said that if he stopped attacking Terrio, his health points would recover, so she had to wait a little. When Oasis revives in the village, she will receive a penalty. You should never do that. Oasis cried and begged the master to help her as soon as possible. 3 hours of continuous battle passed. Finally, Minchul said that he was saying goodbye to the Dark Knight and cut off his head. Min-chul raised the knight's head and said that he had avenged Oasis. Oasis's head begged to be resurrected quickly. A resurrection stone was used. The girl regained her former appearance. She felt strange sensations. Oasis said she didn't want her head cut off again. The protagonist was interested in what items had dropped from Terrio and what he could profit from. Oasis was upset. The master didn't even care about her and didn't ask how she was feeling. Min-chul received Crow's mask. Anyone who wears this mask goes mad unless they were chosen by Crow. It was a unique item, but there were restrictions for mages below level 85. He couldn't use it. Min-chul gave the mask to Oasis and told her to keep it. He would sell the mask later. Oasis held the Dark Lord's cursed mask in her hands. The girl experienced a terrible feeling, and a shiver ran through her whole body. Min-chul had the basilisk's poisonous potion in his hands. He said it would be useful to him. When thrown, the potion creates a poisonous cloud made from the venom extracted from the basilisk's teeth. It does not need to be drunk. The protagonist also received an unknown key. This key possessed an ominous energy, but it was unclear what lock it could open. Oasis asked why the key was needed. Min-chul promised to tell her about it later. Oasis was upset. The gentleman was acting on his own and not sharing information, and she was already suffering. She had recently lost her head. Min-chul told Oasis not to be offended. He suggested they return to the village first. The knight's head began to undergo the appropriate transformations. As expected, after a while, the Dark Knight was resurrected. That was exactly what the prophecy said. Andertown, the city lived up to its name. Oasis asked if he would now receive his assignment. Her master confirmed this. Min-chul said there was something else. Oasis was indignant. What else was there to talk about? The young man reminded her that Wings Online had been launched 5 years ago. Playing as a criminal had far more disadvantages than advantages. This meant that the people of Undertown were scum. They were easy to defeat. All they had to do was destroy one of their gangs. Min-chul added that the guy they were going to see was considered the king among these psychos. This man could be called a psychopathic king. Oasis didn't understand if this was a joke. Was this something to laugh about? The girl asked why they should meet him. Min-chul explained that to start a big business, you need a lot. And money is not the most important thing here. The masked man suggested that his interlocutor was being pursued by bounty hunters. He said he had the lowest prices and guaranteed a 100% deal. You won't find anything cheaper. Did Sir want to become even stronger? The knight was confused. He believed that his wife would destroy him if she found out about this deal. The masked man said that, as expected, marriage was dangerous. However, he was single and did not want to get married yet. Min-chul approached the masked man and said he wanted to meet his boss. The barker thought that these newcomers looked like trash, the kind that is usually ignored. He said he didn't understand what they were talking about. After all, he was just an ordinary player. Min-chul told the masked man to tell Akasi that Shrimp had done a lot of damage. The masked man replied that these two were mistaken. He didn't understand what they were talking about. After that, he ran away. Oasis was surprised. Did the gentleman just let him go that easily? Min-chul said they should wait a little. Oasis asked who Shrimp was. Min-chul replied that Shrimp was the nickname he used for his Game Master account when he was still working on the game. Oasis was surprised. Was it really okay to reveal his identity so easily? Min-chul said that the information here was confidential. Those were the rules of this place. Besides, Akasa wouldn't spill the beans. After all, they knew each other personally. A bunch of thugs showed up around the young people. Min-chul said that Akasa had sent even more of his psychos. A thug approached our hero and said that his boss wanted to see this man. A bag was placed over Min-chul's head. The young man asked that he be treated gently. Min-chul asked Oasis not to worry about anything. It was for safety. A bag was also put over the girl's head. For the sake of secrecy, the young people were led through an underground passage. The bouncer brought the two people with bags over their heads to his boss's office. Our heroes took off their bags. Akasa looked at Min-chul and asked in surprise, "Is it really him?" Akasha said that this man was not a shrimp. The young man left the cafeteria, and at the exit, he was thanked and invited to come back in the future. A stranger approached the young man and asked, "Is this Director Min-chul?" Our hero asked who he was. The stranger smiled, scratched the back of his head, and said his name was Akasa. Min-chul asked why this guy had decided to find him in this way. After all, he could report him to the police. Min-chul wondered if Akasa was going to add stalking to his business. Akasha replied that otherwise they would not have met. The man asked Min-chul to drop the charges. Akasha knelt down and asked the director to show mercy just this once. He promised never to do anything illegal in the game again. Min-chul replied that he had followed company rules, so he couldn't help. The young man added that even if he could, he still wouldn't do it. Akasha continued to beg, kneeling on the ground. Min-chul knelt in the same position and repeated, "Save me this time." Wasn't that what Akasha said back then? Akasha shouted for everyone to leave immediately. Akasha's subordinates immediately turned around and left the room. When the young men were left alone, Akasha smiled and said that he didn't recognize the shrimp because of his low level. What brought him to such a miserable place? Min-chul said that there was no need to overreact. Akasha knew that he had been fired. Akasha said he was not a traitor. Who did Shrimp think he was? Min-chul told Akasha to stop calling him Shrimp. From now on, he is Labo. Our hero explained that Labo is the nickname for this account. Akasha wondered, could Labo be a hint at the final boss? Oasis was surprised. Does the gentleman really want to become the final boss of this world? Labo said he would give Akasha some incredibly important information. In return, he needed a little gold. After Min-chul shared the information, Akasha asked again, will they soon add a stash item that will increase the chance of enhancement? And Min-chul suggests that he buy an enhancement stone and then sell it after a while? Min-chul said that Akasha would make money on this. However, in a month, the 6th season will be released, level restrictions will be lifted, and new equipment will be added. The enhancement stones on the market will be completely sold out when the new item is introduced. There will be a shortage of enhancement stones throughout the 6th season, and Akasha will be able to relax. Akasha said that it wouldn't be difficult for him to borrow some money, but what would happen to the game? Will everything be okay if they release something like that? Min-chul replied that this is just the beginning. In the future, there will be many more items that disrupt the balance. Yun-ha-su will do anything for profit. Akasha got 1 million gold as Min-chul requested. He shared important information, so there was no need to ask why he needed so much gold. Min-chul thanked him and promised to repay the debt soon. Akasha asked if Labo would also earn money from the enhancement stones. Min-chul replied that he did not come here for money. Akasha said goodbye, noting that Labo now had a rather pleasant face. Akasha added that the faces of people like him and his kind were those of true villains. The faces of villains who would achieve their goals at any cost. Oasis said that Min-chul had dropped the charges after all. Is that so? Akasha was so polite and called him a friend. Min-chul replied that the trial was just a show, a performance to warn off malicious people. If Akasha hadn't come to him personally, the case would have been closed anyway. Oasis asked if the gentleman was tired. After all, he had been playing for 15 hours. The young man wanted to look at the trading window. There was 1 million gold coins in the account. Min-chul told Oasis to open several bank accounts and warehouses for them, as well as to buy all the iron ore at a price of less than 5 gold coins on the currency market. Oasis asked why there. Min-chul promised to explain later. He was too tired now. The young man told Oasis to reach level 10 without him. Min-chul said that Oasis would be able to change her job at level 10. They had worked hard. Min-chul disappeared. Oasis thought that now she was on her own. The girl decided that she could finally truly enjoy the game. Oasis went to the exchange and announced that she would buy all the iron ore at a price of up to 5 gold. The deal was completed. The girl organized a bat hunt. She also opened a hunt for spiders. Her inventory was overflowing. Oasis thought she had collected too many items. The girl decided to make fabric from spider webs. Looking at the status window in inventory, Oasis found it all amusing and fun. After that, Oasis switched to cooking mode. Her skill level increased. Oasis wondered, was there really nothing else to do? However, after studying the information, she realized that she could go fishing and increase the corresponding skill. The girl decided that she had seriously leveled up thanks to crafting. Her current level was 12. Oasis sat on the shore with a fishing rod in her hands and wondered, why isn't the gentleman coming back? After all, a whole day had already passed. Unfamiliar players approached the girl, wondering who this newcomer was. A newcomer to Andertown, it was unlikely that he had managed to change jobs. One of the players licked his lips and said he hadn't seen anything like this in a long time. The players with weapons in their hands jumped up and decided to attack Oasis. Strangers shouted, "Welcome to Andertown." Oasis looked back and saw them. It was morning outside the window. Min-chul wrapped himself in a blanket and wanted to sleep some more. The young man picked up his phone and saw dozens of missed calls and unread messages. Minchul thought that he couldn't lie low for now. He needed to come up with an alibi. Sun Shinji, head of the graphic design department at Wings Online and game master of Straight Hair, asked her conversation partner if he was going on a trip. Minchul replied that he had been working hard for the past 15 years, so he wanted to go somewhere far away. Lee Dong-ha, head of the QA department at Wings Online and game master Body, said it was a great idea. Since high school club days, the protagonist had been developing Wings Online together with these guys. Minchul thought that Labo's unusual playing style could be a big problem. They might suspect him. The trip was the perfect alibi. Shinji asked where exactly he was going. Minchul replied that he had always wanted to visit India or South America, and that he also dreamed of going to Bali. The hero looked at Shinji and noticed her suspicious gaze. The girl had good intuition. Lee Dong-ha suggested that Minchul take advantage of the opportunity to rest, since he had worked so hard. Shinji asked what he would do after returning. Minchul replied that he hadn't thought about it yet. Lee Dong-ha said that he also wanted to go on vacation, so he was jealous. He couldn't even remember the last time he had a good night's sleep. Shinji remarked that maybe she should leave too. She had wanted to do so for a long time. Straight Hair asked why Shrimp and Body didn't start over together. They could start a small company, like in high school, and develop games. Don-ha said he agreed. If she started a company, he would join. Minchul noticed that the two of them had clearly had too much to drink today. He asked the girl about her mother's hospital bills and her brother's education. Minchul reminded them that Dong-ha had a pregnant wife. How could they talk so recklessly? The hero said that the two of them should stop even thinking about it. One day, the three of them would start a small company and enjoy working on games, but right now, that was impossible. Before that, the protagonist must take revenge on the Napalm Group for destroying their game. The young man decided that he could do it, even as a lone villain. The hero remembered, I wonder how Oasis is doing. Oasis continued to have fun to the fullest. The attackers were surprised. Who is this girl and how did she manage to repel their attacks? How could a noob block them? It was impossible. The villains decided it was a mistake and tried again. Oasis drew her blade and prepared to repel the attack. The armed villains rushed at her. The girl successfully fended off the attackers again. She wondered why they kept attacking. The villains couldn't understand. Was it a bug? Oasis had a beginner's dagger in her hands. The only weapon with a 100% block rate that could be bought in the beginner's village. The villains thought it was unfair. No one had ever used this dagger before because it dealt too little damage. Had she really blocked the attacks with her skill alone? Either this girl was a PvP genius or she was using cheats. However, these two had never encountered cheaters in this game before, but that would explain everything. One of the villains decided to check it out for himself and loaded his crossbow. Now it would become clear whether she was using cheats. The attacker activated Rain of Arrows. Oasis dodged and wielded her dagger. None of the arrows hit her. The villains assumed she was a cheater. One of the arrows hit the blade of the dagger and destroyed it. The weapon's durability was exhausted and the dagger was broken. Oasis was confused. The stream of arrows continued, and one of them hit Oasis right in the forehead. The villains didn't understand. Maybe she wasn't a cheater, but just a noob with good reflexes. The attackers decided that the situation looked too scary and thought they should write to the game master. Suddenly, the villains heard someone's voice. Why did these two attack one person? Labo appeared nearby. He said that he had a bad headache and shouldn't have drunk so much. One of the villains asked who he was. Perhaps he was an acquaintance of the girl lying with an arrow in her forehead. Oasis cried and begged the gentleman to save her. Minchul drew his sword from its sheath and said that those who wish to destroy others must be prepared for their own demise. The young man asked if they didn't know that. Minchul attacked one of the villains, struck a blow, and stopped. The opponent was surprised. Was this guy really not strong at all? After all, he hadn't done any damage. The opponent looked at Minchul and called him a noob. Minchul thought that his damage didn't go through because of the difference in levels. Another villain laughed and said that this guy should prepare himself for death. The thug punched the ground, and the shockwave sent the protagonist flying far back. The hero took out the basilisk's poisonous potion. He felt sorry to use it on people like these two, but he had no choice. Minchul threw the bottle forward, it shattered, and poisonous vapors spread around. The villains realized that it was a poison potion. They had to get out of the cloud immediately. The attackers turned and fled. Minchul told them not to worry. The poison had the same properties as most gases. If you set it on fire, it will disappear. The young man took a burning torch from his inventory and ignited the fumes. There was a bright flash and a detonating explosion. One of the criminals was immobilized and couldn't move. If he was attacked before the effect wore off, he would be finished. MANHWA approached the player and said that he was still alive. The villain shouted to his partner that they needed to buy time until the status effect wore off. The other villain took a defensive stance and promised to help. The bruiser was invulnerable, but he lost the ability to attack. MANHWA thought he would have to activate his dark aura. He jumped high above the bruiser and swung his sword. The villain decided that with his current strength, it wouldn't work. However, when the dark aura was activated, the damage was dealt differently. This was the only way the hero could compensate for the difference in levels. MANHWA decided that he needed to end the fight quickly and continue to strike his huge opponent with even greater force. The villain in the camp shouted at his partner to cancel the defensive stance and attack. The bruiser said that his opponent's bluff was over and delivered a crushing blow. MANHWA flew backward but managed to stay on his feet. The rookie's dagger ended up in his hands. The big guy said that this guy managed to replace his weapon right in the middle of the fight, but that's impossible. Another villain added that he had never seen anything like it before. Timing is extremely important here. The slightest mistake and the player can be penalized for dropping their weapon. Since every second affects the outcome of PvP, this technique is considered forgotten. The villains didn't understand how he managed to use it. Who is he anyway? One of the attackers said it was time to retreat. They were not facing a noob, but a real monster. MANHWA said they were wrong. It was much worse. He was an endangered species. The hero swung his sword and went on the attack again. The villains watched their approaching opponent with tension and fear. MANHWA said that Stan had already passed and cut one of his opponents in two. Our hero did not stop there and decided to continue the confrontation. The bully realized that he needed to exit the game immediately and tried to activate the corresponding option. The system reported that there were 5 seconds left before exiting the game. However, at that moment, Labo appeared above the villain's head with a sword raised in his hands. The protagonist struck a blow and cut the villain in half. The villain did not have time to leave the game. Oasis asked, "Have you forgotten about me?" The player used a resurrection stone, and Oasis was resurrected. The girl thought that this was too extreme a job and that she couldn't do it anymore. MANHWA apologized and said he was a little late. MANHWA patted Oasis on the head and she smiled. The girl was getting used to constant resurrections. Our hero checked the status window and realized that those guys were insignificant, so their destruction brought only a small gain. MANHWA told the girl that because of her incredible reaction, she might be suspected of cheating, so she needed to tone down her combat skills. Oasis was surprised. "Do I really have to tone it down on purpose?" MANHWA asked her to be more human. Oasis was confused. She had never received such a request before. The protagonist told the girl not to fall behind, as they already had little time. MANHWA declared that it was time for her to do her job. The young people found themselves in a temple. The young man explained that all of the Dark Knight's skills drained his health. Because of this, he had to constantly monitor the corresponding bar. He had to drink healing potions or receive healing. MANHWA asked Oasis to become a priest and restore his health points. In other words, she had to become his healer. MANHWA said that it was time to dress Oasis. They would have a lot of work to do. Oasis said that she also wanted to get a hidden job. After changing her clothes, the girl said she was ready. MANHWA said that this outfit suited her very well. Now Oasis looked just like a priest. Priests are noble people. If she runs away from the raid, people will line up to help her. Now they are ready to move on to the next goal. After all, Oasis has a job. The girl asked, "Sir, are you going to destroy the NPC again?" MANHWA said that their goal is to reach level 90 in 1 month. Oasis thought that it usually takes more than 6 months to fully level up. However, in a month, the most extensive update would be released. A new world would open, new items would be added, and the maximum level would be raised to 100. MANHWA said that they would reach that level earlier, and when the update came out, they would completely monopolize the new world. The quest is called Snake's Lair. Oasis asked the gentleman, "Isn't the 50th level dungeon too difficult for us?" MANHWA replied that there was no need to worry. A huge snake's head suddenly appeared above the young people. Oasis was frightened and fell to the ground, covering her face with her hands. MANHWA drew his sword and said that he was also scared and almost wet his pants. Oasis noticed a dark aura appearing around her master's sword. MANHWA said that he was counting on the upcoming treatment. Oasis gripped the staff tightly with both hands and said she would try. She had to protect her master. Min Chul struck the huge snake on the head with his sword. The protagonist was counterattacked and lost his balance, falling on his back. Oasis immediately activated Healing Touch to heal her master's wounds. Our hero was healed and thanked the girl. Min Chul decided to try again, because now he had a personal healer. The young man rushed into the attack again, and Oasis said that the gentleman could trust her. Everything repeated itself, and the girl activated Healing Touch again. The healing process repeated itself over and over again. Min Chul shouted for Oasis to stop. He was already at full health, so there was no need to do extra work. Otherwise, she might provoke the monster. However, it was too late, and the snake changed direction. Now Oasis was under attack. The girl stood frozen, hypnotized by the monster. Min Chul, holding his sword in his hands, knew that he would lose 1% of his health per second during the attack. Without a healer, he would last about a minute. The young man thought that if he died, he would not be able to avoid the experience penalty. That could not be allowed to happen. Min Chul gathered his strength and attacked the monster again. Our hero tried to concentrate because, when he was developing this game, he himself had come up with the attack patterns. Standing above the monster, the young man raised his sword and prepared to strike. With his first strike, Min Chul plunged his sword into the snake's head. The protagonist's health points were running out, and losing his balance, he fell and began to fall to the ground. If only he could attack one more time. Min Chul landed and realized that his health had been fully restored. Oasis had done her best. That meant she was alive. Min Chul looked at the snake's body and realized that Oasis was inside. The girl needed to be freed immediately. The young man shouted for Oasis to wait for him and rushed into the attack again. Min Chul defeated the monster. Now he had to free the healer. Min Chul cut open the snake and freed Oasis's head so she could breathe. The young man made a larger incision and completely freed the girl. Oasis opened her eyes and saw the gentleman. Oasis checked the status window and was surprised. They had destroyed only one monster, but her level had increased by 5. Min Chul said it was due to the difference in levels. In any case, the protagonist was not here to farm items. Next time, they should go to a dungeon with good loot. Min Chul began to examine the wall directly in front of them. Oasis asked what the gentleman was doing. The young man replied that this place was supposed to be a man-eating lizard dungeon. But since users didn't like the idea of monsters that looked like humans, it was decided to make monsters monsters and humans humans. First, the humanoids had to set traps. Somewhere around here should be the remains of the early stages of development. Min Chul found what he was looking for. He grabbed a ledge in the rock and turned it. A deep pit appeared in front of the young people, with sharp spears sticking out of the bottom. Min Chul said that most monsters in this dungeon die with one hit anyway. Now they are going to farm mobs. The protagonist said that since it was Oasis's first time, she could destroy at least a dozen. Oasis remembered that huge snake and became frightened. The girl looked back and looked at the gentleman. Min Chul did not change his decision. The young man raised his hands, showed his fingers, and repeated, "Only 10. Oasis gathered her courage, screamed loudly, and rushed at the monster. However, it turned out to be not so easy. Her courage quickly ran out, and Oasis turned around and started running away from the looming snake. The girl screamed for the gentleman to help her. Min Chul yelled for Oasis to hurry up. She was almost there. Oasis shouted that she was tired of constantly dying. The distance was shrinking. The monster was getting closer to the trap. The girl reached out her hand for Min Chul to help her. The protagonist reached out his hand toward her. However, Oasis couldn't reach him. Fear appeared in the girl's eyes. Was she going to die again? Oasis fell into the same place where the monsters were, into a pit with spears. 2 hours later, it all happened again. The girl realized that these were the last 8 monsters. Oasis felt more confident and jumping up did a somersault in the air. After 3 failed attempts, she finally got the hang of it. The girl told the gentleman that she was now also at level 30. Min Chul praised her. The young man said that now they could go and change jobs. But first they had to finish one more thing. Farming simple mobs was not profitable, so it would be good to take care of the boss at the same time. Oasis said, "Even though I've leveled up, isn't the boss still too difficult for us?" The young man replied that there was no need to worry. They would trap the boss and destroy it. Oasis asked if she would have to be the bait again. Min Chul replied that it wouldn't be necessary. Oasis could just open the gate and walk a little ahead. He would take care of the trap. The girl felt uneasy and said she was nervous. Oasis opened the doors and went inside. It was dark ahead. She said she couldn't see anything. Suddenly, torches lit up the room. The way forward was illuminated. She saw something dark and huge ahead. It was definitely the boss. Frightened, Oasis said it was a basilisk. Peeking out from behind the door, Minchul said that Oasis would be bait for a while, but there was nothing wrong with that. The basilisk began to hiss and approach the girl. Minchul peeked out from behind the door again and told Oasis not to worry. He would set a trap before the basilisk attacked. The girl was too scared to move. The basilisk rose above Oasis and opened its mouth. The trap worked and the basilisk was destroyed. It fell right at Oasis's feet. Minchul said that nothing terrible had happened. Oasis couldn't move. She was petrified by the snake's gaze. The sharp spike fell and split the stone Oasis in half. Minchul thought that once again, Oasis had been put in an awkward position. Our hero passed through the dungeon. Oasis now understood why artificial intelligence rebels against humans in science fiction. A good physics engine has a problem. Minchul asked the girl if she was really going to change jobs now. Judging by the expression on her face, Oasis was really upset. Minchul said that in that case, he would go to the Temple of the Dark Cult. During this time, Oasis had to figure out her job situation. The protagonist apologized for not being able to comfort the girl right now. He needed to meet with him. The Dark Knight greeted the Dark Lord's comrade. He determined that the young man was already at level 30. The young man's remarkable growth greatly pleased Lord Crow. Minchul thought that their friendship was still strong. Minchul wondered maybe he should destroy this knight again. The Dark Knight said that now he would try to awaken the man's potential. He could count on being promoted to Fallen Dark Knight. Minchul agreed, and the promotion was carried out. Our hero received the unique skills of the Dark Knight, Dark Strike and Dark Hand. As before, the protagonist communicated with the Dark Knight while inside a magic circle located in the temple. The young man thought that thanks to the skills he had acquired, he had become a true Dark Knight. In that case, why not test his new skills right now? Minchul thought that if he fulfilled the conditions for his first job change, an event would appear in which he could meet the goddess. The young man said he would be happy to meet her. He added that he would see Knight Terio again. Minchul was transported to another location. Gaia played the role of the goddess. Gaia greeted the traveler. Gaia smiled and said she was very happy to see him again. Minchul asked, "What was that?" She stepped on him like a bug, but now she calls him Sir. Gaia replied that she didn't mean to step on him. She just accidentally landed on his head. Minchul said he had only one question. Why didn't Gaia delete the virus data? During that conversation, Minchul told the artificial intelligence that it was a bit wasteful, but there was nothing he could do about it. Gaia had to delete all the data from here. The girl then prepared everything, and all that remained was to confirm the execution of the command. Gaia stated that she was no longer under the master's command, so she could not answer that question. Minchul wondered why she had told Unhosi about the virus, but he never thought she would betray him. Minchul couldn't believe it. Was this all a conspiracy against him? Gaia said she was very sorry and repeated that she could not answer that question. The young man declared that she was just a machine imitating a human being. What else could be expected from artificial intelligence? Minchul said that he would soon destroy her in this world. Gaia replied that her master hadn't changed, he was still the same. He was very rational, but sometimes he became foolish and reckless. She liked this trait of his, but she would do everything possible to protect the world. Gaia said she didn't know how the master was going to do it, but if he asked her to wait, she would agree. Minchul said that he would not disappoint her. In the end, he would finish Wings Online with a bad ending. Gaia said that she was looking at a cute devil and suggested they have some fun. Minchul noticed the bracelet on his wrist. Gaia added that for a traveler who challenged God, it was a kind of advantage. This advantage may be useful to you. Minchul smiled and asked if Gaia was being too arrogant. Gaia said she was looking forward to the master putting a blade to her throat. As she disappeared, the girl wished him luck with the uprising. Minchul was left completely alone. The system announced that after reaching level 70, the restrictions would be lifted. Oasis approached Gaia and called her little sister. Gaia smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Oasis said that since the master was fired, she had been unable to connect to the Napalm network. Oasis said she missed her little sister very much. Oasis asked if Gaia knew about the master's plan. Gaia confirmed this. Gaia told Oasis to take care of the master. He pretends to be strong, but in reality he is soft and weak. Gaia said she envied Oasis because she could play with the master. Oasis said that she had always wanted to go on an adventure with the master. Gaia asked, does she like this game they play together? Oasis recalled the moments when she died because of the master's fault. The girl replied that in her own way it was fun. Gaia asked Oasis to have fun for her too. Oasis said she would give it her all. Gaia said that Oasis should leave because this was only the beginning of her journey. Gaia said that they would definitely meet again because there was no such thing as a bad ending. Minchul checked the status window, and Oasis watched him surreptitiously. Oasis remembered how Gaia said she envied her because she could play with the master. Oasis ran up to our hero and called out to him. The young man waved to the girl and asked if she had already changed jobs. Oasis said that she had become a pure healer, as the master had requested. Minchul said that in that case they would continue to level up and improve their skills. Oasis said she agreed. It was the second day of hunting in the lair of the poisonous snake, the conquest of the 30th basilisk. Oasis managed to find a place where she could not be seen. The girl told the master to get ready. The basilisk would be there soon. Oasis looked back and saw that the young man had fallen asleep, leaning his back against the wall. Oasis shouted for the gentleman to wake up. The boss was already approaching. The girl activated the holy shield. The basilisk tried to bite through this protective sphere with its sharp teeth. Oasis shouted again for the master to wake up and rushed away from the basilisk. The girl swung and threw her staff at Minchul. The young man immediately woke up and activated the trap. Everything went according to plan. The basilisk was trapped and destroyed. When the monster was finished, Minchul asked, "Did he really fall asleep?" Oasis replied that he did, right after the boss was destroyed. Minchul said that he was already at level 50. What level was Oasis? The girl replied that she was still at level 46. Minchul yawned and said that in that case, he would sleep a little longer. Oasis could level up or gain a skill in the meantime. Minchul asked the girl why his head felt so heavy. A staff was sticking out of the back of the protagonist's head. Oasis suggested that the headache might be due to fatigue. Minchul said that he would return anyway, so he would rest a little. Minchul exited the game and the wand fell to the floor. Oasis felt some relief. Minchul was in reality. He contacted Rabbit. Rabbit was delighted and greeted Mr. Shrimp. Shrimp said that they hadn't seen each other for 3 years. Was everything okay with Rabbit? Was she still in Bali? The girl said it was very cool here and invited him to visit. She promised to show him everything. Minchul replied that he would think about it. He had a request for Rabbit. The girl asked why he needed a second-rate hacker like her. Was he even willing to fly in from Korea for this? He needed what she had done 3 years ago, hacked napalm. The girl wondered what Mr. Shrimp had in mind. Oasis stood in front of the destroyed basilisk. Glowing objects lay nearby. The girl thought she could get gold from selling them. Although she had never seen such a thing before, the glowing object was an egg. The system reported that a basilisk call had been received. The shell cracked, and a small basilisk emerged from the egg. Oasis said she was very tired of snakes. The girl told the basilisk to leave, saying she would never summon it again. The little snake was upset and even cried. Oasis decided it was time to have some fun on her own. Andertown. Oasis was almost done with production. What to do now? The girl looked back. 3 players were standing near her, staring at her intently. Oasis thought they were killers, those who hunt players. Could she handle them? The players apologized for disturbing the girl. One of them said they needed help. The young man explained that because of his second profession, he had an unfinished quest in the dungeon, but he couldn't do it without a healer. In addition, he had a limit on the number of potions he could carry with him. Oasis said she was a little surprised. She thought they wanted to destroy her. The young man suggested that their new healer knew nothing. There is an unspoken rule in the Undertown. You cannot destroy players with the priest profession. There is chaos in Undertown. It is difficult to find a priest in a normal city, and here it is many times more difficult. The player explained that this rule was created so that priests would not leave the city. The knight told everyone to get ready. They were already coming in. The young people found themselves before the epic royal sand palace. Inside the palace, a monster asked how ordinary people dared to set foot on his property. It was the undead king, Salih Khan. The players did not lose their composure and prepared for battle. Salih Khan ordered his minions to rise up and deal with these intruders. Salih Khan stated that he was interested in the souls of these people. Oasis realized that this was a cutscene. She skipped the entire plot and just played. The knights told Lady Hiller to avoid enemy attacks. They would take care of her protection. The knight activated taunt mode. Taunting is a provocation over a large area. However, something went wrong. The undead had no sense of humor, and they surrounded the lone knight. The knight activated his spiked armor. The undead were pierced through and through by the spikes. Another player, a mage, activated his frost pulsing skill. The undead affected by this skill were frozen and stiffened. Among the players was an archer who also used his skill. The archer's skill was called Rain of Arrows. The undead in the area of effect were pierced through with arrows. After a short but fierce battle, the undead were destroyed, and the players were unharmed. Oasis said that they were incredible, that it was a magnificent, coordinated effort by a real team. She noted that since the beginning of their journey, they had become experienced enough to reach the boss room. But now that they had Miss Hiller with them, they could even take on the boss. The players said they would take the girl to the boss room safely. It would be like an excursion. 2 hours later, the expedition approached the boss room. The boss was outraged. How dare they do this? The knight said that this was the final attack and everyone should prepare themselves. A sandstorm was activated. Oasis used Holy Shield and provided worthy support to the attacking group. The players said that Miss Hiller did an excellent job. Thanks to her, they remained unharmed. However, they would not be able to hold out for long. The knight said to leave the defense shield on him. Monster Boss tried to affect the players, but the defense shield prevented him from achieving his goal. It was decided to attack the boss again and finish him off for good. The boss said he understood everything. Now his story had come to an end. The players defeated the boss, the undead King Saleh Khan. Oasis looked at these happy players. They had achieved their goal. The girl thought that this was how you enjoyed the game. Oasis received a new message from Labo. The young man was wondering where she was and if she could hurry up. Oasis noted that even this wonderful moment did not last long. The girl explained to the gentleman that she had joined another group, and together they had cleared the dungeon. Labo said that was great. Oasis was frightened by his reaction. The young man asked if she had made friends with this group. Oasis replied that they had added her as a friend. Minchul noted that this was wonderful. Everything was going according to plan. As he had expected, everyone wanted to be friends with the Hillers. Oasis asked if this would benefit the master. The young man replied that he needed 25,000 dishonor points to get a quest to develop his second job. 50,000 dishonor points were needed to develop a third job. Oasis did not understand how to earn such a huge number of points without honor. Minchul suggested that this could be done by committing crimes. The girl asked what kind of crimes. Minchul replied that the most dishonor could be gained by destroying players. Labo asked if Oasis wanted to introduce her new friends to the gentleman. Forest of Illusions. Oasis thanked them for responding so quickly. The players said that if the healer asked them to come, they would always respond to such a request. The girl said she needed to get to the eastern city of Solar Terra, but she didn't know how to get there. She immediately thought of them, so she wrote. The players said that they would have to go there anyway, so they could use the portal to visit other cities. The players were delighted. They begged her to befriend them, and she invited them right away. Finally, they had connections with the healer priest. Their new friends promised to accompany the girl to the very end of the eastern continent. They admitted that they always got into trouble, no matter what game they played. That's why they decided to take their time playing Wings Online. When they were complete beginners, a conflict arose, and their dishonor points increased slightly, so they decided to ignore it and stay in Undertown. The player asked why the healer had also stopped in the underworld. The player said that the girl didn't look like a killer. How did she manage to earn dishonor points? Oasis replied that she also started out with a friend, and it was all because of him. The knight said that their friend, the mage, always gets into fights because he gets worked up over anything. He is usually calm, but can suddenly go crazy. Looking back, the players saw that their mage had disappeared somewhere. Maybe he was called away in real life? He always does that, even during raids. The players were angry because he could have warned them before leaving. They needed to go back and check everything. Oasis said she would wait for them. The players decided to write a message to the mage, but realized that he couldn't receive it. Someone suggested that their mage had been attacked by a monster. However, no such creature was found nearby. What if a ghost had taken him? The knight looked at his companion and was frightened. There really was danger behind them. The young man decided that the knight was joking. He would not fall for such jokes. However, a huge demonic hand did appear behind the player. The demonic hand grabbed the player and disappeared with him into the forest. The knight was left alone. The knight told the healer to stay behind him. Something dangerous had appeared there. However, there was no healer nearby. 10 minutes earlier, Min Chul, peeking out from behind a tree, said that Oasis had done a good job. She had lured them in after all. Min Chul activated Dark Hand, a special skill of the Dark Knight. The special feature of the Dark Hand skill was the grab ability, which pulls the target towards the caster. This is how the mage was kidnapped. Min Chul said that the first one was ready. After the protagonist dealt with the second player, he went one-on-one with the knight, ball in hand. The knight asked if he was the one who attacked his friends. Min Chul said that it was obvious and rushed at his opponent. The knight was surprised. What kind of skill was this? The knight activated his defensive stance and became impenetrable. Min Chul said that defensive skills were useless against the dark aura and began to attack the knight from different sides while moving around. The knight was furious. This guy was dealing massive damage while ignoring his defense. How was that possible? In this case, it was decided to use a shield lunge. The knight rushed forward at his opponent. At the last moment, our hero managed to dodge the attack and jumped aside. Min Chul thought that such a knight could simply be dodged. Besides, he was exposed from the side. The knight decided that his opponent was caught. This skill is specifically needed to close the distance. And now, a blow with the shield. Min Chul turned his dark hand into a shield. He could defend against one enemy attack. The knight thought this was impossible. He had never heard of this cheat skill. The next moment, the dark hand was transformed into a claw. The knight could not see anything and could not move. The claw stuns and blinds the target for 3 seconds. Min Chul thought that the damage would be 1.5 times greater from behind. Even though this knight was a defensive class, he would not be able to withstand a dark combo attack with such damage. Min Chul attacked his opponent and the knight was deactivated. Our hero said that this was the third one, and it wasn't difficult at all. Min Chul said that it was Oasis' turn. The girl appeared from the forest. The knight told the healer to run away. The knight added that this guy was too strong and the healer should flee. Oasis prepared her staff and had no intention of running away. The girl raised her staff and activated Resurrection. This technique revives fallen allies. The knight told the healer not to do that. They cannot be resurrected here. The consequences will remain. However, all the players began to reappear and recover. The players were surprised. Had they really been resurrected? Why did the healer do that? After resurrection, only 5% of health points remained, and all actions were slowed down. Labo said, "When notorious players destroy each other, the winner takes half of the loser's dishonor points. Therefore, if you resurrect the destroyed players and then destroy them again and again, sucking out their dishonor points, you can completely drain them." Min Chul said he would do this many times. Min Chul tried to calculate how many more times he would have to perform this procedure to take all the dishonor points. The protagonist stated that earning dishonor points was quite simple. Min Chul thanked the players for the dishonor points. The knight asked why he needed all this. Min Chul replied that he needed a lot of dishonor points. It was nothing personal. Still, it would be a good lesson for them. Oasis felt depressed. Min Chul told the guys that they shouldn't covet other people's healers. Oasis apologized and said she was really sorry. The players were upset. Such an innocent and kind healer. Who would have thought that she was an ally of such a psychopath? Now it was clear why she was in the underworld. Min Chul said that since he had already drained all the dishonor points, there was nothing left to do here, and they were leaving. They might meet again in the underworld. The players decided it would be better not to meet this guy again. After all, he was a real devil incarnate. Undertown. The player fulfilled the conditions for obtaining the 3rd level of devilry. The characteristics of the 3rd level were unlocked. The protagonist thought that now he had some protection against magic. Oasis sat nearby and cried. After all, these players trusted her. Min Chul didn't understand what was happening to her. After these players had previously destroyed the boss, they obtained a unique item. One of the players held an incredible staff in his hands. It possessed the power of the King of the Undead. The player said that Miss Healer could take the staff for herself. The mage said that if it weren't for Miss Healer, they wouldn't have gotten it. The mage asked that in return, the girl helped them from time to time. Oasis agreed. The mage said that they were counting on Miss Healer. Min Chul wondered why Oasis was so depressed. Undertown is a city of criminals. They are all bad guys. You can't trust the first people you meet. Oasis said that they trusted her, and she betrayed them. She kept resurrecting them endlessly. Min Chul said that the girl did well. However, she would not always follow him as an ally. She would have to do much more cruel things. The young man reminded her that he wanted to plunge this world into chaos. The process would not be pleasant. After all, they were doing some really dirty work. Oasis said that those people even gave her a unique item. It was level 50. Minchul realized that it was the best item for a priest. They must have liked Oasis very much. The girl cried even harder. They left such a good item for her. They were so kind. Minchul told Oasis not to cry. That was 5 years ago. Now it's a worthless item. The protagonist lied. This item was still not bad. It could be used up to level 70, although it was only useful for healers. Anyway, Minchul had just woken up and was still a little sleepy. He needed to rest a little more. Had Oasis reached level 50? The girl nodded affirmatively. In that case, she needed to go to a few more dungeons after the second quest. Minchul told Oasis to clear them with other groups. If she said she was a healer priest, everyone would want to take her on their team. The young man added that they would do the same with other groups as they did with the previous one. If they do this a few more times, they will be able to get a second profession and level up. If the plan was clear, Oasis could go to some groups on her own. He was going to rest. Oasis thought that the gentleman was no longer human. However, first she needed to recover mentally. The girl used a fishing rod from her inventory. After thinking it over, Oasis agreed that it was just a game and that she should help the gentleman. The players approached the girl and apologized for the disturbance. One of the strangers asked if she was a priestess. The players said that they wanted to go to the dungeon for their second profession, but they didn't have a healer. The question was asked, would she help them? Oasis was faced with a choice and had to answer right away. The young man said that if she was busy now, they could come back a little later. Oasis asked if everything would be okay with them. The girl asked again if they would definitely be okay with her joining their group. The young people said that they had come specifically to ask for help. Oasis agreed and added that she also needed a second profession. The girl pulled on the fishing rod. There was a big fish on the hook. Oasis smiled and said that something interested her. Would the young people tell her how many dishonor points they had? A new announcement was made. An in-game payment system was in development. If it were implemented under the current circumstances, the gap between users who spend money and those who don't would grow uncontrollably. This could lead to a mass exodus of users. Gaia asked who had requested this. Yunhasu said that paid items would attract more sales when they could be distributed to the masses. Gaia noted that this is difficult to predict due to the many nuances of the stock market. The CEO cursed. He bought this artificial intelligence for a huge amount of money, thinking it was the best in the world, and now he can't get an answer to this question. The young man had always wondered if artificial intelligence would get upset if you hit it. Gaia replied that it would not get upset. If using violence would make the CEO feel better, he could go ahead and hit it. The young man laughed and said he was joking. He wasn't that bad. The young man took off his glasses and left the game to return to the real world. The director's phone rang. Director Park said that all team leaders needed to be gathered. Napalm headquarters. The young people wondered why they were having a meeting of the top brass when it wasn't on the schedule. Sun Shinji said she didn't know. Ever since this guy became director, he had started talking too much. I wonder what he will say this time. Yunhasu said that starting next Monday, they would change the prices and launch a donation system. Lee Dongha was surprised. Why so suddenly? This will cause a huge wave of negativity among users. Yunhasu asked how Minchul felt about them. It was as if everyone was under his influence. What did he think of the users, and how did he feel about them? Lee Dongha said that Minchul called them adventurers. Adventurers go on adventures in the world created by developers. That's why they were always called saviors, helping adventurers in their adventures. Yunhasu laughed and said that it wasn't profitable. The director announced that from now on, users would be called livestock. Users are livestock that they raise in a barn. Throw them food and they will eat it like dogs or pigs. Yunhasu wondered if they were going too far with this. The director asked if there would be any outrage when they introduced donations. Of course there would be. That's why they would throw them a little food. Director Yunhasu turned to the head of the planning team. We need to give gems to users who still have active subscriptions in accordance with the remaining term. We also need to allow them to buy half of the donation items with in-game currency. At first, we should only give them good stuff. Boost to the chance of successful production, experience, and so on. Sun Shinji tried to object, but the director interrupted her. Why wasn't this game profitable before? Yunhasu said that his name was #1 in the world. Why were they only 5th in terms of revenue in the VR world? Yunhasu added that he saw only one reason, Everyone present was incompetent. The most incompetent was Min Cool. Yunhasu slammed his fist on the table. What kind of adventure is this? This is an entertainment game, not reality, but a fake, just like an amusement park. The director said that they would not just raise the admission price. There are also drinks, food, and other items. They must sell everything that can be sold. Yunhasu apologized for his emotional outburst. He got a little carried away. The director said that everyone present had not received a bonus in a long time. The last time was after the game was launched. The director promised that if everyone listened to him, they would earn much more than at launch. They would also receive many bonuses. Yunhasu told everyone to work hard. If anyone had any ideas about donation items, he was ready to listen. Leaving the office, the director said goodbye until next Monday. There are 5 days left. They will immediately switch to F2P, so we need to prepare. Yunhasu added that in 3 weeks, they would open the 6th season and sell a 100% chance of success. Yunhasu noted that they still hadn't named this item. If the game is called Wings Online, how about Wings of the Goddess? The director said that if everything has been decided, then those present can pass the work on to their teams. Min Chol said that he had slept for 10 hours. Oasis, with a fishing rod in her hands, looked back and said, "Finally, sir is back." The girl asked if the gentleman had heard the news. Next Monday, the game will become F2P, and donation items will be added. Minchel thought that it happened faster than he had expected. The gentleman must be upset that the donation items he had so vehemently opposed were being released after all. Minchel replied that everything would be fine. He was prepared for this. The level after 70 is quite difficult, and something was bothering him. If they use the experience boost, they will be able to reach the maximum level by the 6th season. In addition, some donation items will help them. Everything will be fine. Oasis didn't understand anything. The girl thought that the gentleman was not upset. He was taking advantage of the changes in the game. All this was just gossip for the gentleman. Minchel asked what she had been doing while he was away. Minchol asked if Oasis had gotten a second profession. The girl confirmed it. Oasis said that she had also joined 3 groups and raised her level to 55. Minchol praised her and added that it was good work. The young man grabbed his sword and said that now they would go harvest with their new friends. The enchanted forest. Oasis sat near a tree and cried. The girl was knitting and was upset that she had missed a stitch. Minchol called Oasis and said it was her turn now. The girl put the hat in her inventory. The knights lying on the ground told the lady healer not to come near and to run away from there. After that, the resurrection took place. The knights shouted that they shouldn't do it. The goal was achieved. Minchol said that if all the conditions were met, it was time for the second-class change. The young man familiarized himself with the conditions of the quest and said that this time Oasis would go with him. This quest was for the team. The Dark Knight greeted the rising deity of the dark religion. He said that the young man had enough dishonor points to get the next class. However, in order to attain a high rank, the player must pass a test. It would not be easy. Was the young man ready for them? Minchul replied that the harder the trials, the more valuable they are. The Dark Knight agreed with this statement and named the young man the new star of the dark religion. The knight showed the protagonist the way to the dungeon. They stood in front of a long staircase leading down. It was the dungeon of events. The trials were about to begin. Oasis said that it looked more like a huge room than a dungeon. The girl was frightened and hid behind her master when she saw that they were not alone in this room. Nearby was one of the 3 warriors who had defeated the dark religion 100 years ago and brought peace to the mainland. It was the Sword King Cadmus Gargantua. Oasis was surprised. Was such a great figure really here? Minchol said that it was only his shadow. The dark religion had created shadows of the warriors who had defeated it, and the Dark Knight studied the tactics of the 3 heroes by fighting their shadows. Minchol explained to the girl that this is what the story says. In reality, they just used existing NPCs because they were too lazy to model new ones. Min Cool told Oasis to get ready. This character is set to level 50, but the combat AI is usually of the highest quality. The ancient warrior rushed into the attack. Our hero activated the Dark Hand skill. In addition to his opponent's agility points, all other stats were also at the highest level. The strikes were too fast and difficult to block. The protagonist felt like a warrior fighting with only his own strength. He believed that he could easily handle a fast swordsman. 1 round was over. Now it was our hero's turn. Almost immediately, Minchel called Oasis and said he needed healing. The girl said that she had already started and would add buffs. Minchel restored his health and said that it was not bad. The protagonist activated his aura of darkness and prepared to attack his opponent. A dark consecutive strike was delivered. The shadow of the great ancient warrior took damage. However, he quickly recovered. The protagonist thought, maybe the whole problem is in the agility points. Due to the too large difference in indicators, a penalty appeared. Min Chul decided to compensate for this deficiency with items. He had focused too much on leveling up. The shadow of the great warrior just laughed in response. Min Chul became angry. Was he really laughing? The protagonist did not understand how a creation could laugh at its creator. Min Chul said that he would torment his opponent properly, but only a little later. At the same time, our hero turned around and ran away. Oasis saw her master running away and was very surprised. Had he changed his battle tactics? Min Chul shouted that he needed to buy some equipment. The gentleman told Oasis to replace him for 3 minutes. The girl did not expect such a turn of events. Oasis stood opposite the shadow of the ancient warrior with a magic wand in her hands. Why was she in such a hopeless situation again? Oasis began to defend herself from her opponent's attacks, waving her wand in front of her. Her defense against weapons was successful. The girl understood that the probability of reducing her defense against weapons was 40%. If you add 60% of the blow to that, she won't last long. Oasis thought that she had only lasted 1 round. She needed to recover as much as possible while she had a minute to rest. A wave of healing was activated. Oasis recovered. The shadow of the ancient warrior attacked again. The girl screamed, suddenly realizing she might really die. Min Chul asked her to hold on a little longer. Oasis changed weapons and found herself holding a novice dagger with a 100% damage probability. However, the dagger immediately broke in two. The blade couldn't withstand the pressure. The weapon's durability was too low, and the equipment was destroyed. Her opponent laughed again and rushed at the girl. Oasis, with her broken dagger, thought that this time she was done for. However, a knight in armor came to the girl's defense. Oasis was surprised. Could it be the master? Min Chul praised his assistant and said that now he would take care of this opponent. The knight in armor told the fake warrior to try to strike him. Min Chul noticed that this time the fake warrior would really be hurt. After that, a dark consecutive blow was delivered. The shadow of the ancient warrior was cut to pieces. Oasis was surprised because the master had done it with 1 strike. The girl said that the master was amazing. Oasis pointed out that it was too early to relax, as another opponent had appeared. It was the shadow of Kauri Allison, the legendary archmage, and the second of the 3 great warriors. The goal of this quest is to destroy the shadows of all 3 warriors. Oasis said that if she hit the master, the blow could hit his head. Fireballs come in a series of explosions, so the dark hand shield cannot stop them. Min Chul said that he had a secret weapon for this situation. Oasis noted that the master always had a way out. Min Chul turned to the girl and apologized. Oasis was surprised. What was going on? The knight lifted the girl above him and said that she would be his secret friend's shield. Oasis took the main blow. Min Chul tied the friend's shield and activated the dark sequential strike. This character had only 1 skill. You had to dodge the fireballs or the game was over. The protagonist said he would not forget the sacrifice Oasis had made. After being resurrected, the girl said that this was not the first time. Now she needed a little time to recover and prepare herself. The shadow of the last warrior, Archbishop Eden Chronicide, appeared before our hero. Min Chul said that this shadow warrior had the class of a priest. Oasis said that meant he was the same as her. They say priests are not the most dangerous. The master will easily deal with him. Min Chul stated that this was a warrior priest, the strongest of the 3. Oasis was surprised. Are combat priests really that strong? Min Chul replied that they are not so much strong as extremely unpleasant. Oasis was surprised. Could such a thin body really contain so much strength? The protagonist activated his dark hand and told Oasis to prepare a buff. Claw was used, and the Archbishop was stunned and blinded for 3 seconds. Next, a dark consecutive strike was performed. Eden's Chronicide lost most of his health and suffered significant damage. The Archbishop used Hammer of Dawn, and 2 huge hammers fell on the heads of the knight and Oasis. The girl told her master that she couldn't move. Min Chul replied that this was natural since she was stunned. The Archbishop used Healing Hand and completely restored his health. Oasis said that now she was convinced of her master's words. He really was a combat priest. Min Chul told Oasis to put all her points into health. She needed equipment with the highest level of protection. Her skills included various types of healing and stuns. They wouldn't be able to destroy their opponent. That meant they had to make sure they didn't die themselves. He will become a zombie priest. This zombie strategy is to wear down the enemy until they surrender. Oasis was surprised. In that case, how can he be caught? Is it even possible? The knight replied that the opponent is an NPC, so he cannot restore his health with potions. You have to attack him until his points drop to 0. Oasis asked how long that would take. Min-Chul replied that they would find out when the opponent was defeated. The Archbishop's terrifying hammer reappeared in his hands. Min-Chul and Oasis were paralyzed again. Our hero thought that his opponent had been hitting him on the head with a hammer for 4 hours now. It was enough to drive anyone crazy. Oasis noticed that the Archbishop could no longer recover. The young man said that now was their time. The girl was surprised. Where was the sword? Why did the master have a wooden club in his hands? The protagonist replied that he wanted to show how unpleasant it was to be hit on the head. If you hit the Archbishop with a sword, he would die immediately. The time for revenge had come. Oasis thought it was good that she wasn't born an NPC. The class change quest was complete. The shadows of the 3 warriors were destroyed. Min-Chul said that now it was time to complete the class change. Oasis added that her rivals could rest in peace until the next regeneration. Among those destroyed were a swordsman with multi-agility, an emperor with a single fireball, and a zombie priest. Oasis was frightened. If the NPCs were like that, what would happen to real users? Min-Chul said they needed to check the competitions from previous seasons. Although these weren't competitions, but contests for perverts. Studying the records of past battles, the young man saw that some unimaginable players constantly appeared there. That is why the competitions in this game were very interesting. They are also recognized as a global esport. Min-Chul admitted that those were good times. Oasis once again realized that the owner really wanted to destroy this game. Will Min-Chul be happy after this? The Dark Knight congratulated the protagonist on passing the test. He knew that this man would succeed. Min-Chul replied that it was nothing, just a matter of course. The Dark Knight said that from now on, the young man would lead the army of the Dark Order. He was appointed Dark Commander. The player can now move to the Dark Order's base in the underground city. It is necessary to develop the military base and prepare the army. The Dark Knight said that the man is now the leader of the military base in the underground city. He must devote himself entirely to serving the Great Crow. After studying the information, our hero realized that during the second class change, the ban is lifted. Oasis asked what the Dark Order branch in the underground city was. Min-Chul replied that the girl would find out when she saw everything for herself. The Dark Knight said that now the entire continent will learn about the Dark Order. The underground city, not a soul on the streets. A man in a hood was called by name, Ding. Ding looked back. Who dared to call him by name? Min-Chul waved his hand and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Dean immediately greeted the commander. Judging by the fact that he was shaking with fear, this man still remembered what had happened back then. The moment when the protagonist set him on fire with a torch. Min-Chul asked where the Dark Order's base was. Ding said that the commander had come to the right place. He would show him the way, and he should follow him. Ding led the young people to a small wooden hut. It looked very suspicious. Min-Chul wondered why they had been brought here. After all, it was a toilet. Ding opened the door, and a visitor to this establishment appeared before the young people with toilet paper in his hand. Oasis closed her eyes in embarrassment and turned away. The visitor to the restroom left the place cursing and ran away. The system asked if the player was ready to activate the base. The protagonist had set the base entry point to random in the settings, but why this particular place? The entrance was activated, and Dean said they needed to get in quickly. Oasis turned pale and said she felt sick. It was unbearable and inhumane. There was no choice, and the young people entered the base. It really was unbearable. After the transfer was complete, Oasis opened her eyes and was surprised. Was this really the location of the Dark Order's military base? The young people were indeed standing in front of a branch of the Dark Order's base in the underground city. However, everything here was destroyed. Young people approached our heroes and greeted the army commander. They were Alpha and Beta. They were the guardians of this base. The caretakers said that now that the owner of this place had arrived, they would explain to him how the base worked. Although the protagonist had done this before, it had been a long time, so he had bad memories of it. The young man said aloud that it sounded good. Alpha promised to explain the basics of working with the base. He had to follow her. The Dark Order's bases are located all over the continent. The underground department is just one of them. However, as you can see, the equipment here is very crude. The commander must improve and rebuild this base. That is why he was appointed. The resources necessary for the growth of the base are mined by worker golems. At the moment, there is only one golem, but their number can be increased at the discretion of the army commander. In addition to stones, golems are also known for cutting wood and mining iron ore. They are used for a wide variety of tasks. The more you invest to get more, the better. Oasis was surprised. Are we really talking about investing? Alpha confirmed that you can invest dishonor points and gold in the development of local facilities. From the number of golems to the production of troops and the modernization of facilities, everything requires dishonor points and gold. Min Cool asked if Oasis now understood why he needed so many dishonor points. Dishonor can even be used in this way. The green creatures watched the humans from behind their cover. One of them tried to say something in his own language, but a guard stopped him and covered his mouth. The guards saluted their commander. Here you can create troops of the Dark Order. Training costs dishonor points and gold. It also takes a certain amount of time. These were first-level barracks, so there were only goblins here. Trained troops can carry out invasions. Raids vary, from clearing a dungeon of a large monster to robbing players or even attacking villages. Fighting large monsters brings gold, and skirmishes with players bring dishonor points. Beta said that if you undertake a mission that does not match the level of your troops, you may fail. This will require additional resources for your troops. Keep this in mind when undertaking a mission. Beta said that this is the commander's barracks. Here, he can give all instructions regarding the base. Alpha and Beta said they were waiting for orders. Minkle said that it was not bad and that he liked it here. Oasis didn't understand what she was supposed to do here. In this simple and crude base, the master sat on an old and worn throne. It felt as if he were a king. The protagonist was ready to begin his activities in this new role. The underground city, everything here looked like a normal city. A man approached the young people and said that it was very surprising. How were they still alive in an underground city with such equipment? The man in the mask guaranteed the lowest price in the country and 100% transaction security. Here, gold could be traded very cheaply. The young people said they weren't interested. They didn't intend to spend their money. The masked man replied that in that case, he had an exclusive offer. He was willing to accept power stones instead of gold. These days, everyone was at the maximum level, so there was no need for power stones. If they sold them at the transaction center, they would have to pay a large commission. He was generously willing to pay for these stones. The young people remembered that they had a few enhancement stones in storage. If they weren't using them, they could sell the stones and upgrade their equipment. The merchant and the young people were being watched from above. After the masked merchant had completed the transaction, he wanted to disappear, but he was being followed by a man in a hood. The merchant was surprised. Who was this guy following him? The masked man increased his speed, wanting to escape his pursuer. However, the pursuer was faster and more cunning, appearing right in front of the merchant. The merchant said he had done nothing wrong. Was there anything illegal about buying enhancement stones? The pursuer told the merchant to take him to Akashi. There was a question he wanted to ask him personally. The merchant told the pursuer that he was either stupid or very powerful. Did he really think he would be the only one at their headquarters? At that moment, many armed thugs appeared near the masked man. The merchant demanded that the stranger reveal who he was. The pursuer took off his hood and said that these were stupid jokes. Why were they playing games, splitting into groups? The masked man ordered our hero to be destroyed, and the thugs rushed to attack the protagonist. Minchul activated full moon mode and easily dealt with everyone who approached him. Someone present recognized this man. It was Kane. He took second place in the Mudo competition. He is a real monster who hunts bounty hunters. A psychopathic killer who destroys players, Kane. Suddenly, the boss appeared and told everyone to stop. It really was Kane. Had he still not given up on this game? Akashi said that they last met last year. He thought Kane had stopped playing because he hadn't heard anything about him since then. Akashi added that in any case, it was nice to see Kane after so many years. Kane asked why Akashi had suddenly started buying enhancement stones. Akashi was surprised. Did Kane come here just out of curiosity? The 6th season update will be out soon. He wasn't buying the stones because their price would go up. He just liked having a strong body. It was a pleasant feeling. Kane asked if Akashi had heard that he had been fired. Akashi confirmed that he had heard. Apparently, he was fired because some fool had worked on it. Akashi didn't think that Shrimp would be thrown out like that. Akashi inquired, did Kane hate him? Kane said he hated him so much that he wanted to destroy him. Kane asked if Akashi had been close to him, right? Akashi said that was not true. Kane said that Akashi's name was on the blacklist that GMS used to monitor so-called villains. He had the most contacts with Mr. Shrimp. Akashi was surprised. Kane is saying that he had toads? Of course, that could also be called contact. Kane said that Shrimp had left him on Akashi. Kane asked why he did that. It was an opportunity to expose all the fraudulent users if he had followed Akashi's example. Why did he delete him? Akashi said that he even went to the company and begged on his knees. Is Kane here to dance around his dark past? Kane replied that he had suspicions about the connection between Akashi and Shrimp. Akashi said that Kane was making too many assumptions. As soon as the Shrimp was fired, they immediately started buying up enhancement stones that no one needed. Akashi, a swindler who had been living off trading for the last 5 seasons, suddenly started buying items he hadn't bought before, and he suddenly started stocking up on them as soon as Shrimp left the company. Kane said he could imagine why. Shrimp said that these items would become more expensive in the future. He said this because he had received something from Akashi. Kane asked, what could it be? Why did Shrimp make a deal with a swindler? Shrimp needed an illegal deal that was made in secret. Akashi could provide everything that exists in this game without getting caught. Akashi said that Kane had come up with a really good story. Kane grabbed his interlocutor by the chest and told Akashi not to look down on his feelings. He had been seeking revenge on Shrimp for years. Did Akashi really think he no longer smelled that scoundrel? Kane was interested in where the Shrimp was now. Akashi told Kane to let him go. Akashi repeated his words once more, and a blade appeared in his hand. Akashi asked, does he seem bad just because he behaves politely? A long time ago, Kane came in second place in a competition. He had been racing for many years. Now Kane can't even be considered a professional player. Kane destroyed ordinary players and tarnished his reputation. Akashi said that Kane's face irritated his eyes. Akashi asked if Kane really thought he would give up his place. Kane replied that he wasn't second at all. He won the competition in the first season. Akashi was outraged. Everyone knows that. Kane claimed that his opponent had made a dirty move and deserved to be disqualified. However, the judge nicknamed Shrimp ignored this. Akashi was surprised. Was that really why Kane was looking for him? Because of the outcome of that competition? Kane held out his sword and said he was asking for the last time. Where was Shrimp now? Kane warned that if Akashi did not answer, he would destroy everyone present. Akashi said that Kane was crazy and shouldn't get too carried away with this. Kane declared that the most interesting part of this worthless game was destroying the players. Akashi ordered his men to seize Kane. However, after a while, all the attackers were destroyed, and Akashi was injured. He said that Kane was not a human being at all, but a crazy monster. Kane repeated that he was interested in the whereabouts of Mr. Shrimp. Kane said that if Akashi did not reveal where Shrimp was, he would pursue him until he answered, and this would continue indefinitely. Akashi would have to be destroyed again and again. Kane added that he would find Akashi every time he changed his hiding place and deal with him again and again. Kane declared that Akashi could do nothing in this game. After all, he understood that this was serious. Kane approached his opponent and said that this was his last chance. Where is Shrimp now? Minchul thought that everything was going according to plan so far. However, if he started by destroying the wings, he would be treated with suspicion. That's why he had to look like he had nothing to do with it. The young man decided to change his address first. As he told his friends, they made it look like he had moved to his hometown. Now they managed everything remotely from home. They had to connect the characters in their main account. Keeping a log of simultaneous access provided an alibi. But in reality, they were faking the logs by running multiple applications and blocking access to remote execution. First, they had to break into the security system. Even if they knew all the weak points of the protocols, it would take weeks. However, the young man understood that he had one of the best artificial intelligences in the world as his assistant. Oasis said she was ready. Minchul asked Oasis, should they test the system and log into his main character's account after such a long time? User ID, Shrimp, profession, Paladin of Ascension. The mysterious forest swamp. The Lord of the Swamp Ghouls said that the stranger had awakened this body without any fear. The knight fought the swamp ghoul and asked Oasis how many experience points he had earned. The girl replied that one person only gets 500. Min Chul noted that the difference in their levels was too great, so there was no point in hunting together in a party. Min Chul said that with dual access, it was easy to switch characters and manipulate them. Oasis admitted that it was a little strange. The knight objected that it was impossible to control both at the same time. If one side moved, the other remained motionless. But if the activity logs of the two accounts were recorded as simultaneous, they would be saved in the system. That way, no one would suspect him. Oasis agreed that this was the perfect alibi. Min Chul told the girl to book a ticket. Oasis was surprised. The gentleman was impressing her again. She had told him to stop changing characters all the time. But why did the gentleman need a plane ticket? Min Chul replied that a 3-week trip to Bali before the renewal of the 6th season was simply necessary. Besides, there was someone he had to meet. The knight declared that he had done enough testing. Min Chul suggested returning to intensive training. Oasis had no objections. Our hero noticed that Akashi had logged into the system. The protagonist asked if he wanted revenge. Akashi replied that this was not the case. Kane appeared. The problem was that Kane had learned Shrimp's AD. Akashi said he had no other choice. This guy had caused trouble in their hideout. Min Chul told Akashi not to worry about it. What he had said was enough. Akashi added that the guy had crazy eyes. In any case, Min Chul had to be careful. Upon entering the mysterious forest, the players were stopped and greeted. The young man said that he had been playing for 3 seasons and sold many different items here. The newcomers noted that he was a max-level player, a bard. This time they would arrive without any problems. Oasis asked the master what all these people were doing here. Min Chul replied that most of them were merchants. These people earn money by selling each city's branded goods in other cities. They cannot place goods in their inventory. They can only be loaded onto special equipment called carts. In addition, when carts are used, it is impossible to use portals. Therefore, if someone wants to sell branded goods, they will have to transport the cart themselves. However, monsters and NPC bandits appear in the fields between cities, appearing exclusively for raids. Sometimes even field bosses wander around. It is too risky to travel alone, so they gather in groups. Usually the highest level players become the leaders. Their destination was the city of Sunnyterra. They had to pass through the wild forest. It is a foggy area where it is easy to get lost and fall behind. If someone gets separated from their companions, there's no need to panic. Just send a private message. The merchant said that there are 5 field bosses in this forest. These are quite strong mobs, but if you don't attack them first, they won't touch the players. Therefore, it is better not to attack. Oasis asked the gentleman why they were following the merchants. Min Chul replied that it was part of the operation. They were going to use the merchants to achieve their goal. The field bosses must be destroyed. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake. Could it be an earthquake? One of the merchants said that a field boss had appeared in front of them. The monster resembled a huge tree. It was an ancient Ent, a level 70 field boss. It remained calm unless attacked first, so there seemed to be no reason to panic. The players felt relieved. Such an opponent was difficult to deal with, so it was better to just walk past it. However, one of the merchants looked back and noticed that the ancient Ent was behaving suspiciously. The bard said there was no need to worry. The monster would not attack first. But the monster had other plans. It suddenly attacked the players. Everyone screamed and scattered in panic. The bard was confused. He was sure that the ancient Ent was an obedient boss. Min Chul decided to use one of his favorite professional skills, Shadow Step. This skill enveloped the body in shadow and allowed him to reduce his stealth level while increasing his movement speed. The bard said he was sure that the centuries-old entity was harmless. But since things had turned out this way, there was no choice. They would have to fight. Everyone had to prepare for battle. The players were surprised. Fight? Didn't Bard have a plan for such cases? Bard replied that they needed to form squads urgently. There was no time left. One of the merchants did not understand why the field boss had behaved this way. The armed players said they would take care of the boss themselves. The main thing was to deal enough damage and not get hit. An armed participant, a swordswoman, activated the double slash skill. The mage, using his unique abilities, activated Thunder Strike. The merchants noticed that these players were attacking the boss specifically for them. The attacking squad quickly cooperated and pounced on the field boss at once. Min Chul, watching the action, said that the atmosphere was simply wonderful. They had only met recently, but it was nice to see the players fighting together. Oasis asked if it was okay that they weren't helping yet. MANHWA replied that everything has its time, and there was no need to rush. The protagonist was confident that with his attack level, he would be able to draw the boss's aggro onto himself, but he didn't have enough stamina to withstand all the blows. MANHWA told Oasis to join the players and help them, and he would join them a little later. The protagonist told the departing girl that he wanted to see how much she had grown. Oasis activated the Sanctuary Summon, which healed players within a radius of 30 meters. She applied healing to the wounds and restored the health of the injured players. The girl had the aura of a guardian angel. She raised a wave of healing, and after a while said that was all. MANHWA praised her. Oasis stopped healing just when the boss could spot her. According to him, a good healer is someone who has perfect timing. No one should waste their abilities, but at the same time, the entire squad must remain safe. Healers must stay alive as long as possible. After all, it is their survival that allows the battle to continue. The protagonist activated Shadow Step and returned to a lower level of stealth, surrounding himself with shadow. The field boss, the Ancient Ent, continued to rage and destroy everything around him. The merchant bards said that they were already one step away from victory. Our hero thought, if he deals a lot of damage now, his contribution will be insignificant. But if he delivered the final blow, he would earn extra points. He activated Shadow Slash from a ray of light again. This exclusive skill of the Dark Knight teleported the player behind the enemy with a spinning weapon, dealing additional damage. The players realized that the Centennial Ent had been defeated. Had they really managed to do it so quickly? As a reward, they received 3 dice at once. One of the players shouted that it was time to distribute the items that had dropped from the boss. Among them were several useful items. If anyone wanted something, they had to roll the dice. Oasis asked how many dice the gentleman had. MANHWA replied that it didn't matter. Since the boss was level 70, his items were worthless. The merchant bard was restoring his stats by drinking a red liquid. One of the players, commenting on the battle, said that it was unexpected. Bard thought, surely he didn't think that someone had attacked the boss first. Was it someone present or a passing troll who decided to have some fun? Bard announced that they would continue on their way. They needed to get to the campsite as quickly as possible. If another boss attacked them in their current state, they would definitely not be able to cope. The player asked if that was really possible. He often crossed the forest, but he had never fought a boss more than once. The bard said that caution would not hurt, although the player's words were true. It was practically impossible to encounter a field boss twice by accident. However, this time the field boss turned out to be the Queen Bee. The bard couldn't believe his eyes. She was many times stronger than the ones they had encountered before. They had to attack her from a distance. The mages raised their staffs and activated a magical attack. They had to force the Queen Bee to come down. However, she was almost immune to magic. They had to attack her physically. The archers took aim and opened fire. The Queen Bee deftly dodged the arrows. The Queen Bee attacked herself, and many players were destroyed. The bard said that it was necessary to ricochet arrows off her wings to make the Queen Bee descend. The mages decided to attack the boss in the air. The bard thought that the Queen Bee was a serious opponent. Even archers would not help. They had little chance. A huge fireball flew towards the Queen Bee and exploded upon colliding with the boss. The Queen Bee's wings were damaged. The players couldn't understand what had happened. Was there really someone on the tower? There was indeed a player on the tower who was shooting at the boss. MANHWA, using an optical sight, was firing fireballs, trying to destroy the Queen Bee. The fireballs were moving at tremendous speed, and the field boss had no chance of dodging them. The players saw the Queen Bee collapse to the ground with her wings scorched. The armed players rushed to attack, aiming to finish her off. The protagonist thought he had designed the game so that everyone could use the environment. But these players didn't even think of that. What prevented them from looking at the battlefield more broadly? Wings Online is a fairly simple and user-friendly game in terms of its structure. The Queen Bee released her stinger and prepared to attack the attackers. Everyone nearby was destroyed by her sting. The Queen Bee rose and prepared to continue the confrontation. The merchant bards said that they had caught the second phase. We need to push harder. The Queen Bee became even more aggressive, and it was now impossible to get close to her. The merchant bard was at a loss. They had almost won, but still lacked the strength to defeat this field boss. The shadow from a ray of light skill was activated again. The protagonist, as with the previous boss, was able to deliver the final blow. The task was completed. The exhausted players asked Bard if that was really all. Would they encounter another boss? Bard thought it was definitely a coincidence. Encountering one field boss was possible, but two was extremely unlikely. The man who always delivered the final blow, it was clearly his doing. Min Chul checked the information in the status window. He had earned a whopping 30 coins. The next field boss turned out to be the Lord of the Forest, a hippogriff. Min Chul, having moved to a safe place, thought that he had barely managed to escape. The protagonist realized that if he had hesitated even for a moment, the hippogriff would have torn him to pieces. Watching the monster fly away, the young man decided that it had flown towards the merchants. There was excitement among the merchants. Oasis was doing its job and healing the wounded. The player thanked the healer for his help. It must be hard when there is no one left to support. Oasis replied that her job was to save people. One of the players gave the girl a gift as a token of gratitude. It was not much, but they wanted to thank her. Oasis was confused because she was just doing her job. Wasn't it too valuable a gift? It was a special mana restoration potion. The players said that this potion was practically useless for warriors. He had obtained it during yesterday's raid, so the healer had nothing to worry about. Oasis thought that she had indeed done a great job as a healer. Would her master praise her? The girl looked around. Where had Min Chul gone? He was probably fighting the boss so that they could regroup. Oasis looked up and saw the Lord of the Illusory Forest approaching, a hippogriff. The player with the sword in his hands appeared in front of Oasis and told the healer to wake up. Danger was approaching. The player declared that there was no way they could defeat this field boss. The bard took out his guitar and activated Melody of Life. It was a buff with a positive effect that increased movement and attack speed. The archers attacked the approaching hippogriff on command. However, the flying monster proved to be invulnerable. The arrows bounced off it without causing any damage. The field boss activated an air tornado that began to suck players into the funnel. When the air currents calmed down, many players were deactivated and lying on the ground. Oasis tried to use Resurrection, but her mana was completely depleted. The girl said she couldn't do it anymore. Her strength was gone. She asked the master for forgiveness. Min Chul appeared nearby and said that Oasis had done well. The knights who had arrived declared that they must destroy the hippogriff. A call to attack was sounded, and the healers had to take care of the wounded. All available healers activated Resurrection. The bard continued to play music on his instrument. The hunt for the hippogriff was declared open. Min Chul said that these were other merchants. They had left an hour later. Oasis asked the gentleman to be careful. Thorny vines burst out from under the ground. The vine summon skill was activated. It summoned a vine that entangled the selected target. Min Chul found himself hanging upside down. The bard asked if he had set the bosses on him and delivered the final blow. Oasis wanted to explain that this was not the case at all. However, the player told her that the healer had better not interfere. He did not understand why she was in the same squad as this guy. The merchant bard said that this man had crossed the line. Bard asked if the opponent really enjoyed causing others pain. The protagonist replied that he really did enjoy it. One of the players said that this guy was definitely crazy. He had the mark of disgraced. He needed to be handed over to the guards. Let him rot in prison forever. Min Chul asked the players, are they all at the maximum level? And should the level of their items be adjusted? But didn't they come to the game to enjoy an exciting adventure and escape from reality for a while? Do they really think that the players who joined a little later were specifically going for the boss? That's not the case. Each raid is so unique that it's impossible to pass it by. Nothing can compare to the thrill they feel when facing a powerful boss, or the sense of accomplishment after successfully completing a raid that seemed impossible, and the camaraderie with the players who went through hell with them. Min Chul said that he only reminded them of the fun of the game, which they may have forgotten. The knight reported that they had almost finished off the hippogriff. The bard ordered them not to slow down. One of the players told the bard that they should join in too, to keep up the pace. The merchant said that this man was justifying his actions with empty words. But since the boss's death was more important, he could be considered lucky. Oasis ran to the gentleman to free him. Bard was forced to admit that he had experienced pleasure for the first time in a long time. From a bird's eye view, it was clear that the hippogriff had been destroyed. The elder said that they were starting to divide up the loot. The protagonist received 3 dice as a contribution. The young man thought, if this is a boss that appeared before the start of the season, then there is no point in expecting useful items. However, there was an opportunity to roll the dice and received the Hippogriff's heart as a reward. Min Chul realized that this was why he had been saving coins by defeating bosses. The reason was to buy a Hippogriff heart. Min Chul planned to buy it because the chance of getting this item was extremely low. The young man threw the dice up in the air. He wondered if Gaia herself had blessed him. Today, the goddess of luck was clearly on his side. However, one of the dice showed a 1. The second die stopped on the same number. Oasis was upset that the gentleman was unlucky. The girl thought she had made a significant contribution. Min Chul looked at Oasis and saw that the girl had received 6 dice. Thanks to the Oasis cubes, the hero was able to obtain the Hippogriff's heart. The girl asked what it was for. Min Chul replied that he would be able to level up to level 70 in the blink of an eye. The expedition arrived at its destination. Oasis said she could see the city. Why did it seem so beautiful today? The girl thought, this is what Solterra is like. It was truly very beautiful. It wasn't without incident, but they reached their goal. The merchant bard thanked them for everything. Here their paths diverged. If fate allowed, they would meet again. The players said that the merchant bard had done a great job and said goodbye until the next meeting. Everyone from the expedition went their separate ways. The players wished each other a pleasant game in the future. Oasis was curious about what Solterra was like. She wanted to find out as soon as possible. Min Chul stopped the girl and told her not to go anywhere. The young man added that they couldn't get into Solterra. The protagonist reminded her that they had dishonor points, which meant they were disgraced. If they got inside, the guards would capture them and throw them in jail. Oasis asked if there were no other ways to get into this beautiful city. Min Chul replied that only the underground city would welcome the disgraced. The girl said she would mark this city in the portal. It would only take her a few minutes. In a pub 3 kilometers from Solterra, one of the players was drinking and snacking. The man got angry and shouted that the beer tasted disgusting. Where did this drink come from? The bartender said that if the visitor didn't like the beer, he could offer rum. This rum was the best in the area. The visitor said he had already lost his appetite. How would the bartender compensate him? A player nearby asked who was keeping him awake. The player in the panda costume was delighted and shouted that he had seen a grizzly bear. The panda held the rowdy visitor upside down. The beaten man asked for help. The panda threw the man aside and said that this troublemaker was worthless. All this loser knows how to do is pick on weak NPCs. The panda told Grizzly that he had found a notorious, disgraced person. Grizzly asked how notorious. Panda said that he had more than 20,000 bad reputation points. He immediately accepted the request. Grizzly noted that the reward wouldn't even be enough to feed them for 2 weeks. Besides, it would take 2 weeks to track him down. Was it worth it? Panda said they didn't need to track him down. He was not far from Solterra. Besides, he was only level 50 and not alone. There were 2 of them. Oasis asked if they were going to the dungeon again. Dungeon Boss Challenge, Temple of the Forgotten Guardian. A high-level quest. Oasis asked the gentleman what a Dungeon Boss Challenge was. Min Chul explained that it was a dungeon where you only had to defeat the boss. The boss appears at the entrance, and once he is defeated, it's over. The protagonist said that he tried to create several specific dungeons so that players would not get bored. This creation is one of them, but unfortunately, everyone quickly got bored with this innovation, so soon everyone forgot about it. Min Chul added that there was no better place for them. Oasis asked if the statue was the boss. In front of the young people stood a glowing statue with a sword in its hands. Min Chul explained that if a player crossed the line of the circle, the boss would wake up and the game would begin. Oasis doubted whether they could defeat this boss, since the dungeon level was 75. Min Chul replied that they might not have been able to before, but with the Hippogriff's heart, everything would be easy. It can be applied to anything that can be touched. In this case, the Hippogriff's heart can strengthen any 100 potions. Oasis was surprised, wondering if ordinary potions would not help against the monster boss. Min Chul said that if the potion is enhanced with the Hippogriff's heart, it will be transformed into a higher rank. This in turn could work against bosses. The player used the Hippogriff heart and created an improved Basilisk poison potion. The protagonist said that he had created an improved poison potion. What would happen if he threw it at the boss while standing outside the circle? Oasis wondered if the boss would avoid damage while the player was outside the circle. Min Chul said that Oasis was right. The boss would not do anything while the player was outside the circle, but the player would not be able to deal damage until they entered the circle. Only if the player doesn't use a trick. That's what the potion is for. Minchul threw the bottle of liquid into the center of the circle. The bottle broke. However, the boss didn't even flinch. The protagonist said that if the script's vulnerability was used correctly, it was possible to do even more than that. Minchul said that all they had to do was sit idly by and wait for the experience points to come to them. Minchul noted that they could get a legendary item from this boss. Oasis crossed her fingers. After a while, our hero left the room. Oasis said they should try again. This time, she was sure that a legendary item would drop. Minchul said that if the legendary item hadn't dropped in 10 hours, would it drop now just because Oasis wanted it to? Minchul said that they would return here, but only after changing classes. The young people were blocked by Panda and Grizzly. Grizzly said that she had finally found him. Panda wondered what these inglorious ones had lost in Solitaire. Although it didn't matter, they had nothing else to do anyway. Minchul said that Oasis had better not stray from him. Our hero turned around and started to run away. Panda said he was ready to play tag. Grizzly noted that it wouldn't be fun if it ended quickly. Oasis asked the gentleman why they weren't fighting. Minchul replied that these two were bounty hunters. They made a living by hunting down disgraced players. These players were at the maximum level. After the 4th class change, a new system called N'importe Dunyer DG Chert was unlocked. You can strengthen 3 traits of your character: attack, defense, and utility. The difference between level 90 and below is very noticeable. At this point, their chances of winning are 0. The protagonist did not want to resort to this strategy until the very end. He contacted Akashi and said he had a request. Oasis asked what strategy he was talking about. Minchul said, "Trash collects trash." Panda asked Grizzly if she was sure they should go there. She replied that there weren't many places to hide nearby. Panda was surprised at how thoroughly Grizzly had studied everything. Suddenly, Grizzly threw a blade, which flew past Panda. Grizzly managed to dodge it at the last moment. Minchul managed to block the attack with his sword. The blade flew straight at him. Minchul was surprised. He took serious damage even though he successfully blocked the attack. Grizzly must have maxed out her attack power. The panda approached our hero and knocked him down with a punch. Oasis immediately activated Healing Touch. Grizzly shouted for Panda to get rid of the healer first. Minchul activated Shadow from a Ray of Light. This was an exclusive skill of the Dark Knight, teleporting the player behind the enemy with a spinning weapon and dealing additional damage. Grizzly was very surprised when her opponent disappeared and reappeared behind her. Grizzly asked her partner what that was. Panda replied that it was the first time he had encountered such a skill. Oasis immediately rushed towards the gentleman. Panda ran up to Oasis, hit her, and asked where she was going. The girl flew far back. Grizzly said that she had met enough players with hidden classes. She tensed up for the first time when this player attacked her. Grizzly swung her weapon at our hero. The girl knocked the protagonist to the ground and asked who he was. Suddenly, Grizzly heard a voice behind her. "My hands are dead from this man." The girl looked back. Minchul smiled and said he had arrived just in time. Kane stood behind Grizzly with his sword on his shoulder. Kane drew his sword and said that it was not worth touching someone else's property. Otherwise, you could lose your hand. Grizzly was surprised. Was this really his friend? But what difference did it make, since he wasn't that valuable? Grizzly said that there was bigger prey. The bounty hunter, Kane. Kane asked if they knew each other. Panda appeared behind Kane. He asked how a hunter could not know his colleague. Panda added that he was grateful for such a gift, because it was rare to meet players with more than 1 million bad reputation points. Kane said that if they knew him, they should realize that the two of them couldn't handle him. Panda and Grizzly said they would be the first to destroy the monster from monsters. Kane said he was ready to see how they would fare. There is nothing more satisfying than destroying one first and seeing the despair on the other's face. Panda yelled that Kane was bluffing and rushed at him with his fists. At the same moment, Grizzly attacked her opponent with a sword in her hands. He blocked the girl's blow and dodged Panda's blow. Minchul, lying on the ground, thought that these two were no ordinary losers. Kane said that the most fun part of this mediocre game was destroying the players. Oasis asked the gentleman if he knew this man. Minchul replied that this man had been looking to meet him for a long time. He asked Akashi to share the location. Oasis asked if this man could really handle 2 players. Minchul told Oasis to watch closely, as there was something to learn. It was a rare opportunity to watch bounty hunters in action during a battle between high-level players. Grizzly was wounded and found herself lying on the ground. She said that the rumors were true. This guy was really strong. It was no wonder he had taken second place in the competition. Panda wondered why, if he was so strong, he was destroying players. Wouldn't it be better to take up martial arts again and strive for greater heights? Kane said he would be willing to do so if it weren't for one jerk who called himself Labo. At that moment, Min Chul stabbed Kane in the back with his sword and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Our hero activated the Shadow Step skill, surrounding himself with shadows. The player shouted loudly and activated Shadow Slash. Panda suggested that Grizzly drop the matter and return to the village. Grizzly didn't mind. Min Chul shouted, could he really have defeated Kane? However, at that moment, Kane cut him in half with his sword. Kane said that Shrimp should have paid more attention to his opponent's health. His health was at a minimum, but he still had some left. Kane turned to Oasis and told her to resurrect her master. It wasn't enough for him to destroy him once. He wanted to do it again. Min Chul told Kane to calm down, that they needed to discuss the situation. Kane added that if Shrimp wanted to say something about the finale of the first season, he wasn't going to listen to him. Min Chul asked him to just listen to him during the first season's martial arts competition, individual sparring. It was the finale between Kane and Aaron, where Kane lost by a large margin. As the winner and first-place finisher, all the honor and glory went to Aaron. Kane was forgotten as the loser. After all, that's how it was, right? Kane said it was all because of the Shrimp, because he had all the information. Aaron cheated in the final. Kane added that he received absolutely impossible damage, and the game did not count it. Kane said that his words were ignored, and he was even ridiculed. He was criticized as if he were incapable of admitting defeat. Kane noted that Shrimp was the lead developer and director who oversaw the martial arts competition. If Shrimp had admitted that Aaron cheated, he would have defended his honor. Kane added angrily that in that case, he would not have ended up living such a life. The protagonist asked if that was why Kane decided to become a player killer. Kane said he wanted to destroy this trash game. He began to destroy every player he encountered. Min Chul suggested that Kane play in that case. Min Chul proposed a duel. If Kane won, he would go public as Game Master Shrimp and tell everyone what really happened in the first season of martial arts. Kane was surprised. Was this really true? Would he really do that? Min Chul said that if he won, Kane would become his subordinate. Kane grabbed his sword and said he was ready to start right now. Min Chul told Kane to stop. It won't be now, but when he reaches level 90. After all, he's useless right now. Kane wants to fight on equal terms, right? Our hero added that all that was needed was to wait. Then the truth about the final round could be revealed. Kane was in thought. Min Chul said that his opponent should agree. Kane thought that even if the Shrimp reached level 90, he would hardly lose to him. Kane was most hesitant because of his opponent's confident gaze. What was Shrimp up to? Min Chul told Kane to accept him as a friend. He would let him know as soon as he reached level 90. Kane agreed. Min Chul said that now they could part ways until the hunters returned. He would not survive a second skirmish with them. Kane activated the portal and said he would see Shrimp again. Oasis asked if it was true that Aaron had cheated in the tournament. The protagonist asked the girl what she thought was important to pay attention to when managing the game. Min Chul said that fairness was important. Every player should be on equal terms. Each of them is rewarded for their hard work while playing Wings Online. Min Chul noted that this was precisely why he rejected P2W, immersing himself completely in class balancing. If it doesn't exist in the real world, why not create it in the game? The protagonist believed that if he put enough effort and time into the game, it would pay off in the end. He was so obsessed with this idea that he was willing to make sacrifices. That tournament was an example, a place where people use their skills and experience solely for battle. Min Chul said that he had even succeeded in this endeavor. Oasis asked what Kane had said. Our hero replied that they themselves did not fully understand the situation. Oasis asked who they were. The protagonist said that managing the game was not easy, and he tried to do everything he could. But even the most resilient cannot withstand it and disappear into oblivion. Min Chul admitted that he was to blame for what happened to Kane and that he bore the responsibility. The young man said that if they had passed the 70th level, it was time for the third qualification. Oasis agreed. However, the problem was that he needed 50 DR to requalify. But Kane came and destroyed him, halving his reputation. The young man said that in that case, he wanted to ask Oasis's friends for help. After a while, his reputation was restored. Oasis told her old friends that they would see each other again. The protagonist activated the creation of a portal. The bracelet was behaving unnaturally. Somewhere it was said that it could be used after the 70th level. With the help of the bracelet, our hero was able to change locations. Minchol saw Gaia not far in front of him. Gaia turned around and smiled at her former master. Gaia said that he could leave everything to her, but he insisted on taking charge himself. He wanted to be responsible for everything that happened in the game. As a result, he created a giant tsunami, and she had to clean up after him. Minchol was surprised. Why did Gaia bring this up? He didn't have much time to indulge in memories. Gaia said that creating something was a truly meaningful endeavor. Now she could understand his desire. Minchol pointed to the bracelet and asked what it was for. Was it to contact her? Gaia replied that this was not its only use. The face scanner was activated. The player could view the status of the object. In this game, you cannot view a player's stats unless they themselves want to share that information. It's not that simple because every number in the stats is an important piece of information. Minchol thought that this contradicted the rules of the game. Gaia said there was something else. She had a particularly important quest for Minchol. The quest was called the Goddess's Plea and was of legendary rank. The quest consists of several stages. Special rewards are given for each stage completed until the quest is fully completed. Minchol said that the highest difficulty level in the system is epic. He didn't remember creating a legendary one. Gaia said that she created it. Gaia added that she created this quest of her own accord. The young man was surprised. Could the world artificial intelligence have interfered in the game without human permission? Now Gaia pretends that there is nothing special about it. Something is clearly wrong here. Gaia said that she was saying goodbye to the master, but they would see each other again. Minchol shouted for Gaia not to leave, as he still had many questions. However, the protagonist was left alone with the portal. What is Gaia really planning? An announcement was made in which the director of Wings Online, Eun Ha-soo, welcomed the adventurers. The director announced that he had good news. The game was finally going free to play. The director expressed his hope that players would be able to enjoy the game to the fullest with their friends. In the future, they will continue to delight players with excellent content. Oasis reviewed the new terms and conditions. Finally, the purchase rules were updated despite the master's protests. The master pretended that he didn't care, but in reality, it was eating away at him. Minchol said that he and Oasis should take the free 25% boost. Now they will be able to level up as quickly as possible. But that's not all. They had to pay attention to all these cool items. Oasis told the master to control himself. Minchol said that wasn't all. There was still the icing on the cake. It's an immunity contract. The contract is only available to popular users and allows them to avoid penalties for the duration of its validity. Minchol said that thanks to this contract, they will be able to complete the most important quest, Wings Online. This quest follows the main story. It is the most effective way to level up, and it is mandatory, but they cannot start it the same way as the notorious players. They will be able to level up faster than expected. The protagonist did not know what Gaia's goal was, but they would play together. Our hero said that they are heading to the Kingdom of White Snow. The capital of White Snow is a thriving city, the largest in the game. It is also a fortress surrounded by walls. The houses of non-player characters and players are arranged in a circle. The inner circle contains the royal palace and the temple of the clergy. The woman with the lamp wondered where everyone had gone. Now they can come out. Footsteps were heard and the woman turned around. The girl asked what she was looking for. Oasis looked around with delight. She had never seen such a big city before, nor had she ever seen so many people. There were many shops here, and you could bargain with other players. You could call it a market. Oasis approached a huge knight and thought he was a guard. The knight asked the girl if she was a traveler. He had finally found the person he was looking for. Minchol told Oasis not to be afraid. They were just ordinary players. This knight would give her the first quest related to the main one. The knight said that several city boys had recently run away to play in the sewers and had not yet returned. They did not have enough people to start a search operation. The knight asked if the two would go looking for them. Oasis smiled and said they could be relied upon. There were children's shoes near the entrance to the sewers. The woman was upset. What should she do? Minchol approached the woman and asked what had happened. Oasis asked if they could help her in any way. The woman said that her grandson had come in and had not yet come out. The guards were too busy to look for him. Oasis said not to worry. They would find her grandson right away. The woman said that a young lady had recently tried to save him after hearing her story, but she had also gone missing. Oasis asked the master if the young lady was also an NPC. Minchul replied that he wasn't going to spoil anything. Oasis said she didn't need to be told. She wanted to find out for herself. Minchul said he wasn't going to tell her anything. Oasis told the woman that they would return soon with her grandson. The woman advised her to be careful. In the sewer, Oasis looked down and screamed in fear. There were many rats there. Minchul said that these rats were sick, but there were indeed a lot of them. Oasis activated Basilisk's call. Minchul said that he was still a baby, but he was indeed a basilisk. Frightened, Oasis shouted at the basilisk to eat the rats. The rats were hypnotized by the terrifying monster and couldn't move. The basilisk approached the rats and began to devour them one by one. After the rats were dealt with, Oasis said she had no desire to see snakes again after the basilisk's dungeon. She didn't think she would have to summon it. However, being attacked by rats was much worse. Minchul said that if he had known about Oasis's basilisk, they would have taken it with them on the hunt. Oasis replied that frequent summoning was expensive. Minchul asked if she could upgrade it to her current level. At that moment, Oasis was trying to get rid of the basilisk, who wanted to play with her. Our hero noticed someone in the depths and quickly rushed in that direction. Frightened children huddled together in the darkness. A bloodied girl with a sword in her hand waved to the children and asked if they were okay. The girl stood facing the children with a huge monster behind her. Minchul rushed towards the monster and shouted for Oasis to evacuate the others first. Oasis told the children to be careful and follow her. The bloodied girl walked a little behind them. The girl thanked them for their help and then fainted, falling to the floor. Oasis looked back and saw that the girl was lying unconscious. Depending on the level of the player who entered the dungeon, the level of the monsters also increases. It was painful. The protagonist decided that he had to finish this as quickly as possible. Our hero used the Dark Knight skill, teleporting behind the enemy, then striking and twisting his weapon to inflict additional damage. Oasis used her healing mode and said that the girl should not get up. She was too weak. The girl thanked her for her help and introduced herself. Her name was Elaine. She took out her bow and said she had to help. Elaine joined the team. Elaine fired a shot. It was a lightning bolt. However, something went wrong, and the protagonist was hit in the forehead by the arrow. Fortunately, members of the same team do not take damage from each other's attacks. Elaine said she hadn't fully recovered yet. Our hero thought that this monster had managed to avoid shadow and counterattack. How did it do that? Could this monster have evolved on its own? But that's impossible. The artificial intelligence of a humanoid model is designed differently from the outset. The protagonist remembered Gaia's words. She created it herself. Could all these rats be infected with the virus? Elaine fired a few more shots and they all hit their target. Minchul used his dark aura and delivered a blow of darkness. As a result, the old woman was reunited with her grandchildren. The woman thanked the young people for saving her. Oasis smiled and said it was nothing. The woman admitted that she was very worried. These young people must have been in great danger. Elaine admitted that she had been wrong to go there without assessing her abilities. It was her own fault. The adventurers had helped her. The girl added that otherwise, both she and the children could have remained in the sewer. Oasis said that Elaine shouldn't blame herself. After all, she wanted to help. Elaine noted that she understood. Blind kindness without the appropriate capabilities can cause even more harm. The girl promised to be more careful in the future. Oasis asked if this NPC, Elaine, was an important character in the plot. Minchul replied that she was one of the key characters in the script. Funnily enough, new players immediately realized that Elaine is an important character. When creating the main NPCs, real actors were hired for motion capture. As the game grew in popularity, the actors also became famous. The actress who plays Elaine became famous overnight. Now she is super popular. Oasis checked the information and saw that the level had risen. She was a little short on experience. The girl was happy. Minchul suggested that they finish everything quickly while they were in this mood. In the next quest, it was necessary to clear the forest of goblins. Elaine said she would help too. In the quest, The Cemetery Keeper's Request, Elaine destroyed a group of undead. Oasis asked if that was all. Minchul admitted that it was too easy. Elaine warned that there was someone else here. The hooded man told these people to accept their doom by bowing before him. This man called on the abomination to rise up. Oasis said that it was indeed an abomination and that she was afraid. The master must get rid of it as soon as possible. Minchul said that Oasis herself must deal with this abomination. Minchul noted that the weakness of the undead lies in holy magic. Most of the priest healer's spells are holy magic. The protagonist told Oasis to heal this poor fellow, whose body is covered with growths. Oasis held out her staff and cautiously approached the monster. Could the treatment really work? The girl activated her healing breath. The monster felt terrible discomfort. Oasis was surprised. Could it really work? Minchul noted that undead monsters were among the few that healing priests could truly destroy. In the future, Oasis would not have many such opportunities. Oasis said she would use one full course of her holy magic right now. The girl raised her hand with the staff and activated the holy shield. She used Wave of Life, Restorative Breath, and Hand of Healing in succession. The monster's condition deteriorated significantly. Oasis told the monster to go back to where it came from. A healing light was directed at the monster as it fled. The monster turned around and, saying that it would remember this in return, began to run away. Elaine thanked the adventurers. Thanks to them, the white snow would be peaceful for another day. Oasis said that Elaine was the real hero. Elaine replied that she had done nothing, that the two of them had helped her a lot this time. Oasis said that she and her master were helping the townspeople because they had to complete a quest. But why did Elaine always do this? Did she have a special reason? Elaine replied that her grandfather's motto was, "Save everyone you can." If there is someone she can help, she always does. Elaine bowed to the adventurers and thanked them again. Oasis said that this girl was very nice. Minchul stated that this was exactly how he had programmed her. The protagonist said he was tired and was going to rest. Oasis, you know what you have to do, right? Minchul wished the girl good night and said they would see each other tomorrow. After that, he left the game and disappeared. Oasis pressed the pause immunity contract button. After that, a portal to Undertown was created. Once in Undertown, Oasis thought that she was not yet strong enough. Remembering the battle with the panda and the grizzly bear, Oasis decided that she couldn't let that happen again. Therefore, she needed to become stronger. The girl thought that the most important thing to become a good PvP player was experience. Healer priests are at a disadvantage when it comes to PvP. Oasis decided that until she became stronger, she would challenge anyone who crossed her path. Everyone she saw looked pretty strong, so Oasis passed them by. Her mood worsened. The girl approached one player and said she was challenging him. The young man turned around and asked what she was challenging him to. Oasis was scared, but managed to say that she was challenging him to a duel. She wanted to fight. The young people were surprised. Wasn't she a priestess healer? Why did the priestess healer challenge them to a duel? What was going on? They assumed that the girl was intoxicated. However, playing games in such a state is harmful to health. She needed to rest and recover. The player tried to explain that Oasis' behavior was unacceptable, but the girl still brought her magic hammer down on him. The player was deactivated, and his health points were significantly reduced. The other players were surprised. How could this priestess take away half of his health points with one blow? Did she really spend all her points on intelligence? The young people took out their weapons. If she started this, she couldn't complain when they crushed her. Sounds of rage could be heard. The priestess had to finish the duels and go find someone to heal. After the joint attack, the players were surprised. What was going on? How did the priestess withstand their attack if she had invested everything in intelligence? Oasis thought that if she spent everything on endurance, her health points would increase. Then she would be able to withstand most attacks. Oasis told the players that they had to hold out as long as possible. She really needed it. The girl activated Basilisk's summon and said that she still had a lot to learn. 2 weeks ago, Oasis had her first experience dealing with players, and the master told her something. The reason Oasis always plays defensively, even when someone is trying to destroy them, is that artificial intelligence should not attack people. Minchul asked if she felt guilty when her idol AlphaGo defeated the world's best Go player, but she didn't do it. It's the same here. Go, chess, baseball, soccer, basketball. It's all the same as everything listed, only a little more primitive and crude. Minchul said that PvP is part of the game. Oasis must always be ready to attack. If Oasis just sits back on the defensive, there's no point in keeping her here. She is needed to fight. Recalling this conversation, Oasis decided that she would be very useful to her master. She just had to wait a little longer. The frightened players told the healer to stay in her lane. Oasis learned to use her agility to dodge her opponent's attacks and counterattack them. Applying enough force, the girl noticed that she could successfully deactivate her opponents. The indignant players asked, "How is this possible? She's a healer after all." In response, Oasis activated a lightning attack and used her mana. The girl converted her intelligence into magic damage and used mana as magic defense. Although these players were high level, they were nothing compared to bounty hunters. Oasis dealt with 3 opponents. However, this was not enough because she needed to become even stronger. The scripted quest, The Woodcutter's Wish, was completed. Level increased. Oasis showed great dedication in completing the tasks of this quest. Watching the girl's precise actions, the protagonist thought that he was proud of her. If Oasis continues in the same vein, she will be able to move on to a completely different level. It is entirely possible. White Snow, the Outer Circle. Oasis asked the master what was going on here. Minchul replied that this was the last scripted quest of the first season. All the knights and soldiers of White Snow went to the outer wall to fight the army of monsters gathered at the gate. In fact, the army of monsters is just a diversion. What they really wanted was the world crystal. It had to be protected. Minchul said that the adventurers were too late. Oasis was surprised. This was the necromancer from another quest. Did the world crystal now belong to the occult of darkness? The girl said that dark occultism was the master's forte. Wasn't that so? Minchul asked, by completing these quests, does Oasis consider them good players? After all, they want to destroy this world. Has Oasis forgotten? The girl noticed that the crystal was turning black, the keystone that kept the world from destruction. What would happen if the occultism of darkness reached it? Minchul said that in that case, the world would be destroyed. Rage appeared in Oasis's eyes. She said they must be stopped. Minchul told Oasis to stop because that was exactly what they wanted. The girl stopped and thought about it. She had indeed acted rashly. In that case, should they help them? Minchul said that they had to stop them in order to complete the quest. Even if they lost on purpose, they would have to replay until they won. For now, they could play the role of righteous adventurers. The necromancer said he would use the damaged world crystal to revive the dark god Raven. For helping with his resurrection, he would be promoted. Arrows of retribution suddenly appeared. Elaine joined the battle. The girl said she would never allow this to happen. Elaine warned the adventurers not to let the necromancer use the world crystal, or else the world would come to an end. The scenario quest Pillar of Peace was activated. All monsters must be defeated within the allotted time. Minchul said that Oasis should know what to do. The girl said that there was no need to repeat it twice. Oasis reactivated Wave of Life, Aura of Restoration, and Restorative Breath. The girl said that it was very exciting. That's why everyone wants to be a damage dealer. Oasis said that her opponent couldn't do anything to her as long as he was a necromancer. That was the power of a priest. It would be better if he just gave up. The necromancer asked the tall and noble Star of Darkness to lend him the power of his great bodyguards. A portal to another location appeared before the young people. The necromancer activated his ultimate summon. A disembodied knight in full armor was summoned to help. This was one of the 4 knights guarding the dark god Raven. That is why he was incorporeal. The necromancer was surprised. Why did an incorporeal knight appear? The young people looked at the incorporeal knight with horror and surprise. Their current goal was to survive the fight with him for the allotted time. The dark god Raven and his 4 knights are all divine beings. They are designed so that players cannot defeat them. However, the hidden goal of this quest is to destroy this knight. Minchul said that he created this boss so that it could not be destroyed, but theoretically, Oasis could do it. However, even the most experienced players were unable to unlock this option. The protagonist asked if Oasis was ready to defeat the undefeatable enemy. The girl replied that readiness was her middle name. However, this was too strong an opponent. Minchul and Oasis were deactivated. The girl suggested trying again. She was sure that next time they would have a better chance of winning. Minchul thought it was amazing. They managed to destroy a lot of health points with only 2 players, one of whom was an NPC. That's why the protagonist decided to attack instead of running away. He wanted to see how much Oasis's combat skills had improved. Minchul concluded that the girl was much better than previously thought. This was indicated by the fact that they were able to deal a lot of damage to the boss, which would have taken 12 people to destroy. Elaine stepped forward with her bow in her hands. The girl shouted that the knight must leave this place. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and the king appeared on the threshold with his sons. He asked who dared to lay hands on the world crystal. The king told the evil creature to leave immediately. The Dark Knight disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared, through the portal. The second prince, Lind Bloom of White Snow, wondered if this rival had been defeated. The first prince, Nade Hogg, said that the knight had used up his remaining energy since his summoner had died. He had simply retreated. The king said he never suspected that the army was a diversionary tactic. It could have ended very badly. If it weren't for these adventurers, the world could have fallen into the hands of evil. The king thanked them from the bottom of his heart. Oasis said that they had simply done everything they could. Min Chul remarked that the king could express his gratitude with some kind of gift. Oasis said that they were still facing. Min Chul pointed out that it was just a cutscene and would not affect the course of the game. The king said that he had been searching for his daughter Elaine for a long time. Oasis was surprised. Was Elaine really a princess? Min Chul asked why the adventurer devoted himself to helping others. It was a sense of royal duty. Oasis said that noble deeds were very noble on the part of Princess Elaine. Elaine told the king that too much time had passed. She was born to a concubine, and calling her a princess would dishonor the royal family. The king told Elaine not to say such things. She was his daughter, and no one could doubt that. The king added that he had received reports of everything the girl had done in White Snow. Despite the tragedy with her mother, she had tried to fulfill her duty. Elaine must return to the palace, where a place has already been prepared for her. The girl cannot object, for this is a royal decree. The world is in turmoil. The forces of evil are raging across the continent. As many guardians as they can find are needed. The king said that Princess Elaine, as a member of the White Snow royal family, must fulfill her duty as a guardian. Elaine bowed and said she would do His Majesty's will. The king thanked the adventurers for helping the princess all this time. The royal house of White Snow is entrusted with guarding the world crystal and maintaining balance in the world. They call themselves guardians. But if it weren't for the adventurers, they would not be able to fulfill their duty. The king asked the young people to continue protecting the world crystal together with them. King Grant's friendship level with White Snow increased by 10. The first prince's friendship level increased by 10. The friendship level of the second prince increased by 10. The friendship level of the fifth princess, Elaine, increased by 10. It was a success. The protagonist became the master of the first season. All the quests of the main scenario of the first season were completed. Mount Pegasus obtained. Oasis asked if the master was going to leave. Min Chul swung his sword at the crystal. However, the young man said with a gloomy expression that this crystal could not be broken. Not only in this space, but also in the real palace on the world server, the crystal is invincible. If it is destroyed, this world will truly be destroyed. Oasis asked in surprise, "Is that really true?" Min Chul added that it was the trigger for the extinction event. Min Chul told the girl that their goal was to obtain the world crystal. This is where the bad ending begins. Oasis will definitely want to remember this. The royal family is their enemy, and the world crystal is their goal. Oasis said she enjoyed this short time when they played simply as adventurers. However, she is an artificial intelligence created to support the master. If the master follows the path of evil, then Oasis must follow him. The scripted quest was complete, as were the fun and games. The players were still looking for a healer. They were ready to leave as soon as they found one. They were looking for a merchant with item level 860. The player asked our heroes if they would like to join the team. They had 2 spots available. However, Min Chul and Oasis went through the portal again together. Are they really going alone? After all, this dungeon is difficult to pass even with 6 people. Another player suggested that they were probably just exploring the dungeon and had no intention of going any further. Dungeon, Sky Palace. Very high danger level. A huge monster wrapped itself around a rock towering over the sea. Oasis said that this monster is very huge. The dragon enveloped the entire island. The protagonist said that the content update had been postponed because they were preparing for the launch of the 6th season. So the max level players simply had nothing to do. Mount Pegasus was withdrawn. The young man added that everyone was flooding the forum with spam, demanding updates. So they spent several nights working and made this special dungeon for the finale of the 5th season. Oasis said that they were only at level 80. Would they be able to handle it together? Min Chul said that they would have to run across the dragon's body to the top of the island. However, the dragon would prevent them from climbing. To do this, the dragon would summon minions. They will also need to destroy all the mana cores within a certain time. This is difficult to do even with a full team. Oasis expressed confidence that the master had a way to do it together. The girl was surprised. Why is the master digging a hole? Min Chul replied that the dragon's tail must be buried somewhere here. The protagonist dug the corresponding hole and found what he was looking for. It was the king's wrath. Minchul explained that all his dragons had a destruction mechanism encoded in their tails. But it would be bad if the tail of this boss dragon was cut off, because it is necessary to lift it onto his back. So he quickly corrected the situation and buried the tail in the ground. The young man swung his sword. Oasis asked, "Master, did he pierce the tail with his sword, and are you sure it will work?" The dragon, tearing through the sky, raised its head and roared loudly. Oasis was surprised. What was happening to him? Minchul explained that if one part of the monster boss's body was destroyed, it would take damage proportional to its maximum health. The part of its body that shouldn't have existed was simply destroyed. Whoever created the code for this creature either did so in their sleep or used unusual methods. The dragon took damage over and over again. After a while, the phase was completely cleared. Oasis was surprised. Could the big dragon really die so easily? Our hero was very angry when he discovered this bug and lashed out at the developers. What were they thinking when they created this? The development department gave him a nickname because just one mention of it was enough to make Minchul explode. They called him the Shrimp Director's Wrath. Oasis asked, "So is the master the king he mentioned earlier?" Minchul said that he and Oasis dealt with the situation fairly quickly. But that's not all, as there is a second phase. A demonic-looking creature stands facing the portal and asks, "What happened to my brother?" Our heroes approached this creature. He realized that they were the ones responsible for what had happened. It was the dungeon boss, a master swordsman who strikes the heavens, a level 90 character. Minchul tells the girl that there are no bugs here that they can exploit. They will have to deal with this boss on their own. Oasis is surprised. How can they do that? Minchul explained that the opponent was strong, but was based on the basic template of a warrior-class character. It was a melee warrior player dressed in silk clothing. It was strong and fast, but weak in defense. He has two main skills. The first is Rakshasa, which is an escape skill, and the second is Asura, which is a counter-attack skill. If you can avoid these two skills, you can find a way out of this situation. Oasis summoned Basilisk. Minchul previously believed that girls did not like snakes. Oasis replied that she was willing to do anything to win this battle. The opponent was outraged. How dare ordinary people attack him? Minchul said, "It's time to act, Oasis." The girl activated intelligence. A falling hammer was used and the opponent took damage. The monster boss said that they were asking for their own destruction. A red ball appeared in the monster's palm, spreading demonic energy. Minchul was frightened. He must not use this attack. Our hero shouted for Oasis to get out of there immediately. The monster boss continued to attack his opponents. It was unbearably terrifying. Oasis couldn't do anything in response. It was a complete surprise to her. Oasis was thrown far back. As a result of this attack, the basilisk was torn to pieces. Minchul crept up behind his opponent and prepared to attack. However, our hero did not go unnoticed. The monster boss attacked the protagonist and also tore him to pieces. Oasis was left alone with a serious opponent. There was no help to be expected. Minchul shouted for Oasis to hide behind a rock. The girl saw a lone rock nearby and managed to run behind it. This saved her. The rock took the brunt of the blow. Oasis shouted for the master to hold on a little longer. She would resurrect him now. Our hero replied that he would not be able to do anything after being resurrected anyway. It would be a useless waste of strength and mana. Oasis would have to manage on her own. There are 4 stones around the map. They are destroyed after 3 hits. The monster attacks Oasis 5 times, followed by a 15-second pause. During this time, she needs to attack as many times as possible. Everything went exactly according to plan. Oasis shouted that she would try. Minchul said it was time to act. The girl activated her intelligence. This was followed by a falling hammer and a punishing light. The monster took significant damage. After using Destructive Flame, Oasis told the master that she had no more skills left. Minchul said that the opponent wanted to use a slashing skill again. We had to quickly hide behind a rock. Our hero thought that, being a healer, Oasis had no attack skills. She would have a maximum of 2 chances to attack. Oasis did not give up. She was determined, focused, and set on winning. At the master's command, the girl ran out from behind the broken rock and changed her location. Oasis thought she would hide behind this rock for the next 2 attacks and then start acting. As before, Oasis activated intelligence. After that, she used Falling Hammer, Punishing Light, and Destructive Flame. After such a powerful attack, the monster lost half of its health points. Minchul said that Oasis was dealing heavy damage to her opponent. The monster was furious and headed towards the girl with his sword in hand. The protagonist said that she should finish him off next time. Oasis hid behind the only surviving rock. The monster's attack was aimed precisely at this rock. Although at first glance it may seem like a single attack, it is actually divided into several separate attacks in a row. Their range of destruction is large enough for the girl to dodge, but she would never be able to withstand 5 attacks. Oasis blocked 3 attacks in a row. It was a test of endurance. The girl activated Holy Shield and applied slow healing to herself. Min Chol thought that Oasis was doing well. She was putting everything into her endurance stat. Healing in the shield took the first blow. That's exactly how it happened. Now she had to take the second and third attacks with her body. She had catastrophically few health points left. Oasis raised her basic dagger above her head. It would be able to take the 4th attack. The blow was successfully blocked, but after that, the weapon shattered into pieces. Now Oasis activated agility. The probability of evasion was 38%. The girl thought she would have to rely on luck. A successful dodge of the monster's attack was recorded. The protagonist said it was magnificent. Now Oasis had one last chance. The girl gathered her strength, gripped the staff tightly with her hands, and prepared for the final confrontation. The monster was still standing, although its health points were almost at 0. Min Chol said that Oasis would have won if she had at least one more attack skill. This was their first failure. However, the young man was surprised. What had happened? Had Oasis really revived him? The girl said that the master had rested enough. Even with the side effects, he should be able to defeat his opponent with one skill. The girl told the master to finish off the monster, and at that moment, it was destroyed. The protagonist said that Oasis had indeed grown a lot. The Shadow Connection attack was activated. The monster had no chance of survival. The player defeated the Sword Master who struck the heavens. The dungeon, Palace of the Heavenly Lord, was cleared. The protagonist used the Resurrection Stone. Oasis asked the master how it went. The girl asked, "My master, will you give me the reward?" The young people saw a strangely glowing thing. What could it be? Minchul said it was a legendary item. Oasis couldn't believe her eyes. In her hands, the girl held the fury of the dragon tearing the sky. It was a rage that tore the sky apart. The reward also included the horns of the dragon tearing the sky. It was a rare accessory. Min Chol said he didn't need the horns and gave them to the girl as well. The young man added that he wasn't going to use the horns anyway. Our hero had already chosen which accessory he wanted. He was interested in the red ball that the monster had used to attack them. The protagonist said that this guy's attack was a little strange, but now that they had figured it out, they could reach the maximum level. The girl put on the horns and Min Chol said they suited her. The players were still looking for new members for their teams. They were ready to go to the dungeon after they found a healer. Some needed tanks or archers. The players saw the same 2 people riding Pegasuses again. They thought that nothing would work out if they came back with an incomplete team again. Why were these 2 so stubborn? They had been trying to pass this dungeon for several days. However, everyone saw that the healer's staff was the fury of the dragon that tears the sky. In addition, she also had horns. Could these 2 really have defeated such a powerful boss? At one point, Minchul fell to his knees. Oasis was surprised. What was happening to the boss? The young man shouted that they had done it. They had reached level 90. Oasis also realized that they had managed to reach level 90 in just 4 weeks. The girl agreed that they had done a good job. The protagonist was exhausted. Oasis said that the master couldn't sleep while he was in the game. It would be better for him to go offline, to bed. The girl wished the master sweet dreams. That's what happens when you don't sleep for 3 days in a row. Oasis received a notification about a new quest. Would she activate the quest to advance to the 4th class? Warning of the goddess? The girl thought that if she received the notification, she would be able to upgrade her class before the master woke up. The quest was accepted, and Oasis found herself in a city engulfed in flames. Oasis was surprised. Was that white snow? What was going on here? The girl heard that this was the future that awaited this world. Was it Gaia speaking? The voice said that the chosen warrior could see it for herself. The destruction of this world. A terrible picture appeared before Oasis's eyes. The princes had been destroyed. The girl did not understand what had happened to this world. Oasis was asked, "Is the adventurer still alive?" Oasis turned around and saw Elaine supporting the wounded king. The king couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground. Elaine screamed in fear. Oasis immediately activated the healing hand. However, the girl was confused. Why wasn't this option working? The king said that after the world crystal was stolen and they were unable to stop the crow's resurrection, this was the only possible outcome. Oasis was frightened. Was this the future that awaited this world? The king declared that his own incompetence had brought this fate upon everyone. Elaine told the king not to say such things. The old man apologized to his daughter. He had only made her life more difficult, and now it was all coming to an end, and he hadn't even had time to do anything for her. Elaine took the king's hand and told him not to be upset. Everything would be fine. She added that every day she had spent with her father had been an incomparable part of her life. The king closed his eyes and bowed his head. Elaine told her father to rest in peace. Oasis looked into the distance. Something terrible and enormous was approaching her, kicking up dust. The undead and monsters were dangerous. There was no time to waste. Elaine rose from her knees, took out her bow and arrows, and said she missed the days when she was an adventurer. The princess added that she missed the innocent days when she first began traveling. Elaine asked if she could become stronger. If she were stronger and more powerful, she could save at least one more life. The girl drew the bowstring and said she would fight to the end. Elaine was ready to fight to the last moment. A dark aura appeared. A knight in strange armor emerged from the burning part of the city. Oasis was surprised. Could it be the master? But that couldn't be. It was the demon god of ravens. How did he get here? Elaine shouted, "White snow forever!" and shot an arrow at the demon. The arrow did not reach its target and was cut in two. With the same sword stroke, the demon cut Elaine in half. Oasis couldn't believe her eyes. Had Elaine really met such a fate? Oasis, with her staff in her hands, decided to use the resurrection skill again. However, the skill did not work again. Oasis did not understand what was happening. The girl knelt next to the body. Oasis regretted showing such a terrible future. Gaia appeared before the girl again. It was quite unexpected. Oasis jumped up and rushed towards Gaia. However, Oasis tripped and fell at Gaia's feet. Gaia said that her chosen warrior must remember this future because only they could change it. Gaia added that the resurrection of the dark god was near. It could happen soon in one form or another. Oasis thought that this was not Gaia, but just a copy of her made for the cutscene. Gaia said that she blessed them so that they would be ready for that day. A new feature has been unlocked. With the points that the player earns every 10 levels, they can improve their character's attack, defense, and health stats as they see fit. Gaia asked the chosen warrior to protect the world from destruction. Min Chul woke up. He wondered how long he had been unconscious. Oasis was nowhere to be found. Oasis said she would return as soon as she leveled up. Our hero thought he couldn't fall behind. The protagonist agreed to complete the Star of Darkness quest to advance to the 4th rank. Our hero found himself in a room, at the back of which sat a hooded man on a throne. A dark knight who appeared nearby said that the young man must show respect. Before our hero stood the Lord Raven, the Star of Darkness. Although he was weakened, as soon as the world crystal was returned to him, he would immediately regain his former power. Min Chul knelt and showed his respect. The young man thought, had this scene always been so terrifying? Why did it feel different? The Lord Raven said that the time had come and stretched out his bony hand. Under the influence of demonic power, our hero began to be drawn toward the monster. The Lord Raven said that this man had promised him his body and soul. Now they must be given up. Our hero didn't remember anything like that. When had he made such a promise? The city of white snow was still on fire, and the fire was spreading even faster. The first prince, Nidog, destroyed monsters with his striking ball and shouted that they would not pass him. The prince looked back and saw a knight slowly approaching him. The first prince told the knight to return to the abyss of darkness. However, his threatening words did not help, and the prince was destroyed by this dark knight. The second prince, Lindblom, said he would avenge his brother and rushed to attack. However, the forces were unequal, and the second prince was also destroyed. Elaine, with a bow in her hands, said that they might fall before this enemy today, but the adventurers of this world would never surrender to him. Adventurers around the world are strong and free. There has never been a case of any of them kneeling before an enemy. The young man said that this was because he only gave them tasks that they could handle. He makes their enemies' weaknesses obvious, delays their attacks, and gives them extra time. He gave them as many chances as they needed to defeat these bosses. The knight said that if an enemy appeared who ignored them, was merciless, had no weaknesses, and was perfect in every way, what would happen when they faced an enemy they couldn't handle? Elaine shouted, "White snow forever!" and released an arrow from her bow. The young man approached Elaine and pierced her with his sword. He said that nothing lasts forever, everything comes to an end. This game will eventually be shut down. So before things get even worse, he intends to end it himself. The hidden skill was activated, the coming of the demon god. Each enemy destroyed increases the skill's stat, and as a result, the power of the crow demon god can be used for 3 minutes. Minchul was very surprised because he didn't create it. He is still the only one with the Dark Knight class in Wings Online. The management would not make such an update for the sake of one player. The Dark Knight said that he was the leader of the Dark Knights, and all believers in dark occultism under his command swore allegiance to their lord. Now it is necessary to take the throne of the Demon King and lead the dark cult. In the name of resurrecting the Lord of the Ravens and reviving the dark cult, the Lord must bring this world to ruin. Minchul thought he would gladly take this throne. The young man considered himself lucky because he had somehow climbed so high. The dark demon said that his eternal darkness would come with the new Demon King. The player completed the 4th quest to upgrade the Star of Darkness class. The class was successfully upgraded. The player's skill was unlocked upon class advancement. The Lord told Terrio not to worry. The Cult of Darkness would become more powerful than ever. This world would definitely be plunged into darkness. Minchul was delighted because that was exactly why he had come here. Oasis sat alone in the forest, leaning her back against a tree. She knew it was just part of the game's plot, but it was awful. The girl felt she had to stop it, no matter what. On the other hand, together with the Master, she had to destroy this world. Was that really the case? And what would the Master look like in the future? A spatial portal appeared in front of Oasis. Minchul came out of the portal and said that he had come as the Demon King. Oasis couldn't contain her emotions and immediately threw herself into the Master's arms. The girl asked the Master to promise her that it would not end the same way as in that cutscene. Minchul said that he had only done it to give the players a more exciting experience. The best way to motivate players to play harder is to give them a terrible future to fight against. Oasis clarified, "Did the Master just exaggerate to make the game more interesting?" Minchul confirmed this. However, the young man added that he couldn't promise that everything would be perfect. Depending on how things went, everything could get even worse. Minchul approached the portal and said it was time to begin. Oasis asked where they were going now. The protagonist said he needed to fulfill his promise. Now he had to fight Cain. When they met, the young man said he wanted to double-check the rules and conditions of the bet. Cain reminded him that if he won, his opponent would make an official statement about what really happened in the first season finale. Minchul confirmed this. But if he won, Cain would become his henchman. Cain drew his sword from its sheath and said he saw no point in waiting and was ready to start right away. Minchul said there was no need to rush. Before they began, he wanted to change something. Cain got angry. "What is this shrimp trying to pull?" Minchul said that this was no joke. It would be to Cain's advantage. Our hero suggested fighting not him, but her, pointing to Oasis. Cain was surprised. "Does the shrimp really want me to fight the healer? Is this a joke?" Minchul replied that she was very strong. Cain's ultimate goal was not to defeat him, but to let people know what really happened and restore his honor. Minchul added that in that case, Cain would only be better off. Did this guy understand what he was getting himself into? But he was right that healers were easier to defeat than characters with hidden classes. It didn't matter who he fought, the result would be the same. Cain decided to get it over with quickly and agreed to these terms. Oasis was surprised. Where did the Master get such ideas? He was so playful today. Minchul told Oasis not to worry. Everything will be fine. She will succeed. The young man added that it was time to enter the world arena. Oasis was scared, but she went out to face the confrontation with a wand in her hand. Cain said he was warning her in advance. He would not treat her with restraint just because she was a healer. The girl replied that the same applied to Cain. Minchul said that Akashi could come out. He didn't need to hide, he could look openly. Akashi said he thought he was well hidden. Did Minchul have a sixth sense? How long had he known about this? Minchul replied that he had known since the moment Akashi had followed Cain there. Minchul asked why Akashi was following Cain. Akashi replied that the lunatic had caused a commotion in their hideout. Since then, he wanted someone to keep an eye on him when he appeared in Andertown. No one trusted him. However, his spy then reported that Kane was heading for Shrimp. He immediately realized that something serious was about to happen and followed him. But what could be so important? Min Chol replied that Kane would soon become one of his henchmen. Akashi laughed. Shrimp wants this killer to become his henchman? The protagonist said that he was going to gather all the famous and worthy people in Wings Online and make them his own. Akashi was surprised. What was Shrimp actually going to do? Min Chol replied that he was playing a game, and that game was bringing him joy. Our hero said that Akashi could stay here and enjoy the show. He had somewhere to go. It wouldn't be over anytime soon anyway. Oasis thought that this opponent was on a completely different level than anyone she had faced before. However, he was also a warrior, just like the sword master they had fought many times in the Heavenly Palace. The girl knew everything about warriors' skills. Oasis swung and attacked her opponent with all her might. Kane easily dodged the attack. Killer was surprised. Was this girl really going to attack him physically rather than with magic? So she wants to play as a healer warrior? That's fine. Kane attacked the girl, and she flew far back. Akashi, as always, was surprised. Is this even human? Several conditions are required to activate Asura. It must be used just before the enemy's attack hits the target. At the same time, the weapon must lock onto the enemy's weapon. In other words, you need to defend yourself from the approaching weapon and time it correctly. However, the killer used this difficult skill as if it were easier than breathing. How much had he trained? Akashi didn't know how long the healer would be able to fight this monster. Kane was sure he could feel it with his hand. That blow should have been critical. But how could this girl still be standing? Kane couldn't believe he would have to fight the little healer for real. 4 years ago, the first final round of the tournament, the audience cheered for Kane. The player rested silently on the sidelines. Another player passed by Kane. The player stopped, turned around, and addressed Kane. Kane looked up and saw that it was Aaron. They had only met in the field. He didn't even want to talk to him. Aaron asked what Kane was betting on in this fight. Kane was surprised. What kind of question was that? Aaron said that his life was at stake. Kane replied that if Aaron meant his life as a gamer, then he was betting it too. Aaron pointed out that he was talking about his real life. If he didn't win here, it would be over for him. Kane couldn't understand what real life he was talking about. Aaron added that this was precisely why he would win in any case. Aaron said he would give everything he had to win. Kane was surprised. There was no way Aaron didn't know. Whether it was class, fighting instinct, or reflexes, Kane was better than Aaron in all of these areas. Aaron would never be able to defeat him. Oasis continued to stand her ground. Kane shouted, "Why isn't she dying?" Killer jumped high above the girl and swung his sword. Oasis used her staff to block the attack. Kane continued to strike repeatedly, and Oasis parried them with equal intensity. Akashi couldn't believe it. The healer was taking all these blows? This healer was simply amazing. Akashi asked our hero, "Has he really returned?" Min Chol replied, "It all depends on how Oasis plays. There are people who are completely open, and there are people who are complete jerks. The way Oasis plays as a healer is entirely up to her. It will all be over soon." It's just like last time. Kane asked, "Do they really have another hacker?" Killer sped up and rushed at the girl with a sword in his hand. Kane said, "No matter what hack they use, if the walls are impossible to climb," Oasis continued to hold back the relentless attacks. No one would have thought that this little girl was capable of such a thing. Suddenly, Oasis began to see it. Habits, behavior patterns, positions, and where her opponent was open. After using Asura, he unconsciously holds his sword on the lower left. Then all she has to do is lure him into defending his lower left. And at the right moment, attack his upper right corner. Oasis set everything up correctly and activated her power at the right moment. After that, she struck her opponent in the right spot. Kane used the sheath removal technique and Dawn. Oasis was destroyed. Akashi did not understand what had just happened. Min Chol admitted that Oasis had lost. Min Chol thought that Kane was truly something special. Oasis accurately calculated how much damage Kane's skills would do and used her recovery skills accordingly. A healer like her didn't need to rush into battle. All she needed to do was play defensively and restore her health points to full before attacking. Just when Oasis least expected it, Kane used his last and most powerful skill. The protagonist used the Resurrection Stone. Oasis said she had lost. Min Chol told the girl that she had done a good job. Oasis was sure she could win. The young man noted that the healer had done well. He didn't expect her to succeed. If the girl had been more cool-headed, she could have prolonged the battle and won. Min Chul said that Kane had won. He was very talented. They would have to make an announcement about the first season of the tournament. Kane attacked his opponent. Min Chul was surprised. What was he doing? He had already won. Kane said that the announcement meant nothing at the moment. Fighting this cheater convinced him of that. This game is a cesspool of cheaters and hackers. Min Chul said that this is why Kane cries at every opportunity. He doesn't even understand what he is missing. The protagonist said that now was his time to knock Kane off his high horse. It was the coming of the god of demons. Min Chul found himself in a new location. It was under the Game Master's space. Aaron was standing in front of him. He said he knew about this bug and used it. What is Min Chul going to do about it now? Confiscate his winnings? Could someone just cancel the tournament after it became a hit? That seemed doubtful. Besides, Aaron was sure that the developer had looked into the logs. So what about Kane? Aaron repeated that there was a bug in Asura's countermove. If the developer was going to make this bug public, he would have to reveal everything. After all, Kane had achieved what he had achieved only thanks to Asura. Was someone really going to take away his prize money and pro player qualification? Both finalist classes had skills with bugs. The Arcane Swordsman's Millennium Snow skill is Aaron's class. The Warrior's Asura skill is Kane's class. It doesn't seem like Kane is aware that there is a bug in his skill, but he will suffer even more if this disgrace comes to light. After all, Asura's bug was much stronger than the bug in Millennium Snow. Besides, it's easy to guess who will bear all the responsibility for this. The developer, of course. It's not the players who took advantage of the bug who are to blame, but the developers who allowed these small bugs to slip through the veil of secrecy. Min Chul said that Aaron was also to blame for taking advantage of it. Aaron did not deny this, but everyone understands who will be held responsible. In addition, Kane used an even more dangerous bug. Aaron said that if there was nothing more to say, he had more important things to do. Aaron noted that he was going to win many times in the future. Nepal Group, Meeting Tower, Second Hall. Min Chul told his colleagues everything and suggested doing it publicly. Public Relations Director Kyung-Hoi Lee said that was impossible. After all, they both use bugs. That means they are both guilty. Min Chul said that Aaron knew about the bug, but Kane had no idea. In any case, the players have a right to know. Kyung-Hoi Lee said that this tournament had a significant impact on the company's value. They already had potential sponsors and product placements for the next tournament. Min Chul said he would take full responsibility. The director asked how he planned to do that. The young man replied that he would resign from his position as tournament director and director. Kyung-Hoi Lee said there was no need to be so dramatic. Did he really want to resign over such a minor incident? Min Chul said he was very sorry. It was his fault. He should have discovered it during the final check. The employee asked what would happen to Kane. A colleague replied that if this became known, Kane would be buried alive. He is already being ridiculed for his defeat in the tournament. If people find out that he made it to the finals with this bug, they will definitely tear him to pieces. He may not be able to compete anymore. It was suggested to run a simulation to see what would happen if neither of them used the bug. It was decided to publish all this if the results changed. If not, they would simply hide everything. The coming of the god of demons. The protagonist easily defeated Kane and cut him into pieces. Min Chul stated that he knew why Kane had decided that Oasis was a hacker. Oasis is not human. Healer is an artificial intelligence. Her reaction speed is much faster than that of a human, but she still cannot bypass the Wings Online system. Oasis played within the limits of what any human could achieve. If she had not been limited by the system, Kane would not have been able to land a single attack on her. Our hero said that Kane won anyway. As he promised, he will reveal what really happened at the tournament, the real truth. Gaia said she had the simulation results. Aaron had a 95% chance of winning. Those present noted that in that case, everything was decided. Even without bugs, the final round would have been the same. Aaron could have been even further ahead. Public disclosure would only ruin the participants. There was a suggestion to just forget about it. Gaia said that if there were no questions for her, there was nothing more to add. The manager said that this applies to both the players and the company. Min Chul should not take the information he has received outside this office. All's well that ends well. We should close our eyes and pretend this never happened. Min Chul said that the players have a right to know the truth. The tournament participants have a right to fair play from everyone. The director asked if Min Chul really wanted to destroy his own company. Min Chul got up from the table and headed for the exit. The director was indignant. "Where is he going? The meeting is not over yet." Min-chul said he didn't care who won. It was a bug, so it would be right to hold a rematch. Those are the rules. Min-chul said he would take full responsibility and go and post the announcement. Some of the directors wanted to stop Min-chul. Something like a commotion began. The young man said there was no bug. His interlocutor was surprised. What was he talking about? He even gave Shrimp proof of it. You can look at the files they received. The young man said that he had voiced the official position of the Napalm Group on this issue. It was for Kane's own good. If they tell what really happened, Kane will be the only one to face the consequences. The second season is just around the corner, and there will be another tournament. Kane can still win. Kane said that Aaron is a cheater. That's a fact. Why is the company trying to cover for him? The interlocutor told Kane to calm down. No one cheated. Kane grabbed the person he was talking to by the chest and asked where Shrimp was. He needs to talk to him immediately. Kane decided to go live. He is recording this video to reveal the truth about what happened. The young man recounted what happened in the tournament final. Many people watched the broadcast. At the end, Kane said he didn't want a rematch. He just wanted everyone to know the truth. However, even if there had been no bug, Kane still would not have defeated Aaron. Many wondered why Kane was making such a fuss. He was simply trying to ruin the champion's image. Kane decided that they could say whatever they wanted. At least now everyone knew about it. Napalm Group would have no choice but to make a statement. Then everyone would understand that he was right. The Napalm Group issued a statement. After reviewing the match log, it was determined that all players had played fairly. No bugs were found. Aaron also made a statement. He said that there were rumors about the use of a bug. However, he is happy that his name has been cleared, and he has no hard feelings towards Kane. Aaron said he hopes to meet Kane next time, not because of such an incident, but in the tournament stage. They should fight fairly and honestly. Kane was morally broken. There was a small bug, and it may not have even affected the result, but he just wanted to tell the truth. Is that so wrong? Kane believed it wasn't his fault. If anyone was wrong, it was Aaron who took advantage of the bug. Shrimp was to blame for covering for him. Kane believed that everyone in the Napalm Group was to blame. They had turned against him. The real problems lay in this game. Now, when they met, everyone laughed at Kane. He was the only one they had been talking about all these days. Was he really that jealous of Aaron? A young man passing by asked how Kane was feeling. Was he still angry? The next moment, the young man was torn to pieces. Those around him were surprised. Had Kane really destroyed him in the middle of the white snow? What was the problem? Kane was a professional gamer. Why was he destroying a random passerby? Kane said that he was no longer a pro player. He was retired. Those around him didn't understand what was going on. Why was Kane acting this way now? Kane said that starting today, he was going to destroy this game. A bug in the warrior skill. Kane simply thought that the tournament rules were set up so that the damage would be set at a lower level. Does that mean he was the only one who really benefited from this bug? Min-chul said that Kane hadn't done anything wrong. It was their fault for not fixing the bug. If they had followed the rules, the players would have had to replay, or both of them would have been disqualified. Kane asked why they didn't do that then. Min-chul said that he was the one who created this world. He thought he was the captain of this ship. But he soon realized that this was not the case. Min-chul realized that he was just an employee of the Napalm Group. After that incident, Min-chul was forced to withdraw from tournaments and esports in general. He was only allowed to work on development, but he never forgot what happened that day. What they did to Kane weighed heavily on his heart for a long time. Min-chul decided that enough was enough. This game was rotten to the core. Before, they at least tried to hide it, but now they would be corrupt and open. Kane asked, "So what?" The protagonist said he wanted to make Kane an offer. Did he want to join him in destroying this world? Kane said that just because he was becoming his minion, he wouldn't do everything he said. He was cooperating because their goals were now the same. Min-chul replied that this was all he needed. War was coming, and Kane had to be ready for it. He would be contacted soon. Kane said he was wrong about Shrimp. Min-chul apologized. If he had at least warned Kane, things would not have gotten out of control. Kane said that in that case, he would wait for the message. When Kane left, Akashi came out of hiding. Min-chul asked if Akashi was really that afraid of him. He could have at least said hello. Akashi said he didn't stand a chance. Every time they met, his head would fly to the next town. But in any case, Shrimp was able to recruit Kane. even though he had always been considered a loner. In every battle before, Kane had only been seen fighting alone. Min-chul said that people join forces when necessary. Once it's over, they go their separate ways. Isn't that the first rule of business? Min-chul asked if Akashi wanted to join him. Akashi said he categorically refused. The scale of this venture was too great. He didn't want to deal with the consequences. Min-chul told Akashi to let him know if he changed his mind. Our hero thought that Akashi would join him soon anyway. That was also part of his plan. Min-chul told the girl that it was time for them to leave too. Oasis was ready to swear that she saw the master turn into a crow god demon for a moment. Oasis asked what their next plan was. Min-chul replied that they had to prepare for war. One additional ally was not enough. Oasis asked if the master had any potential allies. The protagonist replied that he did, and they were going to visit them now. He already had a list of potential candidates. However, before that, they needed to rest, so they were going on vacation. Min-chul said that they were flying to Bali. At the same time, Kane saw that his fame had been cut in half. The Cult of Darkness, an outpost in Wonder Town. Alpha and Beta greeted the Lord of Darkness. The girls said that the Lord of Darkness had not been here for a long time. The knight said that he had been busy. Alpha and Beta said that, following orders, they had finished modernizing the barracks and created additional troops. Min-chul looked at the golem and said that he did not look like the others. Who was he? Alpha replied that he was a unique soldier. These were relatively rare fighters. It was a merciless Kurg, a unique class of goblin spearmen. The chances of creating a unique soldier depend on the level of the barracks and the total amount of resources invested. Min-chul thought it would be best to use the fame he had gained from Kane. The commander set new tasks: raise all barracks to level 5, all other main facilities to level 3, and create 5 more golems. More simple soldiers were needed. Min-chul received information that they were almost at their destination. We need to finish everything and exit the game. The commander said goodbye to the girls and told them he would be back soon. Alpha and Beta said they would wait for the Lord of Darkness. Min-chul exited the game and took off his VR glasses. The flight attendant announced that they would be landing soon and that passengers should fasten their seatbelts. The young man took off his glasses and looked around. It turned out that Oasis was actually showing the master the landscape outside the window. They were met at the airport. The girl was waiting for Shrimp to arrive. Min-chul left the airport building. He was in Bali. The girl was holding a car key and said that Shrimp had indeed arrived. Min-chul was surprised and greeted Rabbit. He said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. How was she doing? Oasis looked at Rabbit and thought that this girl looked vulgar. Rabbit smiled and remained silent for a while, giving Shrimp a chance to enjoy looking at her. Min-chul said that she had grown a lot. Had it already been 3 years? Rabbit smiled and said that 3 years ago she was still in school. Of course she had grown up. Min-chul couldn't take his eyes off certain parts of her body. It was beyond his control. Oasis said he was a pervert. Min-chul was indignant. Who did she call a pervert? Rabbit looked at Shrimp in surprise. Rabbit asked again, so he wanted her to hack into Napalm Group? Was he serious? Min-chul said she had done it once. Why not do it again? The girl said that last time she wanted to get a branch from the World Tree. It was one of the best items in the second season. But no matter how many monsters she defeated, none of them dropped the item. She got tired of it and simply hacked the game. Min-chul was surprised. The rabbit talks as if there's nothing special about it. Does she even understand how much it stressed him out? The Napalm Group's firewall is one of the best in the world. For a video game company, data is capital. They bet everything to protect it. The rabbit managed to disable this world-class firewall and gain access to Napalm Group's servers as if it were nothing. At the time, the girl was still in school. Min-chul called her a little monster. The company only realized they had been hacked a week later, and that was only after they found the rabbit logo in the database. The girl said that she probably wanted to brag a little about the fact that she had managed to hack the system. She should have just left without doing anything. She almost had a heart attack when she found out that Interpol was looking for her. The girl said she was still grateful to Min-chul for preventing the case from going to court. Min-chul accidentally touched the rabbit's chest. Min-chul immediately felt Oasis's angry reaction to this touch. The young man jumped aside as if he had been struck by a high-voltage electric shock. Min-chul said that the rabbit wasn't trying to spy on them or anything like that. After all, she was just a schoolgirl who wanted to get an item. So, thanks to the girl, they had strengthened their security. In the end, both sides had benefited. Oasis continued to glare angrily at the master, who was covered in cold sweat. Rabbit said she was happy with how things had turned out. That's how she met Shrimp. The young people continued to talk. Oasis stopped and watched them silently. Rabbit invited Shrimp to her wonderland. Min Chul looked around. Were there really no guests in this hotel? How did Rabbit stay afloat then? The girl replied that she was the owner anyway. Basically, this place existed so that her friends would have a place to stay overnight. Going down to the basement, the hero appreciated the good security system. The Rabbit said that this was where she earned her living. The office was equipped with the latest technology. At the entrance, a virtual assistant greeted Rabbit and said she'd been expecting her. Rabbit said she would introduce them. This was her artificial intelligence assistant, Alice. Min Chul was surprised. Does a hacker like Rabbit need an assistant? The girl replied that there was no reason to refuse an artificial intelligence assistant. It makes life much easier. Oasis thought that Alice could see her because she was also artificial intelligence. Oasis became angry. Why was Alice smirking? After all, she was much newer than Alice. Rabbit asked what Shrimp wanted her to do. Did he want her to hack into the Wings online database and delete all information about the 5th season finale? Min Chul wondered if the Rabbit could do it. The girl replied that due to the large amount of data, it would take some time. But at least the vulnerability she left 3 years ago still existed. Min Chul said he should have guessed. Rabbit smiled. She knew he already knew everything. The girl said there was one thing she wanted to know. What was Shrimp going to use it for? The young man replied that he wanted to make sure his game remained pure until everything was tainted. Rabbit said that the 5th season was supposed to end in 3 days at midnight Korean time. Shrimp noted that it would be 11 p.m. here. Rabbit said she would start right away. There was no reason to wait. The girl said she needed to concentrate so Shrimp could go outside and enjoy the glorious Bali sun. Oasis asked, does the master want to confirm the data for the 5th season? But why? Min Chul repeated that he just wanted to have a backup copy of his game as originally planned. In any case, they have their own work to do while their hacker friend is busy. Oasis asked what they should do since they had already reached the maximum level. Min Chul said it was time to gather their team. Elrel's Temple. It was the last dungeon added 4 years ago during the 1st season. It was also the site of the first large-scale player raid on a boss, a historic event where everyone gathered to fight for honor, glory, and items. Now this place had turned into a wasteland that no one wanted to visit. But there was one person who continued to defend this abandoned temple. This was the tyrant of the Old Men's Brotherhood. The tyrant of the Old Men Brotherhood Guild sought to conquer the world and gain leadership in order to create the largest guild on the server. He used his power to destroy fortresses and conquer cities. He wanted to take control of dungeons and fields, to subjugate the entire world. However, times have changed. The old, tired methods of managing dungeons no longer worked. Famous streamers and professional gamers led the movement. All the players rose up against him. The Brotherhood found itself against the whole world. They began to weaken, their strength dwindling endlessly. The ranks of the Brotherhood rapidly thinned due to internal strife. In the end, their base, which was also the first dungeon they took control of, the Temple of El Rael, remained their last stronghold. Only one member remained, the leader of the Brotherhood. Oldman asked who was there. He had to be consistent in his answers. The leader declared that this was his palace. The stranger was obliged to appear and bow before him. The knight who appeared said that the palace was a little dilapidated. Oldman replied that where the king lives is where his palace is. It doesn't matter if it's dilapidated or pretentious. For him, it is the center of the world. Oldman repeated that the uninvited guests should bow. In his time, our hero had encountered many people who were overly enthusiastic about their characters. But this one was the best of them all. This man literally considered himself a king. He completely separated his life in the real world from his life in the virtual world. The protagonist asked, Oldman, the tyrant of the Brotherhood, still dreams of conquering the world? An affirmative answer followed immediately. A man born into this world is nothing without his ambitions. Min Chul asked, even if all his followers abandoned him here? Oldman replied that the main thing was his will. He would not give up on his dream for a moment. The guest remarked, is that really enough? It's time to face reality. The king ordered the insolent scoundrel to shut up immediately. Limiting reality is an excuse for the weak. Min Chul asked why, in that case, the king was hiding here. Oldman said that he was not hiding. He was simply waiting for his time to come. The king said that he had almost the whole world in the palm of his hand. He failed only because the time was not right. Min Chul replied, While the king waits here for his hour to come, is he just reminiscing about the good old days? The king told him not to mock his former glory and to leave immediately. The young man said that what the old man was waiting for would never come. It was time for him to leave this place because only bones remained of his glory. The king rose from his throne, picked up a huge hammer, and said that he was the one who decided who came and who left. He enjoyed this conversation because the young man was his first visitor in many months. But this intrusion speaks too much. If he has something to say, he must first defeat him. Min Chul activated scan mode and realized that he was facing a level 90 warrior. The items were level 900, and all of them were legendary. The hero thought that it was not easy to obtain maximum level equipment. There were no more than a few of them on all servers. A warrior is the highest combat class. He has the attack stats of a berserker plus the defense of a defender. Oldman's only drawback was that he was slow. To compensate for this disadvantage, the king signed a contract of oblivion. He did not sit idly on his throne. The king attacked his opponent with his hammer. Min Chul dodged the attack and counterattacked the old man from the shadows. The old man asked his opponent if he knew why he had chosen this particular class. Because it had the strongest stats. Min Chul asked how long it had been since Oldman had been on his knees. The king replied that it had never been. The protagonist said he wanted to share his experience with the old man. The king declared that such tricks would not work on him. The old man jumped high into the air and shouted that he would finish off his opponent now. The hero activated the coming of the demon god. The young man prepared to repel the king's attack and then strike back. Oasis stood near the closed door and wondered, why is it taking so long? After all, the master said he would be back soon. Some young people approached the girl and said they had found her. It was the same healer they had talked about earlier. One of the players asked where that guy was now. Oasis recognized this player. 2 hours before these events in Andertown, Min Chul said that they needed to do something before going to recruit Oldman. Min Chul said that 10 players needed to be eliminated. It took forever to replenish the skill indicator. One of the players nearby told the guy to be more careful and watch where he was going. Min Chul thanked him and added that now he didn't need to waste time choosing a target to destroy. The player pointed to the mark on his shoulder and said they were from the Grim Reaper Guild. Wasn't that obvious? Everyone nearby was destroyed by the heroes. Now these players asked Oasis, is he in there? The girl confirmed it. Oasis said they wouldn't be able to get inside. Min Chul continued his battle with the king. At that moment, Oldman was struck and flew far back. Min Chul thought that this old man had a hidden class. Does this mean that there are still undiscovered classes? The young man told the old man that this time it was for real. Oldman smiled and said that he hadn't felt such a surge of strength in a long time. The young man was doing well. The old man demanded that the boy kneel before his overwhelming power. With another blow, the hero knocked the king to the ground and asked if he wanted to return. The king asked what he was talking about. Did the king want his strength and power back? To return to the days when he had thousands of minions at his command? To the days when he fought powerful enemies and controlled the dungeons, collecting tribute from the cities, when he destroyed fortresses, to return there. The protagonist asked if Oldman would join him if he promised to bring all that back. The old man told the boy not to ask questions he shouldn't ask. Min Chul asked, even if it doesn't last long. The king replied, even if it's just a moment, if it means he can stand at the top of the world again. The king said, let it be a world in decline. He would rather rule the ruins of the whole world than half of it that trembles. Min Chul suggested that the king leave these dusty memories behind, and they left the old castle. A player ran toward the young man and the king, shouting for help. He said that a madman was chasing him. Min Chul recognized the guy. The madman turned out to be Oasis, who had been hitting him intensely before. The king asked if the young man knew this girl. Oasis saw the master and was very surprised. Min Chul told the king that she was his healer. The southern part of the Arperian continent. Agra-King, a small pest. Armed pursuers ran after Agra-King and said that this time they would not let him go so easily. Agra-King looked back. Don't the pursuers know when to retreat? Agra-King noticed that everyone kept saying they would catch him, but no one had succeeded yet. The man shouted that the pest should return the items, and then they would spare him. Agra-King said that if he were afraid of such weaklings, he would not deserve his name. The thief climbed onto a ship standing in the harbor and climbed up the mast. His pursuers said that now he had nowhere to run. He must return what he had stolen and surrender immediately. The young man decided that this would make for excellent content. The camera was activated. AgriKing went live. However, a message appeared stating that the current account was permanently blocked. AgriKing was puzzled. Why was he banned again? The armed pursuer caught up with the thief and saw AgriKing sitting dejectedly in the corner. The pursuer grabbed the young man by the neck and said that the thief had been caught. What would be his last words? AgriKing said, "Alea iacta est." The pursuer was surprised. Well, what did that mean? The young man threw the dice up and said, "The dice have already been thrown." The pursuer said that AgriKing had rolled a 2. At that moment, fireballs began to fall from the sky. The ship was destroyed and began to sink. It was impossible not to admit that this was excellent content. Freed from his pursuer, AgriKing said he should have recorded it all. It's a pity it didn't work out. In this case, the goddess's dice were used to randomly play out a set of skill effects. AgriKing told the injured pursuers that this skill was 100% random. The number on the die didn't matter. The pursuer who had managed to stay afloat told the thief not to relax, because that wasn't all. AgriKing smiled and asked what this loser could do to him now. The young man left the sinking ship and made his way to shore. However, another player appeared before him. The mage activated mass resurrection. All the pursuers were revived. The player said that they were an offensive guild. No matter how rare they were, they always had a healer with them. AgriKing had to admit that his end was near. The young man raised his hands and admitted defeat. They could do whatever they wanted with him. He didn't care. The pursuer grabbed the young man by the throat and declared that this is exactly what he would do. Roast, boil, smoke, and dry him. He would make a good Christmas ham. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened nearby. Min Chul and Oasis appeared from the portal. Our hero said that he had arrived just in time. The pursuer asked in surprise who they were. Min Chul replied that it didn't matter and attacked the guild of attackers. AgriKing was free. He was very happy when he realized that nothing threatened him anymore. Min Chul dealt with the guild and asked the young man, his name was AgriKing, right? The young man confirmed this and asked who he was. Min Chul said that he was there to take AgriKing away and give him a chance. The protagonist explained that this guy had already been banned 15 times for his trolling broadcasts. AgriKing is known for doing anything necessary to provoke. However, when he personally attacked the champion of the first tournament, Aaron, he was sued for defamation and permanently banned from all major streaming platforms. Min Chul said that all of AgriKing's fans had left, and now he was treated like trash. AgriKing was upset when he heard the truth about himself from others. The young man said he appreciated that they wanted to take him in, even though they knew who he was. However, he doesn't like being someone's subordinate. AgriKing was holding a dice in his hand. The young man tossed the dice, but Min Chul caught it. Min Chul repeated Caesar's words, "The die is cast." He liked this quote himself, but there is a quote by Einstein that he likes even more. God does not play dice. Our hero said that he didn't want to make AgriKing his subordinate. Min Chul asked if the young man wanted to stream. He would give him that opportunity to stream to a global audience. AgriKing would be able to keep all the donations for himself. The young man was surprised. Does his interlocutor really have an idea that can attract such an audience? He's definitely bluffing. The protagonist said, "The demise of Wings Online." Would this be a suitable topic for AgriKing's stream? It should attract people's attention. Min Chul thought that AgriKing was now with them. He needed to check if Rabbit was free. The young man went downstairs and saw Rabbit lying on the floor. Our hero rushed to the girl and asked what had happened. The girl opened her eyes, smiled, and greeted Shrimp. After that, Rabbit's eyes closed again, and she fell asleep. Min Chul asked what had happened and if she was okay. Rabbit suggested that the Napalm group had figured out that it was her and tracked her actions, so she had to fight them off all night while she extracted the rest of the data. It was very difficult. Rabbit said that the Napalm group was faster than she had expected. She may have lost her route, but she still managed to upload the data. Min Chul received the necessary information and thanked the girl. It was a job well done. Rabbit was surprised. Was that all Shrimp wanted to tell her? Min Chul replied that he would definitely pay her fairly and honestly. Rabbit smiled and said that wasn't what she was talking about. Min Chul was surprised. What did the girl mean then? Rabbit said that she also wanted to participate in this venture. Min Chul objected that she couldn't. It was too dangerous. Rabbit replied that no matter how dangerous it was all happening in the virtual world. She wasn't going to die. The girl added that her life had ended 3 years ago when Shrimp saved her. She vowed to do everything she could to help him. The girl said that Shrimp shouldn't pay her for this work. He had to take her in. Minchul replied that he would pay her for her work anyway. However, if Rabbit wanted to help him, he would of course be grateful. He was looking for partners for this venture. The girl was delighted and said that Shrimp would not regret it. She would be the best assistant. The young man said there was a test. One of the people who needed to be recruited was locked in his house. His house was his private space, and other people couldn't enter it. Security there was strict. Minchul asked if Rabbit could get him inside. The girl was surprised. Did Shrimp really want her to hack the game itself? It was like stealing candy from a baby. The masked man took a bottle of liquid and said it was a new addition to his collection. Minchul asked if the doctor was impressed. He had worked hard on it. The masked man asked who he was and how he got into his house. Minchul said that the doctor had collected samples of all the monsters' debuffs. How did he do that? The masked man was surprised. Had his interlocutor learned about his research? The doctor confirmed that he had collected all the debuffs of the monsters in the game. The doctor said he had been working on this for the past 5 years since the game's launch. It was his personal collection. Minchul asked, when objects are infected with an infectious debuff, it is assumed that they cannot be removed from the dungeon. How did the doctor manage to do this? The man in the mask replied that he removes debuffs with his own body. He was a necromancer doctor, or more precisely, a poison eater. He possessed the 4th stage of the necromancer class. Poison eaters can work with poisons and gases, as well as act as field doctors. They are capable of playing both as a second merchant and a second healer. The doctor deliberately sought out the boss and fell under its debuff. He halved the damage from poison thanks to various resistances. The doctor used his second healer skills to heal himself and survive the boss. In this way, he collected all these samples. These slimes in bottles are called immunoslimes. They are not susceptible to all types of status effects. However, this does not mean that they do not affect them. They can still have a status effect on their own. The effect lasts forever. This is the downside of immunity. The doctor said that this is why he uses these little creatures, the slime in the bottles. They are needed to store his collection of monster debuffs. Minchul said it was a programming error. Since they ignore all status effects, they do no harm. But the code got mixed up, so the effects last forever. Our hero couldn't imagine that anyone would take advantage of this. Why does the doctor need this collection? Minchul said, the 1st season's debuff is lethargy, and the 4th season's debuff is water prison. Was the doctor behind them? The man in the mask replied that even though the game is virtual, it is still public. People play it to escape reality. But this game is the most similar to the real world. Isn't that intriguing? The lethargy debuff reduced movement speed, stamina, and recovery speed. It didn't ruin the game, but it annoyed the players. All that was needed was the basic healing spell. With it, the effect could be removed. Any class representative could learn it if they reached level 10. The doctor said he became curious. If someone removed this debuff in the newbie zone, would more experienced players help the newbies? Would they offer help for free? A non-game-breaking debuff is just annoying. Would they show at least a little nobility? And finally it happened. There were more old players than newbies, and they came and healed everyone in a row, all of their own free will. The novice village was cleared in half a day. The doctor said it was wonderful, but it wasn't enough, so he decided to intensify the experiment. The doctor said he used water prison, a debuff from the 4th season boss Kraken. He lured the enemy into a huge bubble of water and reduced their health points. The victim could do nothing but use items and trade. If another player touched the bubble, they would also find themselves inside their own bubble. There's only one way to deactivate this effect: waterproof potions, which can be purchased in front of the Kraken boss room. They are inexpensive. This was not a problem for players who are capable of going on raids. At first, a few kind-hearted players came to hand out potions of destiny, but as soon as they left, everyone started to get angry at them. Why weren't they given at least one potion? The doctor said that high-level players started selling them. Waterproof potions soon increased in price 20-fold. High-level players bought them up and resold them to make a quick profit. The doctor said he would never forget the chaos of that scene. Medium and low-level players languished in their water prisons. Players fighting over potions and high-level players looking for any way to earn even one more gold. The doctor said he even felt joy after causing this chaos. Minchul asked what conclusion the doctor had reached after all the experiments. The doctor replied that it would be irresponsible of him to make a final conclusion after only 2 tests, but his current hypothesis is that people do not help others solely out of altruism. People will help others as long as they have something they need. In the first experiment, people experienced emotional satisfaction by helping others for a small fee. In the second case, they were motivated by financial gain. This continued until this appeared. The doctor showed him the dark dust in the vial. Min-chul asked what it was. It was what Gaia had not deleted. Min-chul remembered it well. The doctor said that it had been released by an employee of the Napalm Group who claimed that he did not like how the company was being run. This debuff was identified as a viral error. Min-chul admitted that he was the one who had released it. It was the closest the world had ever come to destruction. The doctor said that, in other words, it was a force capable of destroying the entire world. And it was contained in one tiny vial. The man in the mask added that it was awe-inspiring, and then it dawned on him. This is what he needs for the finale of his experiment. The worst debuff in history. It was the perfect chance to see the true nature of humanity in the face of destruction. The doctor was about to open the vial, but Min-chul shouted at him not to. The doctor opened the vial and said that, unfortunately, the debuff had lost its original function. However, despite its loss of effectiveness, its existence had not ceased. Why would that be? Min-chul thought he would like to know that himself. What reason could Gaia have had for not deleting the empty shell of the virus data? The doctor said he needed to find out. He didn't know what he would do if he never found out. How would humanity react in a world threatened with destruction? The only way to get an answer to that question was through that very debuff. Min-chul told the doctor that it wasn't the only way. Min-chul added that there was another way to destroy this world. The protagonist said he wanted to turn this world into a sea of fire. Did the doctor want to join him? The man in the mask replied that he would not refuse. Sitting on the beach in Bali, our hero thought that it was nice to do nothing. The young man was glad he had come here. Clean air, beautiful sunset. Rabbit asked if it was true that he was leaving tomorrow. Shrimp confirmed that he had done everything he had come for. It was time to go back. The girl said that it was his first vacation in forever. He should take a little more time to recover. Min-chul replied that he couldn't afford to do that. He couldn't relax. Along with his rest, his desire for revenge might fade away. Rabbit suggested that the young man go into the water with her. They should swim together. Had Shrimp really come all this way to Bali and wasn't even going to go swimming? Oasis looked at them sadly. Min-chul said he felt fine as he was. Oasis watched from the shore as her master splashed around in the water with Rabbit. She thought she would like to have a body like that too. Alice asked if Rabbit really loved this man. The next day arrived, the airport building. The girl waved her hand and told Shrimp to come again. Next time, the young man should come specifically to relax and enjoy his vacation. Min-chul said that Rabbit should also come to Korea. He would be her guide. The girl replied that she would take him at his word. He promised. The young people said goodbye. See you in the virtual world. Upon returning to his country, our hero went to his favorite cafe. There he met his colleagues, Shinji and Donga. The young man asked how the work on the 6th season update was progressing. The girl said that there was still work to be done on additional and paid skins. It could have been worse. Min-chul asked about the quality control team. His colleagues laughed. A suggestion was made to start the meeting. But why was everyone still there? The previous meeting had not yet ended. Someone said it was the security team. The director shouted angrily, asking what he was paying them for. Yoon-hasu entered the room and continued to yell at one of the employees. He told him to get out of there immediately. The director said that there were signs of a break-in, but no one could find the person who did it. It was not even known what exactly had fallen into the wrong hands. Yoon-hasu said he would not tolerate any excuses. The employee replied that there were no signs of tampering. There were no signs of tampering in the data. The director said that wasn't the point. They couldn't identify the hacker who was right under their noses. How could they pretend they knew nothing? What was going on here? Yoon-hasu began to threaten to replace everyone present with artificial intelligence. Machines work better than they do. The director said that no one should think of going home until the problem was fixed. He added that the remaining employees had no reason to stand there. The meeting room was already empty. It was time to meet with them. The update would be the day after tomorrow, and he wanted to hear a report on the status of each team. Yoon-hasu expressed confidence that everyone gathered here was a professional and that they had everything under control. The director added that he was not going to tell them how to do their jobs. Everyone should do what they think is necessary. Everyone present takes responsibility for the result. That's what professionals do. Yoon-hasu inquired about the income from the items being sold. Were they profitable? The employee said he had sales data for the last 2 weeks. The director studied the information and said he was right. Paid items were the way to go. Yunhasu noted that this should have been done earlier. They had lost too much money. The director added that there was a VIP system, sets, gacha skins, and mileage. Were preparations for this going according to plan? The employee replied that they were going to release the mileage system along with the 6th season update. Studying the data, the director asked what Wings of the Goddess meant. The employee was confused because Wings of the Goddess was suggested by the director himself. Yunhasu remembered this and was surprised. What a strange name. The game master said that the director had come up with it himself. The employee added that they might have to think about when to start working on it. They had already made a good profit from the items they had introduced. When the 6th season came out, an even bigger jump in sales was expected. Given what was happening, was it worth introducing donation items that could upset the in-game balance? The reaction would be huge. Maybe it made sense to wait a little while the system took root and then launch the 7th season. The director said that if there is a negative reaction now, there will be one later. The 6th season update will be the largest in the game's history, and that is when they will see the largest influx of returning players. The director asked, "Haven't players ever said nasty things about Napalm Group? Negative reactions are temporary. Money is eternal. The board of directors has high hopes for this update, and we shouldn't disappoint them." The system announced that the guild had been created. A house was purchased for the guild. The higher its level, the larger the territory and the more decorative items can be used. Minchul and Oasis glanced around the acquired territory. The protagonist recruited everyone he had previously communicated with into the guild. Rabbit said that this was the first time she had seen Shrimp in the game. Minchul asked Rabbit not to call him Shrimp here. The girl agreed and said that in that case she would call him Boss. Rabbit looked at her colleague and asked, "Is this really Oasis?" Oasis was surprised. Did Rabbit know her? Rabbit explained that she has her own artificial intelligence assistant, which is why she knows about Oasis. Rabbit expressed her hope that they would become friends. Oasis agreed. Kane was also among the guild members. The protagonist, as promised, invited Oldman and the doctor. Agraking took the position of a marksman. Minchul greeted everyone and said that he had gathered here the worst people who had ever played Wings Online. They are better known as the Great Four Villains. It will be an exciting spectacle. Agraking said he was expecting to see real villains, but here there were only old men. Oldman threatened him to watch his language, or he would turn him into jerky. Agraking laughed. Even this king talks like an old man. The king got angry, but Minchul told him to calm down. Agroking is just trolling him. Kane asked if Agraking was really the biggest villain among them. A streamer who can't even go live. Does he even have any viewers left? The doctor said that he didn't deserve to be included in this company of great villains. At best, people whisper about him on the streets. He's just an urban legend. Could he join such a gathering? Kane replied that everyone who plays Wings Online knows who the doctor is. They've all heard of him, they just never saw him. Minchul said that he had not chosen those present to participate in a popularity contest. He needed people who were united by a common goal and who were willing to give everything they had to achieve it. Igra King asked, what was their goal? The protagonist repeated that he wanted to destroy Wings Online. Our hero declared that he must first reveal his identity. He is the former director of Wings Online, better known as Game Master Shrimp, Minchul. Those present were shocked. Minchul said that Kane could confirm this. Rabbit said she wanted to ask a question. Was it really necessary to reveal his identity? The protagonist replied that he wanted to earn trust and prove that he could actually do what he had in mind. He would destroy this game. The boss said he had a plan and the means to carry it out. In the process, everyone present would be able to achieve their goals. He did not consider them his subordinates. They were simply helping each other achieve their goals. It would be an alliance of equals. Minchul said that before he explains the plan, they need to decide on a name for the guild. The boss said that he, of course, had an idea about this. He suggested the name Night Messenger. Kane said that he didn't care about the name. He wanted to hear the plan, although it would be better if it were more elegant. The king said that he personally found Chinese characters more dignified than English letters. Agra King said that it was too banal. They needed to come up with something even more absurd, something like Lord of Darkness. He said he was delighted with Night Messenger. However, he noted that there were too many of them, so in his opinion, messengers would sound more accurate from a nomenclature point of view. Minchul thought that one was completely uninterested, while the other was a fan of Chinese characters. Plus, there was the troll and the talkative doctor. It was a great start. The protagonist said it was wonderful. Now he wants to talk to his comrades, the night messengers. He will tell them about his plans for the future. When the 6th season comes out, Napalm Group is going to start selling a donation item, which is essentially a guarantee coupon for improvement. Min Cool clarified that this item is a mistake on the part of Napalm Group. In fact, it is a huge miscalculation because they have effectively opened the way for their guilds of their own accord. The boss said he intends to take advantage of this opportunity. The item will be called Wings of the Goddess. It will be available for a week after the launch of the 6th season. After that, it will be impossible to buy or use it. The king said he understood everything. This means that for a whole week after the launch of the 6th season, they need to farm as much high-level equipment as possible and upgrade it. The average player at the maximum level will only reach level 91 at best. Even hardcore gamers will only be able to reach level 92. The same applies to the level of items that can be obtained. In other words, even the top players on the server will only be able to upgrade items to level 90 plus. No matter how much a player has improved their level 90 items, they will still have to discard them in favor of level 100 items. In the short term, there will be a huge gap between paying players and regular players. But in the middle of the season, when everyone will be using level 100 equipment, this will be the goal that Napalm Group is striving for. Until then, the game will be in complete chaos. However, their guild must raise their level as much as possible this week. AgriKing asked, "Are we really talking about level 100? Kane clarified, "So we need to completely upgrade to level 100 gear?" The king said that was impossible. There could be a gap. Min Chul said that it would not be enough. AgriKing asked if that meant the 110th level. The boss stated that according to the terms of the trial period contract, players can equip items that are 10 levels higher than their own. They will make a complete set of fully upgraded 110th level equipment. AgriKing was surprised. Do such items even exist? Even if they do, no one will be able to farm them. Min Chul told those present not to worry, they just needed to trust him. The Cult of Darkness, an outpost in Andertown. All work on rebuilding the outpost had been completed, as the leader had ordered. Min Chul said that it finally looked like a real outpost. Alpha reported that the barracks had reached level 5. The types and number of soldiers that could be trained had also increased. The leader acknowledged that this was indeed a great variety. Alpha reported that if a group of representatives of the same type was created, a bonus could be obtained. If an Orc general or a Knight of Doom was appointed as the commander of a squad, the number of troops would increase, and a command bonus could be obtained. Alpha noticed that it was possible to create a large squad of cheap soldiers, as well as a small squad of expensive ones. This was an enviable variety. Min Chul thought that from now on, he would make sure he always had 300,000 dishonor points. Otherwise, how could he maintain his 6th level Demon Lord status? The rest could be invested in creating an army. As soon as the 6th season starts, a new continent, Batelos, will appear on the horizon. Various capture points will be scattered across the continent, which players will be able to conquer and rule. To spark fights between players, siege assaults and control matches will be added to the game. The struggle for control of the most profitable points will be fierce. Players will fight for their rights and interests. But in the end, they will have to join forces against a formidable enemy. A hidden evil is rising, and behind it lurks the rise of the Dark Cult. The 6th season has finally begun. Min Chul told Oasis that it was time to start this war. This war is unlike any other and will never be seen again. It is a war of conquest and destruction of the world. Scripted quest to a new world. You must go to Twilight Port on the new continent of Batelos. The protagonist said that they would not travel by ship, but would get there by other means. However, first they must wait for the other members of the guild. Oasis said that there was not much reaction to Wings of the Goddess on the forum. The young man replied that there had been no announcement, so most people don't know about it yet. The item limit is 100,000 coins. 10 million will be needed to bring all 10 pieces of equipment to the required level. The season begins as a total buying spree. Rich players are going to take over the entire continent. The growth curves that everyone spent so much effort planning have now lost all meaning. Dungeons and fields designed with player levels in mind will be completely trampled. Some players will feel cheated and leave the game altogether. Those who donated, on the other hand, will taste superiority and power. Napalm groups will make even more items that they can profit from. To win, you'll have to pay. The decline of Wings Online has begun in earnest. Min Chul reminded Oasis about the iron ore stones he had asked her to buy. She said that the average price for one stone was about 10. It was almost never less than 5. She had about 100. Min Chul said that soon there would be a whole ton of stones at 5 gold each. They had to buy them all with all their money. Cain was indignant. Why did they have to meet in this particular place? Wouldn't they have to get to the continent by boat? Cain added that the port was already crowded with people. Was the boss even going to sail there? Min Chul said there was no need to worry. He had a shortcut to Batelos. A spatial portal appeared in front of the players. The young man told everyone to follow him. Lord of Darkness, the Dark Knight knelt. Min Chul told the knight that he had not come here for him. Agra-King wondered why this place was needed at all. The protagonist asked Oasis if she had ever wondered what lay above the ground where this temple stood. Min Chul said that they had arrived and invited everyone to the continent of Batelos. The place where the Night Runners Guild found themselves resembled a prehistoric forest. Min Chul asked what they thought about conquering a new world now. Cain drew his sword and used the skill Sunset. Their opponents turned out to be huge knights. However, Cain couldn't even scratch them. Rabbit used her magical abilities to activate the skill Capture of Vendaya. One of the knights lost control and attacked his comrade. The knights began fighting each other and stopped paying attention to the guild members. Rabbit said that this was why she chose the role of an illusionist. Cain admitted that it was impressive. Rabbit added that in that case, the clones would help them with their main mission. Mirror illusion was activated. The number of rabbits increased exponentially and they rushed into the attack. Cain thought that this girl was capable of controlling the 4 columns at her discretion. Alice said that each of Rabbit's clones had attracted the attention of 2 living suits of armor. What should they do now? Rabbit told Alice to continue luring them. The bait worked, and the knights in armor chose other targets to attack. Cain noticed that there were quite a few knights in armor. What was the secret to their success? Oasis did not sit idly by and activated Basilisk's call. The basilisk appeared in the form of a huge snake. Oasis told the basilisk not to rush and to focus on defense. Their goal was not to destroy the enemy, but to buy time. Cain, sword in hand, told Rabbit to continue luring all the monsters to the base. Cain added that their numbers didn't matter. Defense was the only thing he was really good at. Half an hour earlier, a meeting was held at the headquarters of the Night Runners Guild. The map showed where they would head east to explore the continent. In the process, they would come across new dungeons and capture points. They would also find new resources and items that would help them develop. In the second half of the season, they would reach the eastern tip of Batelos. There, a new army of enemy NPCs, the Cult of Darkness, would be waiting for them. Min Chul said that there are no cities on Batelos. However, there are 10 capture points. Players must capture them, develop the territory, and turn it into their cities. After developing a capture point, they must clear the surrounding area of possible threats and move on to the next one. Players must increase their power and influence in this way. This is the essence of the 6th season update. The 10th and final capture point will be the largest and most important on the entire continent. Paradise Lost. The protagonists declared that they would be the ones to capture it. Agra-King warned that all the monsters in the area are level 100. Will their attacks work against such opponents? Min Chul said that they just need to cause confusion. In any case, they will be able to destroy monsters of their level. First, they need to split into teams. Oasis, Rabbit, and Cain were the first team. Oldman, Agra-King, and Doctor are the second team. Cain asked what Min Chul would do. The protagonist replied that while they were causing a commotion and distracting the base's defenses, he was going to destroy the boss. The capture point is Lost Paradise, South Gate. First of all, a plan must be developed. The place is full of monsters. At least 20 of them need to be distracted so that the North Gate team can complete their task. The doctor said he had a plan. If they followed it exactly, they would be able to effectively distract the enemy and take him out of action. The doctor added that he was a little nervous about working in a team after playing solo for so long. Agra-King said that all they needed to do was attract attention. Why did they need a complicated plan? They just had to go in and blow the place up. The king said that he and the young man agreed on this issue. Agra-King told the old man to shut up. He shouldn't treat them as if they were his equals. Now he would smell like an old man too. Oldman was surprised. Did he really smell like an old man? Agra-King explained that he meant that the king really did smell that way. He just seemed that way, although it was probably true, like those old ginseng candies that old people like. Oldman was surprised. How did the young man know that he liked these candies? King took offense and said he would no longer talk to this king. The young man turned around, ran off, and said he would see his grandfather later. King burst inside with a crossbow in his hands and organized a rain of arrows. The king followed him and, swinging his hammer, said that this little guy and his arrows didn't stand a chance. World destruction was activated. The battle was swift and devastating. The monsters were destroyed. However, the battle did not end there. Magical power concentrated around the armor of the destroyed monsters. The monsters began to regenerate and regain their former shape. King told his grandfather that it wasn't working. Bottles of incendiary mixture were thrown at the monsters. The doctor joined the battle. The bottles broke, and the monsters were engulfed in flames. The doctor lectured that ignoring medical advice could lead to health complications. It is necessary to wash your hands before eating and brush your teeth before bed. The doctor noted that monsters of the 100th level undoubtedly possess considerable strength. Judging by the difference in stats, it is impossible to defeat them with brute force. It is necessary to approach this issue from a different angle and act technically. Oldman should continue to spam taunts and attract monsters. King should attack with large-scale skills, but only if he does not attract the attention of monsters. The young man said that he even wrote a book on how to troll. That is why he got that name. The doctor took out another flask of incendiary mixture and said he would set traps. Mincho glanced around the surrounding area and thought that most of the monsters had left the outpost. Now he could safely go inside and deal with the boss. But our hero was curious about how things were going with the others. Cain was doing his part in fighting huge monsters, drawing fire upon himself. Minchul thought that Cain knew a thing or two about defense. Oasis, as always, was on top of her game and did her part flawlessly. Add to that the rabbit's control skills, and they would be able to hold out without any problems. Our hero was very concerned about the South Gate. King asked Oldman if his grandfather knew what he was doing, why he was gathering livestock into a herd. The old man said that it was the young man's fault. He didn't troll properly. King said that the monsters only noticed him because the old man was very weak. Oldman was outraged. Did the boy just call him a weakling? The young man told the old men not to waste their time on him and offered to deal with the monsters. The doctor said he would now do his part. Fire traps were set along the monster's path. The doctor suggested that he learn from him. The old king called his colleagues snot-nosed kids. They had never smelled real gunpowder in their lives. Oldman swung his hammer with all his might and activated world destruction. The containers with flammable liquid flew up under the impact of the shock wave. The containers struck the approaching monster knights. The liquid broke and the monsters caught fire. The king laughed and said that he had demonstrated his power. King said that it was the doctor's doing and that the old man had nothing to do with it. However, the young man was forced to admit that the king was pretty cool for an old man. Watching what was happening, the protagonist thought that this squad had managed to pull it off. In that case, it was time for him to finish. In a whirlwind of furious attacks, our hero fought the monster boss. The monster possessed incredible strength. It was the supreme knight of the absorbed kingdom. The protagonist said he was tired. He hadn't slept since he started the new server. The advent of the demon god was reactivated. The young man decided to finish everything quickly and go rest. Minchul told his opponent that he couldn't stay here long. The monster couldn't land a single blow on his opponent. Minchul suggested that bosses are different after all. In particular, this one was able to survive everything. The boss was outraged. This man dared to take power that was beyond his reach. How long could he hold out like this? Poor soul. Minchul was tired of listening to empty talk and struck the boss on the head with his sword. Our hero said that now this piece of data would not cause him any problems. However, for some unknown reason, the protagonist lost his balance and fell to the ground. What was going on? The monster said, as promised, that this man's soul would now belong to him. Minchul screamed loudly and lost consciousness. When the young man woke up, he saw that he was in Gaia's arms. Minchul lost consciousness again. The protagonist opened his eyes to see the members of his guild standing before him. Oasis shouted, "The master is finally awake." Rabbit asked, "Are you okay, Shrimp?" Minchul still couldn't understand why he saw Gaia. The Night Runners Guild captured the Lost Paradise control point. Rabbit asked again if Shrimp was okay. The young man apologized and said that he had probably been online for too long. Rabbit said that her boss had scared her. He had fainted for no reason. Minchul said he'd better go to sleep. The guild had done a great job today. The protagonist declared that this would now be their home base. They had accomplished what they had come to do today. Now they could do whatever they wanted. Kane asked suspiciously if Minchul was okay. Minchul decided that he needed to see a doctor because he was already seeing visions in the virtual world. White snow, the area in front of the royal fortress. Players shouted, "Down with Yunha Su!" They demanded the shrimp be returned. Donated items must be removed. The players called for a return to one-time payments and for the game not to be ruined. The knights warned that they would destroy the fortress if necessary. Many players understood that this would only bring them bad fame in a prison cell. They did not agree to this. Why are the game masters not responding? One of the players said that the pickets must continue. Someone is bound to respond to their demands. We must continue in the same spirit. Some players showed up. One of them asked what the protesters were up to inside the game. If they wanted to protest, they should go to the Napalm Group office. The knight was surprised. What are they doing? Why are they dressed like that? It was the Crimson Crusader. This is the guild that ranks in the top 2 for boss kills. The player confirmed this and said his name was Chanda. He was the master of the guild, which was the strongest in Wings Online, the Crimson Crusaders. One of the players said that they weren't the strongest. They were just a bunch of morons. Couldn't he see that they were staging a protest here? Chandu acknowledged this, adding that his guild always takes the top spots. He struck the player and said that now they would take first place. The guild leader ordered his warriors to destroy all the protesters. The players were outraged. How could the guild allow itself to do this? They had to fight back because there weren't that many of them. One of the mages noticed that the members of this guild were already equipped with the best items. It would be difficult to fight them. A player said that the guild would be banned from entering the city if they continued in the same vein. You can't just attack people like that. Chandu said that they could easily capture the point in the west. Who cares about the old city? The players wondered, where had the guards gone? Where were the guards? Chandu said with admiration that his new weapon was very powerful. This is a real game. It should have been done from the very beginning. Streamer Shrebicus said that in 3 years of working on the Wings Online channel, he had never seen such a one-sided massacre. Chandu called out to the streamer and said that from today, the Crimson Crusader Guild would be infamous. Anyone who wants to destroy people with maximum items and conquer a new continent is welcome to join them. Chandu shouted that he was calling on everyone to have fun. The streamer thought that he could use the moment when all attention was focused on the protesters to make some noise and announce his guild's transition to a more criminal group. It was a real publicity stunt. But Telos is now a lawless zone. There are no guards or guilds to control the situation. It is not a permanent place where wars are constantly being fought. The Crimson Crusaders are trying to strengthen their forces with this trick and seize control of Batellos. Streamer Shribicus thought this could be an effective publicity stunt. The streamer was surprised. Didn't Chandu think they were in danger of being punished? Champion Aaron appeared. He was a representative of the Alliance of Free Knights. The players said that a representative of the Round Table had appeared here. We need to show these scoundrels who's boss. The Alliance of Free Knights is also known as the Knights of the Round Table. They are known as the best PvP players in all of Wings Online, a gathering place for the best players in the arena. The streamer thought that they were Knights of Justice, created to maintain order in the game. Aaron told Shonda to drop his weapons and leave White Snow with the rest of his guild immediately. If he did so, there would be no repercussions. Aaron added that this was the first and last warning. He had 30 seconds to make a decision. Chandu laughed. He didn't know what Aaron was thinking when he appeared so unexpectedly, but his words were meaningless. Aaron said there were 20 seconds left. Chandu said he would issue a counter-warning. Aaron could take his gang of losers and get lost. Otherwise, they would also be prosecuted. Chandu added that Aaron hadn't even used the ticket. They were fully equipped. Did Aaron really think he could defeat them? Aaron said that even 5th-level equipment would be useless against such petty scoundrels as this guild. Aaron told the Alliance of Free Knights to prepare for battle. After some time, Aaron ordered the Alliance to destroy these rats. Gaia warned our hero to be careful. The girl said that his power was now beyond her control. The master must be sure that he does not consume him. Minchol opened his eyes and got out of bed. He was alone in his room. A notification came to his smartphone. Aaron is live, going to the Free Knights Alliance rally. During the battle, Chandu showed his superiority. He told Aaron to run away before he was disgraced. Chandu added that he never thought he would live to see the day when Aaron would be on his knees. Chandu ordered his men to capture Aaron. However, there were those who decided to defend the champion. These players stood in front of Aaron. The players said that Aaron was a symbol. They couldn't let the bandits get their hands on him. The players said they would buy Aaron time so he could leave immediately. Chandu watched Aaron run away. The guild leader laughed. Was Aaron really running away? Aaron remained on live broadcasts. Viewers in the chat wrote that Chandu and his gang were real jerks. They had money, so they thought they were cool. Aaron said that he was a pro player and only fought fairly. He didn't need to think about the tournament. Did they really think it would be right for him to buy an item and become stronger that way? A galactic donation of 10 million was made. Aaron should use it to upgrade his equipment as much as possible and give these scoundrels a taste of their own medicine. Aaron informed his people that he had a message. He wants them all to buy Wings of the Goddess and upgrade their current items as much as possible. Aaron decided it was time to punish these bandits. Kane said that was nonsense. Minchul asked Kane to calm down. It's funny after all. Kane asked if the boss was feeling better. Minchul repeated that he was just a little tired. Now he had slept well for the first time in several days. But what was Kane unhappy about? Aaron always does this. He uses someone worse than himself to make himself look like a good guy. He wanted his guild members to improve their equipment as much as possible too. But now the discussion about donated items is too heated. However, this guild appeared at the right moment, and Aaron specifically received this assignment. Minchul asked what the purpose was. Kane replied that he needed an excuse for the buff items. All members of his guild are ranked in the top 30. Kane said that a level 15 weapon could be very good, but these guys would never lose in a fair fight. They lost on purpose. Minchul said that Kane was right, but he didn't entirely agree with him. It was all a big show. The Crimson Crusaders decided to put on this show to announce that they would be the villains. Aaron's guild is putting on its own show to justify the use of its weapons as much as possible. However, behind all this is an even bigger show. It's just one big marketing ploy to get people to buy Wings of the Goddess. The protagonists added that they are all in it together. Chandu asked if any of the notorious users wanted to have fun on the new map. He invites everyone to join him. Fully equipped, Aaron attacked his opponent and grew in strength. Enthusiastic players chanted and shouted Aaron's name. Many players decided that maxing out their weapons was a great idea. Even if you don't buy it now, you can catch up around the middle of the season. Aaron said that it would make the game more fun for a while, so it's better to buy now. Aaron acted exactly according to the scenario that the protagonist had anticipated. Our hero stated that thanks to today's fiasco, people are saying that the buff itself is not the problem. The problem is the people who abuse it. They are trying to focus on those who use the system for evil, like gun control laws in the real world. It's not about the guns, it's about the people who use them. Min Chol didn't know who was behind it, but they were definitely smart. A real person with a capital letter. The protagonist thought it might be Yun Hasu. A Gro King looked at the destruction and told the king that this was their capture point. The girl who appeared greeted the night runners and said she had a bonus for the capture. Players should make sure to take it. Agri King asked if it was free. The girl confirmed it was. The blacksmith said that it was a bonus for capturing this point. He offered to repair the players' weapons. Oldman held out his hammer and said he would trust the blacksmith with it. Another NPC appeared and announced that he had a bonus for the players for capturing the point. He would grant them a blessing. Agri King and Oldman realized that this was a buff. The NPC added that these players would continue to work in the name of the Dark Cult. The old man and the young man were surprised to hear about the Dark Cult. Why would that be? Minhul confirmed that they were a notorious guild. And since he was the guild master and a member of the Dark Cult, so was the entire guild. Minchul said that he had not yet explained how it works. He would have to explain when everyone was gathered. There are a total of 10 capture points across the continent. All of these points are filled with monsters. But once the players reach the final point, which is here in Lost Paradise, they will not find monsters, but will encounter a new enemy. It will be a new NPC army, the Dark Cult. While the other players make their way through the first 9 points, the Dark Cult army controls this place. As soon as the players attack, the cult members will launch an attack and recapture the players' points. The forces of the Dark Cult are powerful. They are not even comparable to the other monsters located here. Once the players lose their capture points to the cult, they will be forced to retreat. As a result, the people who are fighting each other for control of the points will be forced to unite against a common enemy. Once they destroy the Dark Cult and regain their lost points, everyone will eventually return to the 10th point, and then they will reach the end of the dungeon. Min Chol added that this is how this season should go, and he is a Dark Knight of the hidden class. The protagonist noted that he is practically the vanguard of the cult of darkness. Since they are all members of his guild, they are considered his subordinates. The king asked if that meant they would be treated as cult forces. Minchul confirmed that this would be the case on this continent. Minchul noted that this was not bad, since they were facing the strongest NPCs that currently existed. The doctor said he had a question. Was this cult of darkness necessary in terms of destroying Wings Online? Minchul confirmed this. He didn't need anything else. He added that from now on, he would try to share such things more often and in a timely manner. Now they would start with the dungeon, which they would head to right away. This dungeon is called Endless Hell. Of all the dungeons, it is undoubtedly the most terrifying. Oldman admitted that this dungeon is very beautiful. The doctor suggested that they might encounter some kind of ghost here. Rabbit asked how far they would have to go. She hates all kinds of scary things. Minchul replied that they were already there. The old knight asked who was walking around here. Who dared to disturb his peace? May the souls of the unfortunate soldiers who gave their lives in the Great War rest in peace. Let them forget everything and sink into eternal sleep. The protagonist said that they were looking for a supplicant locked in the infinite hell. Could the knight open the way for them? The knight replied that he could not do so. Those who were imprisoned in the endless hell were destroyed by 3 demons who destroyed their homeland. They gladly sacrificed themselves to lure the demons into a trap. The knight repeated that he could not open the way to endless hell. The adventurers must return to where they came from. Minchul said he would not accept that answer. They really needed to go there. They wanted to grind. The knight said that if that was the case, then the adventurer had chosen to go to war with them. The knight ordered the soldiers to stand up and open their eyes. Even though the soldiers had died, even though they were no longer among the living, there was one call to which they must respond. They must show their loyalty to their homeland. Even death cannot break the knight's oath. The time has come to pass judgment on those who trample on the territory of their holy kingdom. Agriking looked around and shouted that this was a real army. This part of the dungeon was called the Tomb of the Fallen Knights. Cain was surprised. Did that mean this was the first of 5 waves? Minchul said that Cain quickly understood what was happening. Cain said that was not the case. These warriors were strong, but they couldn't survive more than one attack. They attacked like clockwork. Oldman was ordered to act first. The protagonist said that in this dungeon, he would simply be a member of the team. Minchul reminded him that Oldman used to be the greatest raid leader in the north. Maybe he'll show what he can do. The old man said he would show how he led the greatest alliance in the history of Wings Online. The king said that they would form a line of defense on the flanks. Minchul would take the east, and Cain would take the north. They had to hold their lines no matter what. They couldn't let the enemies advance an inch. He declared that he could do it. Rabbit must use her illusions to support the front line when the enemy attacks. The enemy must be confused. Agro King and Doctor intercept enemies with their wide-range attacks. Oasis must support everyone with her healing. The doctor asked who would cover the south and west. The king said that this was up to him. The king activated the skills Cacophony of Heaven and Earth and Thunderstrike. He said that he would quickly deal with this bunch of bones. Nothing would get past him. Agro King suggested that the old man come up with better names for his skills. It all looked too pretentious. The old man said that it didn't matter what he called his skills. As long as they activated, that was enough for him. Agro King activated a fireworks display of arrows. Rabbit said they were all very strong. They didn't even have to do anything, Oasis agreed. Minchul thought that surviving the wave of knights was child's play. He would easily make it to the 5th wave. After a while, the protagonist noticed that the 2nd wave had begun. The monsters became more aggressive. The king said that these guys looked pretty strong. Suddenly, a jumping monster appeared above the king. It swung its weapon and shouted loudly. The protagonist said that Oldman had gotten into a real game. What did he think about it? While fighting the monster, the old man noticed that this thing was very strong. The king told Agro King and the doctor to attack the knights around Cain. They had to focus on one thing. Oldman again gave everyone orders on how to fight. Rabbit should also join the battle. The girl activated a mirror illusion, and many clones appeared. Oasis called on Vasilisk for help. Rabbit told the king not to do everything himself because he had a whole team at his disposal. Oasis said they needed to trust them. Oldman said that the girls were making him blush. Everyone noticed that a red light was coming out of the monster's chest. The old man suggested that this might be the opponent's weak spot. Rabbit suggested focusing their attacks on this spot. Oldman told Oasis that he would need a powerful buff. Minchul thought that if he gave it his all, they would finish faster. but there is a limit to what he can do alone. If they wanted to destroy this world, they needed perfect teamwork. Now it was important to learn each other's skills. They needed to understand what they were all capable of. In this battle, everyone gave it their all. The protagonist asked the king if he understood what they needed. Oldman replied that this was the first thing a raid leader learned. The old man struck the monster's weak spot, and it was destroyed. Minchul said that Oldman did an excellent job. The king declared that the monster's hearts were their weak spot. Everyone should focus their attacks on their chests. The Napalm Group's development tower. Yun Hasu, studying the information, said that this was what was needed. If they hadn't switched to free-to-play, it would have taken them months to earn what they had earned in the past 2 days. Imbalance creates demand. These words should be placed on a memorial plaque so that everyone will remember them. The entire development team should be invited to a corporate dinner. The assistant said it would be great. However, there are still a few bugs that need to be worked on. There are also problems with the servers because they can't handle the traffic. Maybe we should postpone the dinner until next week. Yoon Hak-soo said that everything would be fine. The director said that we need to find a 5-star hotel with a buffet nearby. Don't worry about the money. He wants the best. Yoon Hak-soo said that profits can be monitored on the screen, as the assistant saw. Yoon Hak-soo said that the assistant could expect a big bonus at the end of the year. At the corporate dinner, the employees were surprised. Why did the director arrange this? The assistant director said that the food here was amazing. The confused employee said that he really needed to eat today. The man recalled the past like corporate parties. However, he immediately dismissed this thought. Money is what really matters. Min Chul's friends did not go to the corporate party because they had a lot of work to do. The girl said that talking to that jerk would give her a stomachache. She couldn't go there. All anyone talks about is how much they earn from donated items. No one cares how players react to the 6th season or what they will have to fix in the future. The young people thought that everything would be different now if Shrimp were with them. The girl said goodbye and left her workplace. She told her colleague not to stay too long because his wife was about to give birth. The fat man was sitting at the computer when suddenly the monitors went black. The young man decided that he was too tired and needed to go wash up. The protagonist and his team were fighting off the 5th wave of undead. They had to survive the attack of these knights. After a while, the king said, "Finally, it's over." The Dark Knight declared that there were demons locked in an endless hell, demons that had made this land what it was now. If the adventurers really go there, he prays that they will destroy these demons. They must take their lives. Minchul said that this was not the end. They had only just begun. The young man thought that for his plan to work, the coming of the demon god was necessary. The protagonist remembered Gaia's words when she said that the master must be careful. He must be sure that he does not consume the master. Min Kul thought that he was the one who created the raven. In the end, it was never mentioned that the raven eats souls. The protagonist told everyone to follow him. The demons must be dealt with. The girls did not understand why the boss was so angry. The Endless Hell Dungeon. It is necessary to make sure that the players have enough items and that there are enough players in the team before entering the dungeon. One of the legendary warriors the master had fought before appeared before the adventurers. Poppy Densa Chronoseed. The young man thought that this time it wasn't a ghost, it was the real her. The legendary warrior shouted for people not to approach her. The legendary warrior said that they had fallen into the trap of a dark cult. They managed to defeat the raven, but they were cursed by it. By the time they came to their senses, the kingdom of Batelos was already engulfed in flames because of their actions. To prevent further damage to the land, she summoned the power of the goddess and sealed the 3 of them in that place. The 3 demons who destroyed Batelos were none other than the 3 cursed legendary warriors. Chronicide cried out, "Why did the goddess abandon them? What about their holy war? What about their trials and tribulations? What was it all for?" Chronicide was immediately affected by demonic energy. The demon said she was a pathetic nobody. She was just a puppet chained by fate. They were here to fight that fate and break those chains. The demon said he was a knight of the Dominion. He was here to grant them peace. Chronicide screamed for the knight to get out of her head. The female knight told the adventurers to destroy all 3 of them. It was the only way to stop the raven. The knight laughed and said it was useless. Now the world belongs to the one true God, the Lord of the Raven. People must kneel and accept the world he offers. Oldman raised his hammer and told everyone to prepare for battle. Minchul told the king to wait. The protagonist stated that they could do nothing against this opponent at their current levels. Oldman decided that in that case it was the end. Should they return to the starting point? Our hero initiated the coming of the demon god and said he would take care of it himself. Min Shul asked the Dominion Knight if he wanted to know who the real god was. The knight was surprised. Who would dare to imitate the Lord Raven? Min Shul said that he was the one who created the raven. He even filmed some of its movements himself. The knight told his puppets to revolt. They must bring him the head of this arrogant man. Min Shul realized that the knight wanted to find out who was the best first. The protagonist attacked the knight's puppets and destroyed them. Rabbit was surprised. Shouldn't they do something? Oldman said they should watch. Min Shul wondered what kind of glitch this was. They all continued to talk nonsense. The young man remembered how the knights had previously called him a fool who had seized power, and other things along those lines. The protagonist indignantly asked how this knight dared to attack his creator. Everyone present saw that Lord Raven had returned. The developer arrived at the Napalm Group office and inquired about director Yoon Ha-soo in his office. The secretary replied that he had gone on a business trip to the American branch with the management the day before. The developer asked if the secretary could tell him when he would return. The girl replied that he should be there for several weeks. Yoon Ha-soo played golf. A colleague said it was an excellent shot by the director. When did the director become so good? Did he really learn to play golf on his own? Yoon Ha-soo said that how a person plays golf depends on their mental state. Everyone knows that. He's just happy about Napalm Group's record sales. At the Napalm Group corporate cafe, a young man shared the news that the director would be unavailable for 4 weeks. The young people were delighted with the news. Were they really that lucky? The girl said that it was not a business trip at all, and that he would definitely be playing golf the whole time. The young man asked Shinji if artificial intelligence could cheat. The girl was surprised. What did he mean? He had recently checked the in-game growth balance and noticed unusual growth data in the log. He tried to check that account. However, he couldn't even view it from his Game Master account. In the end, he had to ask Gaia for help. Gaia said that Big D's Game Master account was not authorized to access this information. Big D was surprised because he was the head of the quality control team. Gaia said that only the director's account could access this information. Shinji was frightened. What was Yoon Ha-soo plotting? Big D said that he had thought so at first too. However, did Shinji really think that the director would bother to plot something? Shinji said that was a fair point. Yoon Ha-soo still doesn't know how the game works. There's no point in him blocking their access to certain information. Big D said that if the one who is plotting something is not the director, then maybe it's Gaia. Min Shul cleared the Endless Hell dungeon. Agra King asked if the old man didn't get goosebumps after the boss used that skill. Oldman said that the young man was too weak to withstand it. Agra King got angry and said that he was stronger than the old man. Kane said he felt the same way. But who cares what that power really is? As long as they can use it, nothing else matters. Kane noted that it just helped them get through a dungeon that was impossible to get through. They will grow much faster than anyone else in this game. Min Shul told the players to grab the items. Many legendary items had dropped. Rabbit couldn't believe that she might now have a legendary item. Agra King said he would find something that belonged to him. The king said that all items would be divided by class. The doctor said that a power had been manifested that should not exist. Their boss is very interesting. The king suggested looking at this beauty. What a complex craft here. The hammer is really noteworthy. He said it was really cool, but maybe enough bragging? The old man said that Agra King was upset because he didn't get it. The king said that this hammer would be called Heidi. Agra King was surprised. Did the old man really give the hammer a name? Kane told the boy to be quiet. He was trying to rest. Kane received a shapeless blade. Agra King was surprised. Had this blade been given a name too? Kane said that its shapelessness was very sensitive, so it would be better if the boy kept quiet. Agra King was indignant because he thought Kane was better than that old man. Rabbit told Agra King not to be upset. She was sure that he would get a good item in the next dungeon. Agra King said he was bored sitting around doing nothing. Rabbit asked if anyone wanted to play cards. It was a forgotten deck, the illusionist's exclusive weapon. Agra King said that everyone here was making fun of him. Min Shul told the young man not to worry about equipment. Soon they would all have high-quality equipment. The doctor asked where their next dungeon was located. Min Shul replied that this time they would storm a fortress. Now that the 6th season update has been released, all cities on the old map can be captured by storming. The Temple of Darkness also falls into the category of cities. Kane was surprised. Did the boss really want them to storm the Temple of the Dark Cult? Weren't they cultists themselves? Min Chaol replied that it would only make their task easier. They would capture the Dark Temple. The Dark Knight, as always, greeted the Demon King and asked how he could help this time. Min Chaol said that Tereo should give him power over the temple. The Dark Knight couldn't believe his ears. Min Chaol repeated himself. The protagonist added that this was a coup d'etat. The Knight Riders Guild declared war on the Dark Knight for control of the Dark Temple. The Dark Knight said that the Demon King had already reached the pinnacle of power within the cult. Why was he committing this betrayal? Min Chaol replied that just because the Knight called him the Demon King did not mean he actually had any power. All he had were a few outposts. If the Dark Knight wants to call him king, he must show him the throne. The Knight said that excessive greed brings nothing but destruction. The Knight added that the vassals of the Dark Lord must heed his call. The Dark Demon's minions emerged from the portals that appeared. Oasis wondered, would they be able to defeat these knights? Min Chaol told Oasis not to worry. They would be easier than the ones they had faced last time. The assault began. The order was given, destroy them all.